230. Labor organizations, students, government workers, etc. Communist and non-communist, disturbed the CIA because of the potential for a united front being formed for electoral purposes. Accordingly, newspaper editorials and articles were generated attacking the Congress as a classic communist takeover/duping tactic and calling upon non-communists to refrain from participating, and a phony handbill was circulated in which the Congress called upon the Uruguayan people to launch an insurrectional strike with immediate occupation of their places of work. Thousands of the handbills were handed out, provoking angry denials from the Congress organizers, but, as is usual in such cases, the damage was already done. The Uruguayan Communist Party planned to host an international conference to express solidarity with Cuba. The CIA merely had to turn to their friend, the Minister of the Interior, and the conference was banned. When it was shifted to Chile, the CIA station in Santiago performed the same magic. Uruguay at this time was a haven for political exiles from repressive regimes such as in Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. The CIA, through surveillance and infiltration of the exile community, regularly collected information on exiles' activities, associates, etc., to be sent to CIA stations in the exiles' homelands with likely transmission to their governments which wanted to know what these troublemakers were up to and which did not hesitate to harass them across frontiers. Other operations, wrote Ag, were designed to take control of the streets away from communists and other leftists, and our squads, often with the participation of off-duty policemen, would break up their meetings and generally terrorize them. Torture of communists and other extreme leftists was used in interrogation by our liaison agents in the police. The monitoring and harassment of communist diplomatic missions by the CIA, as described above, is standard agency practice throughout the Western world. This rarely stems from anything more than a juvenile Cold War reflex, making life hard for the commies. Looked at from any angle, it is politically and morally pointless. Richard Gott, the Latin America specialist of The Guardian of London, relates an anecdote which is relevant. In January 1967 a group of Brazilians and a Uruguayan asked for political asylum in the Czech embassy in Montevideo, stating that they wished to go to a socialist country to pursue their revolutionary activities. They were, they said, under constant surveillance and harassment from the Uruguayan police. The Czech ambassador was horrified by their request and threw them out, saying that there was no lice persecution in Uruguay. When the revolutionaries camped in his garden the ambassador called the police. Happy face, 231. 34 Chile 1964–1973 A hammer and sickle stamped on your child's forehead. When Salvador Allende, a committed Marxist, came within 3% of winning the Chilean presidency in 1995-8, the United States decided that the next election, in 1964, could not be left in the hands of Providence, or democracy. Washington took it all very gravely. At the outset of the Kennedy administration in 1996-1, an electoral committee was established, composed of top-level men from the State Department, the CIA, and the White House. In Santiago, a parallel committee of embassy and CIA people was set up. U.S. government intervention in Chile in 1964 was blatant and almost obscene, said one intelligence officer strategically placed at the time. We were shipping people off right and left, mainly State Department but also CIA, with all sorts of covers. All in all, as many as 100 American operatives were dedicated to the operation. 2. They began laying the groundwork for the election years ahead, a Senate investigating committee has disclosed, by establishing operational relationships with key political parties and by creating propaganda and organizational mechanisms capable of influencing key sectors of the population. Projects were undertaken to help train and organize anti-communists among peasants, slum dwellers, organized labor, students, the media, etc. After channeling funds to several non-leftist parties, the electoral team eventually settled on a man of the center, Eduardo Frei, the candidate of the Christian Democratic Party, as the one most likely to block Allende's rise to power. The CIA underwrote more than half the party's total campaign costs. One of the reasons that the agency's overall electoral operation reduced the American Treasury by an estimated $20 million, much more per voter than that spent by the Johnson and Goldwater campaigns combined in the same year in the United States. The bulk of the expenditures went toward propaganda. As the Senate committee described it, in addition to support for political parties, the CIA mounted a massive anti-communist propaganda campaign. Extensive use was made of the press, radio, films, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, direct mailings, paper streamers, and wall painting. It was a scare campaign, which relied heavily on images of Soviet tanks and Cuban firing squads and was directed especially to women. Hundreds. 232. Chile 1964–1973. Of thousands of copies of the anti-communist pastoral letter of Pope Pius XI were distributed by Christian democratic organizations. They carried the designation, printed privately by citizens without political affiliation, in order more broadly to disseminate its content. Disinformation and black propaganda material which purported to originate from another source, such as the Chilean Communist Party, were used as well. The scare campaign played up to the fact that women in Chile, as elsewhere in Latin America, are traditionally more religious than men, more susceptible to being alarmed by the specter of godless atheist communism. One radio spot featured the sound of a machine gun, followed by a woman's cry, "They have killed my child, the communists." The announcer then added in impassioned tones, "Communism offers only blood and pain. For this not to happen in Chile, we must elect Eduardo Frei president." Other scare tactics centered around warnings of Russian control, and that the left would confiscate everything near, dear and holy. The committee report continued. The propaganda campaign was enormous. During the first week of intensive propaganda activity, a CIA-funded propaganda group produced 20 radio spots per day in Santiago and on 44 provincial stations, 12-minute news broadcasts 5 times daily on 3 Santiago stations and 24 provincial outlets, thousands of cartoons, and much paid press advertising. By the end of June, the group produced 24 daily newscasts in Santiago and the provinces, 26 weekly commentary programs, and distributed 3,000 posters daily. One poster which appeared in the thousands showed children with a hammer and sickle stamped on their foreheads. Newspaper articles from elsewhere in Latin America which supported the political lines of the CIA campaign were collected and reprinted in Chile. Undoubtedly, many of these articles had been written in the first place by CIA stations in the particular countries. There were also endorsements of free solicited from famous personages abroad, advertisements such as a message from the women of Venezuela, and a vitriolic anti-communist radio broadcast by Juanita Castro, sister of Fidel, who was on a CIA-organized speaking tour of South America. "If the Reds win in Chile," she said, "no type of religious activity will be possible. Chilean mother, I know you will not allow your children to be taken from you and sent to the communist bloc, as in the case of Cuba." The Senate committee revealed also that, in addition to buying propaganda piecemeal, the station often purchased it wholesale by subsidizing Chilean media organizations friendly to the United States. Doing so was propaganda writ large. Instead of placing individual items, the CIA supported or even founded friendly media outlets which might not have existed in the absence of agency support. From 1953 through 1970 in Chile, the station subsidized wire services, magazines written for intellectual circles, and a right-wing weekly newspaper. 233. Of one subsidized newspaper, a State Department veteran of the campaign recalls that the layout was magnificent. The photographs were superb. It was a Madison Avenue product far above the standards of Chilean publications. 3. The same could be said about the electioneering itself. Besides running political action projects on its own in a number of important voting blocks, the CIA directed the Christian Democrats campaign along American-style lines, with voter registration, get out the vote drives, and professional management firms to carry out public opinion surveys. To top it all off, they sent for a ringer, an election specialist from the staff of that eminent connoisseur and guardian of free elections, Mayor Richard Daley of Chicago. What the function of Daley's man in Chile was, can only be guessed at. Several of the grassroots programs funded by the CIA were those run by Roger Viekmans, a Belgian Jesuit priest who arrived in Chile in 1957 and founded a network of social action organizations, one of which grew to have 100 employees and a $30 million annual budget. By his own declaration in 1963, Viekmans received $5 million from the CIA as well as a like amount from aid to guide his organization's resources in support of the Christian Democrats and Eduardo Frei, with whom Viekmans had close relations. The Jesuits' program served the classic function of channeling revolutionary zeal along safe reformist paths. An extreme anti-communist, Viekmans was a front-line soldier in the struggle of the Christian Democrats and the Catholic Church against the liberation theology then gaining momentum amongst the more liberal clergy in Latin America and which would lead to the historic dialogue between Christianity and Marxism. The operation worked, it worked beyond expectations. Frei received 56% of the vote to Allende's 39%. The CIA regarded the anti-communist scare campaign as the most effective activity undertaken, noted the Senate committee. This was the tactic directed toward Chilean women in particular. As things turned out, Allende won the men's vote by a comfortable margin over Frei, but the women came out for Frei by a landslide. Testimony, once again, to the remarkable ease with which the minds of the masses of people can be manipulated, in any and all societies. What was there about Salvador Allende that warranted all this feverish activity? What threat did he represent, this man against whom the great technical and economic resources of the world's most powerful nation were brought to bear? Allende was a man whose political program, as described by the committee report, was to redistribute income and reshape the Chilean economy, beginning with the nationalization of major industries, especially the copper companies, greatly expanded agrarian reform, and expanded relations with socialist and communist countries. Happy face, a man committed to such a program, a man whose 27 years in public life were marked by principle and integrity, was a man, American policymakers knew, who would lead his country along a path independent of the priorities of 234. Chile 1964 to 1973. U.S. foreign policy and the multinationals. The CIA is an ongoing organization. Its covert activities are ongoing, each day, in each country. Between the 1964 and 1970 presidential elections, many of the programs designed to foster an anti-Marxist mentality in different sections of the population continued. Much of the propaganda and electioneering mechanisms remained in place to support candidates of the 1965 and 1969 congressional elections. In the latter election, financial support was given to a splinter socialist party in order to attract votes away from Allende. This reportedly deprived Allende's Socialist Party of a minimum of 7 congressional seats. The Senate committee described some of the other individual covert projects undertaken by the CIA during this period. Wresting control of Chilean university student organizations from the communists, substituting a women's group active in Chilean political and intellectual life. Combating the communist-dominated Central Única de Trabajadores Chilenos and supporting democratic labor groups, and exploiting a civic action front group to combat communist influence within cultural and intellectual circles. Happy face, I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist because of the irresponsibility of its own people. Thus spoke Henry Kissinger, principal advisor to the President of the United States on matters of national security. The date was June 27, 1970, a meeting of the National Security Council's 40 Committee, and the people Kissinger suspected of imminent irresponsibility were the Chileans whom he feared might finally elect Salvador Allende as their president. The United States did not stand by idly. At this meeting, approval was given to a $300,000 increase in the anti-Allende spoiling operation, which was already underway. The CIA trained its disinformation-heavy artillery on the Chilean electorate, firing shells marked, "An Allende victory means violence and Stalinist repression." Black propaganda was employed to undermine Allende's coalition and support by sowing dissent between the Communist Party and the Socialist Party, the main members of the coalition, and between the Communist Party and the CUTCH. At the same time, a U.S. Senate committee staff was concluding that the Latin American labor movement had largely abandoned its revolutionary outlook. Even the communist-dominated unions, especially those which follow the Moscow Line, now generally accept the peaceful road as a viable alternative. 235. Nonetheless, on September 4 Allende won a plurality of the votes. On October 24, the Chilean Congress would meet to choose between him and the runner-up, Jorge Alessandri of the Conservative National Party. By tradition, Allende was certain of becoming president. The United States had 7 weeks to prevent him from taking office. On 1/5 September, President Nixon met with Kissinger, CIA Director Richard Helms, and Attorney General John Mitchell. Hens' handwritten notes of the meeting have become famous, 1 in 10 chance perhaps, but save Chile. Not concerned with risks involved. $10 million available, more if necessary. Make the economy scream. Happy face. Funds were authorized by the 40 Committee to bribe Chilean congressmen to vote for Alessandri, but this was soon abandoned as infeasible, and under intense pressure from Richard Nixon, American efforts were concentrated on inducing the Chilean military to stage a coup and then cancel the congressional vote altogether. At the same time, Nixon and Kissinger made it clear to the CIA that an assassination of Allende would not be unwelcome. One White House options paper discussed various ways this could be carried out. A fresh propaganda campaign was initiated in Chile to impress upon the military, amongst others, the catastrophe which would befall the nation with Allende as president. In addition to the standard communist horror stories, it was made known that there would be a cut-off of American and other foreign assistance. This was accompanied by predictions/rumors of the nationalization of everything down to small shops, and of economic collapse. The campaign did indeed adversely affect the Chilean economy, and a major financial panic ensued. In private, Chilean military officers were warned that American military aid would come to a halt if Allende were seated. Happy face. During this interim period, according to the CIA, over 700 articles, broadcasts, editorials and similar items were generated in the Latin American and European media as a direct result of agency activity. This is apart from the real media stories inspired by the planted ones. Moreover, journalists in the pay of the CIA arrived in Chile from at least 10 different countries to enhance their material with on-the-spot credibility. The following portion of an agency cable of September 25, 1970 offers some indication of the scope of such media operations. Sao Paulo, Tegucigalpa, Buenos Aires, Lima, Montevideo, Bogotá, Mexico City. Report continued replay of Chile theme materials. Items also carried /r/New York Times and Washington Post. Propaganda activities continue to generate good coverage of Chile developments along our theme guidance. The CIA also gave inside briefings to American journalists about the situation in Chile. One such briefing provided to Time enlightened the magazine as to Allende's intention to support violence and destroy Chile's free press. This, observed the Senate report, resulted in a change in the basic thrust of the Time story. 236. Chile 1964 to 1973. When Allende criticized the leading conservative newspaper El Mercurio, the agency orchestrated cables of support and protest from foreign newspapers, a protest statement from an international press association, and world press coverage of the association's protest. Happy face. A cable sent from CIA headquarters to Santiago on October 19 expressed concern that the coup still had No pretext or justification that it can offer to make it acceptable in Chile or Latin America. It therefore would seem necessary to create one to bolster what will probably be the military's claim to a coup to save Chile from communism. One of headquarters' suggestions was the fabrication of firm intel that Cubans planned to reorganize all intelligence services along Soviet/Cuban mold, thus creating structure for police state. With appropriate military contact can determine how to discover intelligence report, which could even be planted during raids planned by Carabineros, the police. Happy face. Meanwhile, the agency was in active consultation with several Chilean military officers who were receptive to the suggestion of a coup. They were assured that the United States would give them full support short of direct military involvement. The immediate obstacle faced by the officers was the determined opposition of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, René Schneider, who insisted that the constitutional process be followed. He would have to be removed. In the early morning of October 22, the CIA passed sterilized machine guns and ammunition to some of the conspirators. That same day, Schneider was mortally wounded in an attempted kidnap on his way to work. The CIA station in Santiago cabled its headquarters that the general had been shot with the same kind of weapons it had delivered to the military plotters, although the agency later claimed to the Senate that the actual assassins were not the same ones it had passed the weapons to. The assassination did not avail the conspirators' purpose. It only served to rally the army around the flag of constitutionalism, and time was running out. 2 days later, Salvador Allende was confirmed by the Chilean Congress. The stage was set for a clash of two experiments. One was Allende's socialist experiment aimed at lifting Chile from the mire of underdevelopment and dependency and the poor from deprivation. The other was, as CIA Director William Colby later put it, a prototype or laboratory experiment to test the techniques of heavy financial investment in an effort to discredit and bring down a government. Although there were few individual features of the latter which were unique for the CIA, in sum total it was perhaps the most multifarious intervention ever. 237. Undertaken by the United States. In the process it brought a new word into the language, destabilization. Not a nut or bolt be allowed to reach Chile under Allende, warned the then American ambassador Edward Corey before the confirmation. Happy face, the Chilean economy, so extraordinarily dependent upon the United States, was the country's soft underbelly, easy to pound. Over the next 3 years, new U.S. government assistance programs for Chile plummeted almost to the vanishing point, similarly with loans from the U.S. Export-Import Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, in which the United States held what amounted to a veto. The World Bank made no new loans at all to Chile during 1971–73, U.S. government financial assistance or guarantees to American private investment in Chile were cut back sharply and American businesses were given the word to tighten. The economic news. Asterisk. What this boycott translated into were things like the many buses out of commission in Chile due to a lack of replacement parts, the same with taxis, and similar difficulties in the copper, steel, electricity, and petroleum industries. American suppliers refused to sell needed parts despite Chile's offer to pay cash in advance. ITT, which didn't need to be told what to do, stated in a 1970 memorandum. A more realistic hope among those who want to block Allende is that a swiftly deteriorating economy will touch off a wave of violence leading to a military coup. 3. In the midst of the near disappearance of economic aid, and contrary to its warning, the United States increased its military assistance to Chile during 1972 and 1973 as well as training Chilean military personnel in the United States and Panama. The Allende government, caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, was reluctant to refuse this assistance for fear of antagonizing its military leaders. Perhaps nothing produced more discontent in the population than the shortages, the little daily annoyances when one can't get a favorite food, or flour, or cooking oil, or toilet paper, bed sheets, or soap, or the one part needed to make the TV set or the car run, or, worst of all, when a nicotine addict can't get a cigarette. Some of the scarcity resulted from Chile being a society in transition, various changeovers to state ownership, experiments in workers' control, etc. But this was minor compared to the effect of the aid squeeze and the practices of the omnipresent American corporations. Equally telling were the extended strikes in Chile, which relied heavily on CIA financial support for their prolongation. In October 1972, for example, an association of private truck owners instituted a work stoppage aimed at disrupting the flow of food and other important commodities, including in their embargo even newspapers which supported the government. On the heels of this came store closures, countless petty bourgeois doing their bit to turn the screws of public inconvenience when they were open, many held back on certain goods to sell them on the black. 238. Chile 1964 to 1973. Market to those who could afford the higher prices, then most private bus companies stopped running. On top of this, various professional and white-collar workers, largely unsympathetic to the government, walked out, with or without CIA help. Much of this campaign was aimed at wearing down the patience of the public, convincing them that socialism can't work in Chile. Yet there had been worse shortages for most of the people before the Allende government, shortages of food, housing, healthcare, and education, for example. At least half the population had suffered from malnutrition. Allende, who was a medical doctor, explained his free milk program by pointing out that today in Chile there are over 600,000 children mentally retarded because they were not adequately nourished during the first 8 months of their lives, because they did not receive the necessary proteins. Financial aid was not the CIA's only input into the strike scene. More than 100 members of Chilean professional associations and employers' guilds were graduates of the school run by the American Institute for Free Labor Development in Front Royal, Virginia, the little anti-red schoolhouse. IFLD, the CIA's principal Latin America labor organization, also assisted in the formation of a new professional association in May 1971, the Confederation of Chilean Professionals. The labor specialists of IFLD had more than a decade's experience in the art of fomenting economic turmoil. CIA propaganda merchants had a field day with the disorder and the shortages, exacerbating both by instigating panic buying. All the techniques, the whole of the media saturation, the handy organization created for each and every purpose, so efficiently employed in 1964 and 1970, were facilitated by the virtually unlimited license granted the press, headlines and stories which spread rumors about everything from nationalizations to bad meat and undrinkable water. Economic chaos. Chile on brink of doom. In the largest type one could ever expect to see in a newspaper. Raising the specter of civil war, when not actually CA//2 carat for it. Alarmist stories which anywhere else in the world would have been branded seditious, the worst of London's daily tabloids or IYBQ National Enquirer of the United States appear as staid as a journal of dentistry by comparison. In response, the severest measure taken by the government, on a few scattered occasions, was to close down a newspaper for 2 or 3 days. The agency's routine support of the political opposition was extended to include the extreme rightist organization Patria y Libertad, which the CIA reportedly helped to form, and whose members it trained in guerrilla warfare and bombing techniques at schools in Bolivia and Los Fresnos, Texas. Patria y Libertad marched in rallies in full riot gear, engaged repeatedly in acts of violence and provocation, and its publications openly called for a military coup. The CIA was engaged in courting the military for the same end. Providing military equipment meant the normal presence of U.S. advisors and the opportunity for Americans to work closely with the Chileans. Since 1969, the 239 agency had been establishing intelligence assets in the Chilean armed services. These assets could be found in all 3 branches of the military and included command-level officers, field and company-grade officers, retired general staff officers and enlisted men. Happy Face, employing its usual blend of real and fabricated information along with forged documents, the CIA endeavored to keep the officers on the alert. One approach was to convince them that, with Allende's approval, the Police Investigations Unit was acting in concert with Cuban intelligence to gather information prejudicial to the Army High Command. ** Newspapers in Santiago supported by the CIA, particularly El Mercuric, often concentrated on influencing the military. They alleged communist plots to disband or destroy the armed services, Soviet plans to establish a submarine base in Chile, North Korea setting up a training base, and so forth. The papers stirred up hatred against the government in the ranks, and in some cases entire columns were published which were calculated to change the opinion of a single officer. In one case an officer's wife. The agency also subsidized a number of books and other kinds of publications in Chile. One was a short-lived anti-government newsletter directed at the military. Later the CIA made use of a weekly humor and political magazine, SEPA, aimed at the same audience. The cover of the March 20, 1973 issue featured the headline, Robert Moss. An English recipe for Chile military control. Moss was identified by the magazine as a British sociologist. A more relevant description would have been that he was a news specialist associated with known CIA publication fronts. One of these, Forum World Features of London, published Moss's forgettable book Chile's Marxist Experiment in 1973, which was widely circulated by the junta to justify its coup. Moss was associated with a CIA-funded think tank in Santiago which went by the supremely innocuous name of the Institute of General Studies. The IGS, amongst other activities, conducted seminars for Chilean military officers in which it was explained, in technical, apolitical terms, why Allende was a disaster for the economy and why a laissez-faire system offered a solution to Chile's ills. There is no way of measuring to what extent such lectures influenced future actions of the military, although after the coup the junta did appoint several IGS people to top government posts. Happy Face, the CIA's Santiago station was meanwhile collecting the operational intelligence necessary in the event of a coup, arrest lists, key civilian installations and personnel that needed protection, key government installations which need to be taken over, and government contingency plans which would be used in case of a military uprising. Happy Face, the CIA later asserted that this information was never passed to the Chilean military, a claim that does not give one the feeling of having been united with the probable. It should be noted in this context that in the days immediately following the coup the Chilean military went directly to the residences of many Americans living in Santiago who had been sympathetic to the Allende government. The government contingency plans were presumably obtained by the agency through its infiltrations of the various parties which made up Allende's 240. Chile 1964–1973. Unidad Popular Coalition. CIA agents in the upper echelons of Allende's own Socialist Party, Time magazine reported, were paid to make mistakes in their jobs. Happy Face, in Washington, burglary was the agency's tactic of choice for obtaining documents. Papers were taken from the homes of several employees of the Chilean embassy, and the embassy itself, which had been bugged for some time, was burgled in May 1972 by some of the same men who the next month staged the Watergate break-in. Happy Face, in March 1, 1973, the UP won about 44% of the vote in congressional elections, compared to some 36% in 1970. It was said to be the largest increase an incumbent party had ever received in Chile after being in power more than 2 years. The opposition parties had publicly expressed their optimism about capturing 2/3 of the congressional seats and thus being able to impeach Allende. Now they faced 3 more years under him, with the prospect of being unable, despite their best and most underhanded efforts, to prevent his popularity from increasing even further. During the spring and summer the destabilization process reached frantic levels, a whole series of demonstrations and strikes, with an even longer one by the truckers*, daily sabotage and violence, including assassination, in June, an abortive attack upon the presidential palace carried out by the military and Patria y Libertad. In September the military prevailed. It is clear, said the Senate committee, the CIA received intelligence reports on the coup planning of the group which carried out the successful September 1 coup throughout the months of July, August, and September 1973. The American role on that fateful day was one of substance and shadow. The coup began in the Pacific coast port of Valparaiso with the dispatch of Chilean naval troops to Santiago. On this day ships of the U.S. Navy were present offshore, ostensibly to participate in joint maneuvers with the Chilean Navy. The American ships stayed out of Chilean waters, but remained on the alert. A US WB-575 plane, an airborne communications control system piloted by U.S. Air Force officers, cruised in the Chilean sky. At the same time, 32 American observation and fighter planes landed at the U.S. Air Base in Mendoza, Argentina, not far from the Chilean border. In Valparaiso, U.S. military officers were meeting with their Chilean counterparts. A young American, Charles Horman, who lived in Santiago and was stranded near Valparaiso by the coup, happened to engage in conversation with several Americans, civilian and military. A retired naval engineer told him, "We came down to do a job and it's done." 1 or 2 American military. Time reported, while most of the country survived on short rations, the truckers seemed unusually well equipped for a lengthy holdout. A reporter asked a group of truckers who were camping and dining on a lavish communal meal of steak, vegetables, wine, and emo-anitus where the money for it came from. From the CIA, they answered laughingly, 241. Men also gave away clues. A few days later, Herman was arrested in his Santiago residence. They knew where to find him. He was never seen again. Thus it was that they closed the country to the outside world for a week, while the tanks rolled and the soldiers broke down doors, while the stadiums rang with the sounds of execution and the bodies piled up along the streets and floated in the river, the torture centers opened for business, the subversive books were thrown to the bonfires, soldiers slit the trouser legs of women, shouting that in Chile women wear dresses. The poor returned to their natural state, and the men of the world in Washington and in the halls of international finance opened up their checkbooks. 1 year later, President Gerald Ford was moved to declare that what the United States had done in Chile was in the best interest of the people in Chile and certainly in our own best interest. The remark could have been punctuated with a pinch of snuff. What the United States had done in Chile, thought Gerald Ford, or so he said, was to help and assist the preservation of opposition newspapers and electronic media and to preserve opposition political parties. Happy face, the reporters present were kind, or obsequious, enough not to ask Ford what he thought of the junta's Chile, where all opposition, of any kind, in any form, was forbidden. It was of course de rigueur for some other officials and congressmen to assert that what the United States had really done in Chile was repel the Soviet threat to the Western Hemisphere. But Soviet behavior toward the Allende government simply did not tally with any such hypothesis. The language of U.S. intelligence reports confirms that Soviet overtures to Allende, characterized by caution and restraint, Soviet desire to avoid another Cuba-type commitment, Russians advising Allende to put his relations with the United States in order, to ease the strain between the two countries. Happy face, much has been made of the corporate angle, particularly the nationalization of the U.S. copper mining companies without compensation. But that decision was not announced until September 1971, a full year after the White House had decided to overthrow and slash or assassinate Allende. The extent of Washington's true interest in the issue was revealed after the coup. In November 1973, I/Renter news agency reported that Orlando Saenz, one of the junta's main economic advisors, had said, "Now the government of the U.S. considers this is a problem for the American mining companies." Happy face, moreover, before the coup, the CIA and other U.S. government agencies were counseling the White House to rebuff Allende's attempts to work out a settlement on the compensations to be paid for nationalized American property. Happy face. A Washington official who followed Kissinger throughout the Chile policy put it succinctly, Kissinger, he said, never gave a shit about the business community. What really underlay it was ideology. ***. A CIA study of September 7, 1970, 3 days after Allende's electoral. 242. Chile 1964–1973. Victory, concluded in part. The U.S. has no vital national interests within Chile. The world military balance of power would not be significantly altered by an Allende government. An Allende victory would represent a definite psychological setback to the U.S. and a definite psychological advantage for the Marxist idea. Washington knows no heresy but independence. In the case of Salvador Allende, independence came clothed in an especially provocative costume, a Marxist constitutionally elected who continued to honor the Constitution. This would not do. It shook the very foundation stones upon which the anti-communist tower is built, the doctrine, painstakingly cultivated for decades, that communists can take power only through force and deception, that they can retain that power only through terrorizing and brainwashing the population. There could be only one thing worse than an elected Marxist, a successful elected Marxist. 35 Greece 1964–1974. Tuck your parliament and your constitution, said the President of the United States. It's the best damn government since Pericles, the American two-star general declared. The government, about which the good general was so ebullient, was that of the colonel's junta, which came to power in a military coup in April 1967, followed immediately by the traditional martial law, censorship, arrests, beatings and killings, the victims totaling some 8,000 in the first month. This was accompanied by the equally traditional declaration that the junta was acting to save the nation from a communist takeover. Corrupting and subversive influences in Greek life were to be removed. Among these were miniskirts, long hair, and foreign newspapers. Church attendance for the young would be compulsory. Then the torture began in earnest. So brutal and swift was the repression, that by September, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands were before the European Commission of Human Rights to accuse Greece of violating most of the Commission's conventions. Before the year was over, Amnesty International had sent representatives to Greece to investigate the 243 situation. From this came a report which asserted that torture as a deliberate practice is carried out by the security POHCE and the Mihari police. The coup had taken place 2 days before the campaign for national elections was to begin, elections which appeared certain to bring the veteran liberal leader George Papandreou back as prime minister. Papandreou had been elected in February 1, 964 with the only outright majority in the history of modern Greek elections. The successful machinations to unseat him had begun immediately, a joint effort of the royal court, the Greek military, and the American military and CIA stationed in Greece. Philip Dean is a Greek, a former UN official, who worked during this period both for King Constantine and as an envoy to Washington for the Papandreou government. He has written an intimate account of the subtleties and the grossness of this conspiracy to undermine the government and enhance the position of the military plotters, and of the raw power exercised by the CIA in his country. We saw earlier how Greece was looked upon much as a piece of property to be developed according to Washington's needs. A story related by Dean illustrates how this attitude was little changed, and thus the precariousness of Papandreou's position, during one of the perennial disputes between Greece and Turkey over Cyprus, which was now spilling over onto NATO. President Johnson summoned the Greek ambassador to tell him of Washington's solution. The ambassador protested that it would be unacceptable to the Greek parliament and contrary to the Greek constitution. "Then listen to me, Mr. Ambassador," said the President of the United States, "fuck your parliament and your constitution. America is an elephant. Cyprus is a flea. Greece is a flea. If these two fleas continue itching the elephant, they may just get whacked by the elephant's trunk, whacked good. We pay a lot of good American dollars to the Greeks, Mr. Ambassador. If your prime minister gives me talk about democracy, parliament, and constitutions, his parliament and his constitution may not last very long. In July 1965, George Papandreou was finally maneuvered out of office by royal prerogative. The king had a coalition of breakaway Centre Union deputies and rightists waiting in the wings to form a new government. It was later revealed by a State Department official that CIA Chief of Station in Athens, John Morey, had worked in behalf of the palace in 1965. He helped King Constantine buy Centre Union deputies so that the George Papandreou government was toppled. For nearly 2 years thereafter, various short-lived cabinets ruled until it was no longer possible to avoid holding the elections prescribed by the Constitution. What concerned the opponents of George Papandreou most about him was his son. Andreas Papandreou, who had been head of the economics department at the University of California at Berkeley and a minister in his father's cabinet, was destined for a leading role in the new government. He was by no means the wild-eyed radical. In the United States, Andreas had been an active substitutor of such quintessential liberals as Adlai Stevenson and Hubert Humphrey. His 244. Greece 1964–1974. Economic views, wrote Washington Post columnist Marquis Childs, were those of the American New Deal. But Andreas Papandreou did not disguise his wish to take Greece out of the Cold War. He publicly questioned the wisdom of the country remaining in NATO, or at least remaining in it as a satellite of the United States. He leaned toward opening relations with the Soviet Union and other communist countries on Greece's border. He argued that the swollen American military and intelligence teams in Greece compromised the nation's freedom of action. And he viewed the Greek army as a threat to democracy, wishing to purge it of its most dictatorial and royalist-minded senior officers. Andreas Papandreou's notions were worse than his bite, as his later presidency was to amply demonstrate. But in Lyndon Johnson's Washington, if you were not totally and unquestioningly with us, you were agin us. Johnson felt that Andreas, who had become a naturalized U.S. citizen, had betrayed America. Said LBJ. We gave the son of a bitch American citizenship, didn't we? He was an American, with all the rights and privileges. And he had sworn allegiance to the flag. And then he gave up his American citizenship. He went back to just being a Greek. You can't trust a man who breaks his oath of allegiance to the flag of these United States. Degree. What, then, are we to make of the fact that Andreas Papandreou was later reported to have worked with the CIA in the early 1960s? If true, it would not have been incompatible with being a liberal, particularly at that time. It was incompatible, as he subsequently learned, only with his commitment to a Greece independent from U.S. foreign policy. As for the elder Papandreou, his anti-communist credentials were impeccable, dating back to his role as a British installed Prime Minister during the Civil War against the left in 1944–45. But he, too, showed stirrings of independence from the Western superpower. He refused to buckle under Johnson's pressure to compromise with Turkey over Cyprus. He accepted an invitation to visit Moscow, and when his government said that it would accept Soviet aid in preparation for a possible war with Turkey, the U.S. Embassy demanded an explanation. Moreover, in an attempt to heal the old wounds of the Civil War, Papandreou began to reintroduce certain civil liberties and to readmit into Greece some of those who had fought against the government in the Civil War period. When Andreas Papandreou assumed his ministerial duties in 1964, he was shocked to discover what is now a fact of life for every techno-industrial state in the world, an intelligence service gone wild, a shadow government with powers beyond the control of the nation's nominal leaders. This, thought Papandreou, accounted for many of the obstacles the government was encountering in trying to carry out its 9 Lyses. 245. The Greek Intelligence Service, KYP, as we have seen, was created by the OSS/CIA in the course of the Civil War, with hundreds of its officers receiving training in the United States. One of these men, George Papadopoulos, was the leader of the junta that seized power in 1967. Andreas Papandreou found that the KYP routinely bugged ministerial conversations and turned the data over to the CIA. Accordingly, he dismissed the two top KYP men and replaced them with reliable officers. The new director was ordered to protect the cabinet from surveillance. He came back apologetically, recalls Papandreou, to say he couldn't do it. All the equipment was American, controlled by the CIA or Greeks under CIA supervision. There was no kind of distinction between the two services. They duplicated functions in a counterpart relationship. In effect, they were a single agency. The Greek minister's order to abolish the bugging of the cabinet inspired the deputy chief of mission of the U.S. Embassy, Norbert Anschutz, to visit him. Anschutz demanded that Papandreou rescind the order. Andreas demanded that the American leave his office, which he did, but not before warning that there would be consequences. Papandreou then requested that a thorough search be made of his home and office for electronic devices by the new KYP deputy director. It wasn't until much later, says Andreas, that we discovered he'd simply planted a lot of new bugs. And behold, we'd brought in another American paid operative as our No. 26. An endeavor by the younger Papandreou to end the practice of KYP's funds coming directly from the CIA without passing through any Greek ministry also met with failure, but he did succeed in transferring the man who had been liaison between the two agencies for several years. This was George Papadopoulos. The change in his position, however, appears to have amounted to little more than a formality, for the organization still took orders from him, even afterwards. Greek opposition politicians who sought the ear of James Potts, CIA chief in Athens before the coup, were often told, "See George, he's my boy." In mid-February 1967, a meeting took place in the White House, reported Marquis Childs, to discuss CIA reports which left no doubt that a military coup was in the making. It could hardly have been a secret. Since 1947 the Greek army and the American military aid group in Athens, numbering several hundred, have worked as part of the same team. The solemn question was whether by some subtle political intervention the coup could be prevented and thus preserve parliamentary government. It was decided that no course of. Many Western intelligence agencies have long provided the CIA with information about their own government and citizens, and the CIA has reciprocated on occasion. The nature of much of this information has been such that if a private citizen were to pass it to a foreign power he could be charged with treason. 246. Greece 1964 to 1974. Action was feasible. As one of the senior civilians present recalls it, Walt Rostow, the president's advisor on national security affairs, closed the meeting with these words, "I hope you understand, gentlemen, that what we have concluded here, or rather have failed to conclude, makes the future course of events in Greece inevitable." A CIA report dated January 23, 1967 had specifically named the Papadopoulos group as one plotting a coup, and was apparently one of the reports discussed at the February meeting. Of the cabal of 5 officers which took power in April, 4, reportedly, were intimately connected to the American military or to the CIA in Greece. The 5th man had been brought in because of the armored units he commanded. George Papadopoulos emerged as the de facto leader, taking the title of Prime Minister later in the year. The catchword amongst old hands of the U.S. military mission in Greece was that Papadopoulos was the first CIA agent to become premier of a European country. Many Greeks consider this to be the simple truth, reported Charles Foley in The Observer of London. Happy face, at the time of the coup, Papadopoulos had been on the CIA payroll for some 15 years. Another reason for the success of their marriage may have been the colonel's World War II record. When the Germans invaded Greece, Papadopoulos served as a captain in the Nazi security battalions whose main task was to track down Greek resistance fighters. Happy face, he was, it is said, a great believer in Hitler's New Order, and his later record in power did little to cast doubt upon that claim. Foley writes that when he mentioned the junta leader's pro-German background to an American military advisor he met at a party in Athens, the American hinted that it was related to Papadopoulos' subservience to U.S. wishes. George gives good value, he smiled, because there are documents in Washington he wouldn't like let out. Happy face. Foley relates that under Papadopoulos' intense official propaganda portrayed communism as the only enemy Greece had ever had and minimized the German occupation until even Nazi atrocities were seen as provoked by the communists. This rewriting of history clearly reflects the dictator's concern at the danger that the gap in his official biography may someday be filled in. As part of the rewriting, members of the security battalions became heroes of the resistance. Happy face. It was torture, however, which most indelibly marked the 7-year Greek nightmare. James Beckett, an American attorney sent to Greece by Amnesty International, wrote in December 1969 that a conservative estimate would place at not less than 2,000 the number of people tortured. Happy face. It was an odious task for Beckett to talk to some of the victims. People had been mercilessly tortured simply for being in possession of a leaflet criticizing the regime. Brutality and cruelty on one side, frustration and helplessness on the other. They were being tortured and there was nothing to be done. It was like listening to a friend who has cancer. What comfort, what wise. 247. Reflection. Can someone who is comfortable give? Torture might last a short time, but the person will never be the same. Beckett reported that some torturers had told prisoners that some of their equipment had come as U.S. military aid. A special thick white double cable whip was one item, another was the head screw, known as an iron wreath, which was progressively tightened around the head or ears. The Amnesty delegation described a number of the other torture methods commonly employed. Among these were a. Beating the soles of the feet with a stick or pipe. After 4 months of this, the soles of one prisoner were covered with thick scar tissue. Another was crippled by broken bones. b. Numerous incidents of sexually oriented torture, shoving fingers or an object into the vagina and twisting and tearing brutally, also done with the anus, or a tube was inserted into the anus and water driven in under very high pressure. c. Techniques of gagging. The throat is grasped in such a way that the windpipe is cut off, or a filthy rag, often soaked in urine, is shoved down the throat. Gags dipped in excrement were also used. d. Tearing out the hair from the head and the pubic region. e. Jumping on the stomach. f. Pulling out toenails and fingernails. These were not the worst. The worst is what one reads in the many individual testimonies. But these are simply too lengthy to be repeated here. The junta's response to the first amnesty report was to declare that it was comprised of charges emanating from international communism and to hire public relations firms in New York and London to improve its image. In 1969, the European Commission of Human Rights found Greece guilty of torture, murder, and other violations. The Council of Europe, a consultative body of 18 European states, under which the Commission falls, was preparing to expel Greece for these reasons and particularly for its abolition of parliamentary democracy. The Council rejected categorically Greece's claim that it had been in danger of a communist takeover. Amnesty International has reported that the United States, though not a member of the Council, actively applied diplomatic pressure on member states not to vote for the expulsion. The European members, said Amnesty, believed that only the United States had the power to bring about changes in Greece, yet it chose only to defend the junta on the specific issue of torture. Amnesty's report concluded that Greece 1964 to 1974. American policy on the torture question as expressed in official statements and official testimony has been to deny it where possible and minimize it where denial was not possible. This policy flowed naturally from general support for the military regime. As matters transpired, Greece walked out before the Council could formalize the expulsion. In a world grown increasingly hostile, the support of the world's most powerful nation was sine qua non for the Greek junta. The two governments thrived upon each other. Said the American ambassador to Greece, Henry Tosca, "This is the most anti-communist group you'll find anywhere. There is just no place like Greece to offer these facilities with the backup of the kind of government you have got here." The facilities the ambassador was referring to were dozens of U.S. military installations, from nuclear missile bases to major communication sites, housing tens of thousands of American servicemen. The United States, in turn, provided the junta with ample military hardware despite an official congressional embargo, as well as the police equipment required by the Greek authorities to maintain their rigid control. In an attempt to formally end the embargo, the Nixon administration asked Papadopoulos to make some gesture towards constitutional government which the White House could then sign into. The Greek Prime Minister was to be assured, said a secret White House document, that the administration would take at face value and accept without reservation any such gesture. U.S. Vice President Spiro Agnew, on a visit to the land of his ancestors, was moved to exalt the achievements of the Greek government and its constant cooperation with U.S. needs and wishes. One of the satisfied needs Agnew may have had in mind was the contribution made by the junta to the 1968 Nixon-Agnew election campaign. Apart from any other consideration, it was suspected that this was money given to the junta by the CIA finding its way back to Washington. A Senate investigation of this question was abruptly cancelled at the direct request of Henry Kissinger. Perhaps nothing better captures the mystique of the bond felt by the Greeks to their American guardians than the story related about Chief Inspector Basil Lambro, one of Athens' well-known torturers. Hundreds of prisoners have listened to the little speech given by Inspector Basil Lambro, who sits behind his desk which displays the red, white, and blue clasped hands symbol of American aid. He tries to show the prisoner the absolute futility of resistance. You make yourself ridiculous by thinking you can do anything. The world is divided in two. There are the communists on that side and on this side the free world. The Russians and the Americans, no one else. What are we? Americans. Behind me there is the government, behind the government is NATO, behind NATO is the US. You can't fight us, we are Americans. Amnesty International adds that some torturers would tell their victims things like, "The Human Rights Commission can't help you now. The Red Cross 249 can do nothing for you. Tell them all, it will do no good, you are helpless." The torturers from the start, said Amnesty, had said that the United States supported them and that was what counted. Happy face. In November 1, 973, a falling out within the Greek inner circle culminated in the ousting of Papadopoulos and his replacement by Col. Demetrius Lounides. Commander of the military police, torturer, graduate of American training in anti-subversive techniques, confidant of the CIA. Lounides named as Prime Minister a Greek-American, A. Androutsopoulos, who came to Greece after the Second World War as an official employee of the CIA, a fact of which Mr. Androutsopoulos had often boasted. 8 months later, the Lounides regime overthrew the government of Cyprus. It was a fatal miscalculation. Turkey invaded Cyprus and the reverberations in Athens resulted in the military giving way to a civilian government. The Greek nightmare had come to an end. Much of the story of American complicity in the 1967 coup and its aftermath may never be known. At the trials held in 1975 of junta members and torturers, many witnesses made reference to the American role. This may have been the reason a separate investigation of this aspect was scheduled to be undertaken by the Greek Court of Appeals. But it appears that no information resulting from this inquiry, if it actually took place, was ever announced. Philip Dean, upon returning to Greece several months after the civilian government took over, was told by leading politicians that for the sake of preserving good relations with the U.S., the evidence of U.S. complicity will not be made fully public. Andreas Papandreou had been arrested at the time of the coup and held in prison for 8 months. Shortly after his release, he and his wife Margaret visited the American ambassador Phillips Talbot in Athens. Papandreou related the following. I asked Talbot whether America could have intervened the night of the coup, to prevent the death of democracy in Greece. He denied that they could have done anything about it. Then Margaret asked a critical question, what if the coup had been a communist or a leftist coup? Talbot answered without hesitation. Then, of course, they would have intervened, and they would have crushed the coup. 250. 36 Bolivia 1964 to 1975 tracking down Che Guevara in the land of coup d'état. Victor Paz Estensaro was given a choice when he was overthrown by yet another Bolivian military coup. He could be taken. One of the officers told him either to the cemetery, or to the airport. The president opted to fly to Lima and exile. The man who led the coup in November 1964 and replaced Paz was none other than his vice president, General René Barrientos Ortuño. It marks something like the 185th change of government in Bolivia's 139 years of independence from Spanish rule, very few by-elections. Paz was unseated despite support from the American ambassador Douglas Henderson, for it happened that both the CIA and the Pentagon wanted the president out. Barrientos, the former commander of the Air Force, had formed a close relationship with both institutions, primarily through the person of Col. Edward Fox, his flying instructor and drinking companion dating back to the Bolivians' military training days in the United States. The year 1964 found Fox in the Bolivian capital of La Paz working with the CIA, though listed officially as a military attaché. Not surprisingly, Cuba was one of the sore points between the American colonel and the Bolivian president. Paz had directly opposed American policy by voting against Cuba's expulsion from the Organization of American States in 1962, by declining to join in on the OAS sanctions against the Castro government 2 years later, and by refusing to break diplomatic relations with Cuba. It was not until August 1, 1964, when Bolivian-American relations were just short of an open quarrel, that Paz finally broke with the United States bête noire. It was a case of conforming or of facing a severe cut in United States aid, observed a New York Times editorial. The Bolivian government's attempts to attract economic aid and investment from countries other than the United States, such as the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, were a further source of friction between the two countries. Here, too, the Bolivians eventually yielded. Although Fox and Ambassador Henderson were divided deeply, it has been said, on the question of Paz remaining in office, both were uneasy about the political and economic power wielded by the tin miners and their 251. Leader Juan Lechin, the former vice president who was an open candidate for Paz's job. The miners controlled their own area of the country, they had their own radio station and their own armed militia, they were intensely opposed to the military, and they were seen as a force potentially more radical than the president. A volatile 4-month strike in the mines in mid-1963, which reached crisis proportion, could only have served to ring the alarm bells louder in the American embassy. The Minister of Mines under Paz, René Zavaleta Mercado, later wrote that for over a year and a half, the American embassy, in the form of Mr. Henderson, urged with almost weekly regularity that the army be sent to the mining zones, and threatened that otherwise would be suspended. Although Paz recognized the challenge to his own rule posed by the miners and Lechin, the likely political damage ensuing from an armed intervention was more than he was willing to risk. The very existence of an army to send in owed more than a little to American efforts to rebuild the shattered Bolivian armed forces. In 1952 that rarity had occurred: an armed popular revolt had defeated the military, displaced the oligarchy, nationalized the tin mines, instituted land reform, and set up a new government under the Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario. The MNR reduced the military to a small, impotent, and discredited force, at the same time fostering people's militias. Decades of coups and other abuses had cut a wide swathe of anti-military sentiment across the Bolivian population. Despite the entreaties of certain segments of the left, however, the traditional armed forces were not completely dismantled. It proved to be a fatal error for the MNR and the country's fledgling democratic institutions. Primarily to serve as a counterweight to the strength of the militias, and because of American pressure, both Paz and his predecessor had permitted, however reluctantly, the slow but certain rejuvenation of the military. Under U.S. guidance, the Bolivian Army became the first in Latin America to launch a civic action program building roads, schools, etc., designed to improve its image amongst the population. The United States employed its potent economic leverage to spur a distinctly more favorable government policy towards the military*1, which allowed the U.S. to professionalize the armed forces. More money followed, more recruits, new equipment. Selected officers were sent to the United States for training. Political indoctrination courses for officers given by MNR adherents and academics were allowed to lapse, and were replaced by indoctrination at the U.S. School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. By 1964, some 1,200 Bolivian officers and men had received training either in the United States or Panama, including 20 of the American manipulation and control of the Bolivian economy was too extensive and intricate to detail here. Suffice it to note the analysis of the New York Times written shortly after the coup: no country in the Western Hemisphere is more dependent on Washington's aid, and nowhere has the United States Embassy played a more obtrusive role in establishing THIRD. 252. Bolivia 1964 to 1975. 23 senior army officers. The military had come a long way towards recouping its former size and efficiency, its prestige and its independence. The School of the Americas, observed the Washington Post in 1968, counts so many important Latin officers as alumni that it is known throughout Latin America as the Escuela de Golpes or coup school. Whether the American motivation for reviving the military derived from a desire for an eventual military takeover is impossible to say. At a minimum, it evidenced a basic distrust of the Bolivian Revolution with its potential for genuine independence from the United States, and, given the country's history, the culmination of the military process would appear to have been plainly inevitable. The Pentagon has long seen the military of Latin America as its natural partners, the proper nation builders. This conviction was spelled out by Col. Truman F. Cook of the American Military Assistance Mission in Bolivia in the foreword to a pamphlet on the use of the Army in civic action programs. In the pamphlet, published in Bolivia in 1964 and authored by Bolivian Lt. Col. Julio Sanjins, a confidant of Pentagon and CIA officers, Cook wrote: "The military organization is perhaps the only institution endowed with the organization, order, discipline, and self-sacrificing attitude towards objectives for the common good. Should political and economic institutions fail, then there is a real possibility that the military would move in against graft and corruption in government, naive to assume that they might not move to power in a classic sense. Another unknown is, at what point Barrientos and his co-conspirators actually decided to oust Paz. What is certain is, 1. The general's ascendancy to the office of vice president was a crucial part of the process. 2. The role played by the CIA and the Pentagon in obtaining that office for Barrientos was sine qua non. At the MNR's convention in January 1964, Paz sidestepped Barrientos, who had made his candidacy known, and chose a civilian, Federico Fortune, to be his running mate. Barrientos proved to be a bad loser. He declared publicly that the nomination was a mistake and continued politicking, finally compelling the president to ask for his resignation as Air Force Chief. The general was given 1 week in which to submit it. A few days later, however, a scenario began to unfold which grabbed Barrientos from the edge of the abyss. On the evening of February 25, there supposedly took place a shooting attempt on Barrientos' life. Some accounts have the general near death, others only wounded. In either event, it does appear rather incongruous that he was moved by military vehicle to the airport and then flown in a U.S. Air Force plane to an American hospital in the Panama Canal Zone 2,000 miles away. No Bolivian doctor ever examined Barrientos. In the days following, while Barrientos was still in the hospital following a lengthy obturation, he was extolled as a national hero by the press in Bolivia. This was particularly the case with El Diario, an influential, conservative and strongly anti-Paz newspaper. According to the later testimony of a member of Barrientos' new cabinet, some of the newspaper's staff worked with the CIA. 253. Equally significant is the fact that one of El Diario's board members was the aforementioned Lt. Col. Sanjins. Sanjins, a graduate of West Point, was an employee of the U.S. Embassy, working on Alliance for Progress programs. After the coup he was appointed Minister of Economics, later Ambassador to Washington. The press coverage included the story that Barrientos' life was spared only because the bullet had struck the U.S. Air Force Silver Wings which he wore on his uniform. This became the Silver Bullet affair and great sympathy was generated for the courageous general. On top of this, notes one historian of Bolivia, the commander of the army and the political opposition hinted publicly that Paz's police had been responsible for the alleged attack. Strong pressures from other high officers as well were exerted upon Paz to vindicate both himself and Barrientos by belatedly including the general on the ticket, and Paz felt he could not refuse. 10 days after the mysterious incident, the president dumped Forcian, replaced him with Barrientos, and went on to re-election. Barrientos himself has conceded that without the silver bullet, he would never have become vice president. His 8 months as candidate and as vice president in office served, in turn, to tie up all the loose ends required for the military to return from 2 years in the political wilderness and stage their coup with a minimum of opposition, indeed, with a measure of support. Barrientos' ascendancy furnished a distinct legitimacy to the military, and the general regularly used his platform to champion the armed forces and defend it against the deep-seated anti-militarism. He denounced the militias, called for their dissolution, and took the anomalous step of undermining the government of which he was the vice president by publicly reproaching the president and the MNR particularly when they were critical of the military and by throwing his support to anti-government groups. These tactics served to show up the president's weakness and succeeded in rallying to Barrientos' side many of the military officers who had been dubious about the wisdom or safety of re-entering the political arena and unsure of their own political muscle. It appears that little if anything further was heard of Barrientos' injury. Although during this period he miraculously escaped several other reported assassination attempts, including a bomb which blew up his car when no one was in it and another bomb which somehow found its way to under his bed. He used the latter occasion to declare that he had more enemies within the MNR than in the ranks of the opposition. Paz Estancaro had been re-elected because the opposition claiming, amongst other things, unfair electoral procedure had decided to abstain. Without pausing for breath, the masochistic, tangled mess that is Bolivian politics continued at his throat. Widespread discontent, arising from long-standing grievances and fueled by a conflux of personal ambitions, erupted in a series of strikes, demonstrations, and violent confrontations, with Barrientos lending his weight to the dissident elements, attacking the beleaguered president. 254. Bolivia 1964 to 1975. And taking upon himself the role of the defender of order. In October, the vice president withdrew to his hometown and declared himself a rebel. This period of public chaos and government crisis may have hastened the timing of the coup, at the same time convincing some still reluctant officers who were disgusted by the constant civilian warfare. When the military finally made its move against Paz at the beginning of November, it was not unwelcomed by various segments of the population. 3 years later, the Washington Post's veteran Latin America correspondent John Goshko reps root that Paz still insists that Fox was behind his ouster. Among Bolivians with an awareness of politics, it is hard to find anyone who disagrees. René Barrientos pressed an unrelenting hard line against the miners. He inflicted upon them an extraordinary 50% cut in salary. Miners' boss Juan Lechin and other union and MNR leaders were ordered into exile and a principal labor confederation was banned. All Bolivian unions were directed to reorganize under guidelines designed to produce an apolitical labor movement. Then the army moved in. Repeated invasions and occupations of the mining camps over a period of time were needed to pacify the ultra-militant miners. The fighting was bloody. 70 miners lost their lives in one raid alone. La Noche de San Juan, as it came to be known. Degree the revolution of 1952 had come to an end. The United States was not a disinterested observer. In February 1966, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, presenting his department's regular assessment of the international situation, told a congressional committee, "Violence in the mining areas and in the cities of Bolivia has continued to occur intermittently, and we are assisting this country to improve the training and equipping of its military forces." This was all that the Defense Secretary had to report about Bolivia, a routine report, routinely delivered by the quintessential technocrat, as if the American action was the most natural thing in the world. As natural as American financial contributions to Barrientos. Antonio Arguedas, Minister of the Interior under Barrientos, later disclosed that the CIA contributed $600,000 to the Bolivian leader in 1966 when he decided to hold an election. Other right-wing parties received lesser sums. Arguedas, an admitted agent of the CIA who, in 1968, gave the world Che Guevara's diary, claiming that the agency had pushed him too hard, also revealed that Gulf Oil Corp donated $200,000 to Barrientos' campaign as well as a helicopter for his tours around the provinces. Gulf subsequently admitted that it had paid Bolivian officials, mainly Barrientos, a total of $460,000 in political contributions during the period 1966 to 69 at the CIA's recommendation, although the company may have needed but little prodding, for the Bolivian president had opened up the 255 economy to multinationals to a greater degree than his predecessors, bestowing upon Gulf especially generous concessions. In the 2 years following the disappearance of Che Guevara from public view in early 1965, rumors had placed him at different times in the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Guatemala, the Congo, China, Vietnam, and even New York, always plotting revolution with some menacing and inscrutable bunch of desperados. Word also had it that he had gone mad and was confined to an asylum somewhere, or that he had been imprisoned or executed by his erstwhile comrade in arms Fidel Castro for challenging Castro's authority. These latter stories or others like them may have been CIA handiwork. The agency, ever inventive, had begun generating unfavorable press speculation about Guevara's disappearance as early as autumn 1965 in the hope that he would reappear in order to put an end to the tales. When evidence began to drift back to CIA headquarters in early 1967 that Che was leading a band of guerrillas in the southern mountains of Bolivia, there was understandable skepticism amongst some agency officials. Nevertheless, obsessed as the CIA was with tracking down the legendary guerrilla, a multi-phased operation was put into motion. In April, American military supplies suitable for combating guerrilla forces began to arrive in Bolivia: light arms, communication equipment, helicopters, etc. At the end of the month, a unit of 16 Green Berets was dispatched from Fort Golic in the Panama Canal Zone to Bolivia to provide on-the-spot training in counterinsurgency tactics to a hand-picked battalion of Bolivian Rangers who had little or no experience in the real thing. The Green Berets had at their disposal a team of experts in communications, intelligence, and reconnaissance work, and, before long, aerial photographs taken of approximately 23,500 square miles of southern Bolivia. This undertaking made use of an infrared detection system, sensitive to thermal radiation rather than visible light, and as such could be employed at night and on cloudy days. The infrared cameras were able to discriminate targets having less than 1 degree temperature difference with their background, thus picking up campfires, vehicles, even people. The guerrillas, however, rarely built fires or used vehicles. Happy Face, in La Paz, the CIA station informed Interior Minister Arguedas that it was sending him several advisors whose presence was required, it was stated, because of the ineffectiveness of Bolivia's intelligence services. A few days later, according to Arguedas, 4 Cuban exiles arrived and assumed their advisory positions in his ministry. One of them proceeded to set up 2 houses of interrogation where Bolivians suspected of aiding the guerrillas were brought for questioning. When Arguedas learned of this, and that in some cases the Cubans were resorting to torture, he was furious and demanded that the CIA put a stop to the operation. Happy Face, other Cuban CIA agents were attached to the military high command and sent to the area of guerrilla fighting to collect detailed information from 256. Bolivia 1964 to 1975. Prisoners and peasants. This kind of investigation probably contributed more to locating the elusive Guevara than did the CIA's assortment of technological marvels, although the ultimate value of the agency's role cannot be stated with any precision. What is clear, however, is that it was a case of overkill. Che's guerrilla movement never amounted to much of a threat. Barely more than 50 men and 1 woman at its peak, reduced to less than half that number at the end, the rebels could show to their credit only a scattering of skirmishes with the army. They had been largely ignored by the left and hardly swam like fish in the peasants' sea. The inhabitants of this region, wrote Che in his diary, are as impenetrable as rocks. You speak to them, but in the deepness of their eyes you can see that they do not believe you. On October 8, 1967, Che Guevara was captured. The next day the Bolivian government ordered his execution in cold blood despite the vociferous objections of CIA men in the country who clung to the hope that Guevara would eventually talk openly about his sundry guerrilla adventures. Following the death of René Barrientos in April 1, 1969, Bolivia's statesmen soon reverted to their normal Byzantine convolutions. For a start, the vice president who succeeded Barrientos lasted but 5 months before being ousted by General Alfredo Ovando Candia. Ovando's long-held nationalist sentiments came to the fore. In his first month, he nationalized the Gulf oil Corex, ration. The prevailing attitude toward the multinational, said Bolivian leaders, was that Gulf constituted itself as a shadow government of vast powers over a poor land. The nationalization left Bolivia open, as the New York Times expressed it in December, to the wrath of the United States. Since the seizure, the United States, which has been the mainstay of Bolivia's economy for years, has indicated that further aid will not be forthcoming. Washington has not been impressed by Bolivia's offer to compensate Gulf for the property, which is valued at $1.40 million, about 50% or more than Bolivia's annual budget. 2 Bolivian cabinet ministers interviewed this week said privately that the United States and Argentina were aware, as were most educated people in this capital, that well-financed groups were plotting to overthrow the new Bolivian regime. This was followed by a dispatch from La Paz of Interpress Service reporting that the United States was planning to bring down the Ovando government through economic strangulation. Then, 2 days later, the government alerted the public about a conspiracy that was being organized by the CIA in close collaboration with Gulf Oil and some Bolivian rightists. What fire all this smoke pointed to is not known. Ovando, who had walked the corridors of the Bolivian power structure for many years, was no stranger to CIA intrigue in his country, and he may have seen the bright spotlight of publicity as 257. The only means of forestalling his overthrow. This would also explain why, in January 1, 1970, the government made it a point to announce the ordinary, that it had uncovered a CIA office in La Paz with radio transmission and bugging equipment. The same month, Ovando also advocated a rapprochement with Cuba, and it looked like he and the CIA were on a collision course. But then, it seems, someone got to Ovando with an offer he couldn't refuse. Slowly but surely, the president drifted to the right, amongst other indications, Several anti-US student demonstrations were firmly put down by the police, nothing more was heard about Cuba, and Ovando removed General Juan José Torres as commander of the armed forces, a man highly regarded by most of the Bolivian left. By September, matters had progressed to the point that State Department officials were publicly expressing concern that a deepening split between the Ovando government and its former leftist allies was on the brink of open showdown and might result in a communist government. Washington's information about the internal Bolivian struggle was not without substance. 2 weeks later, a military revolt and power struggle erupted. General Ovando was out. General Torres was in. Ovando had lasted 1 year. Juan José Torres' 10 months in office produced the archetypical Latin American political drama. In the opening act, Torres did all the things which make Washington officials see red. He made overtures of friendship to Allende's Chile and Castro's Cuba, increased commercial ties with the Soviet Union, nationalized tin mines owned by American interests, expelled the Peace Corps, and closed down the Inter-American Regional Labor Organization. On top of all this, Torres indulged at times in Marxist rhetoric, talking of workers' and peasants' power and the like. 34. Act 2 brought on stage one Hugo Banzer, a Bolivian colonel with long and close ties to the American military establishment. He too had attended the Escuela de Golpes in Panama. Later there was further military training at Fort Hood in Texas, eventually, a posting to Washington as Bolivian military attaché. Along the way he picked up the Order of Military Merit from the United States government. Banzer was also reported to be one of the beneficiaries of Gulf Oil's largesse when he served in Barrientos' cabinet. In January 1971, Col. Banzer led a coup attempt which led to nothing except his own exile to Argentina. The CIA in La Paz had known of Banzer's plan at least 2 weeks earlier, and had advised Washington of it. Over the next 6 months, as Banzer and his military cohorts diligently plotted their next attempt to oust Torres, Banzer regularly crossed over the Argentine border into Bolivia, where he was in close contact with U.S. Major Robert London, an advisor to the Bolivian Air Force School in Santa Cruz. 258. Bolivia 1964 to 1975. Act 3, or the coup which succeeded, took place in August, a few days after Torres had announced an agreement with the Soviet Union for a major development of the Bolivian iron industry. Happy face, a few days before he was to meet with Salvador Allende to re-establish diplomatic relations with Chile. When the plotters were in military control of Santa Cruz, a breakdown in their radio communications network caused a delay in rallying other Bolivian military units to their side. At this moment, Major London stepped in to fill the breach by placing the U.S. Air Force radio system at the rebels' disposal. Happy face, how important this aid was to the success of the coup, which turned out to be very bloody, or what London's role was otherwise, has not been determined. 1 week later, the San Francisco Chronicle reported that the coup was part of a far-reaching movement, backed by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, to seize power in a total of 6 South American republics. Although it has been officially denied, CIA money, training and advice was liberally given to the rebel strategists who masterminded overthrow of Bolivia's leftist president Juan José Torres. Happy face, in the finale, we find that the military political front which took power was so far to the right that one of its parties called itself by the customary fascist designation Phalange, and that Banzer immediately announced that his government would maintain very close relations with the United States, efforts to restore ties with Cuba and Chile would be abandoned, the trend toward nationalizations would halt, some already completed nationalizations would be rescinded, the government would welcome private foreign investment, and all schools would be closed for at least 4 months because they were hotbeds of political subversive agitation provoked by anarchists opposed to the new institutional order. Before long, the government ordered the entire Soviet embassy to leave the country, and Banzer eventually raised a foreign loan to pay Gulf Oil greatly increased compensation. At the same time, the time-honored scene known popularly as Reign of Terror was performed. Within the first 2 years of the new regime, more than 2,000 persons were arrested for political reasons without being brought to trial. All the fundamental laws protecting human rights were regularly violated. Torture was commonly used on prisoners during interrogation. Beaten, raped and forced to undergo simulated executions. Hung for hours with their hands tied behind their backs. By 1975, Catholic religious groups and clergy had taken upon themselves the dangerous burden of speaking out in defense of human rights in Bolivia. The Banzer government responded with a calculated and methodical campaign to divide the church, to isolate its progressive members, harass and censor them, and smear them as communists. Foreign priests and nuns, who made up the bulk of the country's clergy, were especially vulnerable to arrest and deportation. One of them, an American missionary from Iowa, Father Raymond Herman, was found murdered. The CIA, it has been reported, assisted the Bolivian government in this endeavor by providing full information on certain priests' personal data, studies, friends, addresses, writings, contacts abroad, etc. The agency, with 259. Its international data network, was particularly valuable concerning the foreign clergy. I will observe the Constitution, said Banzer, whenever it does not contradict military decrees. Since the formulation of the current Bolivian government in August 1971, stated a report of the U.S. Comptroller General's Office in 1975, the objective of U.S. military assistance has been to provide stability and security. To assist in the objective, the United States provides materiel and training to develop adequate counterinsurgent forces. In 1978, Hugo Banzer was overthrown in yet another Bolivian coup. The new Bolivian strongman, former Air Force General Juan Perita Aspen, announced, as Banzer had announced, that he was saving the nation from international 37. Guatemala 1962–1980s, a less publicized final solution. Indians tell harrowing stories of village raids in which their homes have been burned, men tortured hideously and killed, women raped, and scarce crops destroyed. It is Guatemala's final solution to insurgency. Only mass slaughter of the Indians will prevent them joining a mass uprising. This newspaper item appeared in 1983. Very similar stories have appeared many times in the world press since 1966, for Guatemala's final solution has been going on rather longer than the more publicized one of the Nazis. It would be difficult to exaggerate the misery of the mainly Indian peasants and urban poor of Guatemala, who make up 3/4 of the population of this beautiful land so favored by American tourists. The particulars of their existence derived from the literature of this period sketch a caricature of human life. In a climate where everything grows, very few escape the daily ache of hunger or the progressive malnutrition. Almost half the children die before the age of 5, the leading cause of death in the country is gastroenteritis. Highly toxic pesticides sprayed indiscriminately by airplanes, at times directly onto the heads of peasants, leave a trail of poisoning and death. Public health services in rural areas are virtually non-existent, the same for public. 260. Guatemala 1962–1980s. Education. Near total illiteracy. A few hundred families possess almost all the arable land. Thousands of families without land, without work, jammed together in communities of cardboard and tin houses, with no running water or electricity, a sea of mud during the rainy season, sharing their bathing and toilet facilities with the animal kingdom. Men on coffee plantations earning 20 or 50 cents a day, living in situations closely resembling concentration camps. Looked upon by other Guatemalans more as beasts of burden than human. A large plantation to sell, reads the advertisement, with 200 hectares and 300 Indians. This, then, was what remained of the ancient Mayas, whom the American archaeologist Sylvanus Morley had called the most splendid indigenous people on the planet. The worst was yet to come. We have seen how, in 1954, Guatemala's last reform government, the legally elected regime of Jacobo Arbenz, was overthrown by the United States. And how, in 1960, nationalist elements of the Guatemalan military who were committed to slightly opening the door to change were summarily crushed by the CIA. Before long, the ever-accumulating discontent again issued forth in a desperate lunge towards alleviation, this time in the form of a guerrilla movement, only to be thrown back by a Guatemalan-American operation reminiscent of the Spanish conquistadores in its barbarity. In the early years of the 1960s, the guerrilla movement, with several military officers of the abortive 1960 uprising prominent amongst the leadership, was slowly finding its way, organizing peasant support in the countryside, attacking a military outpost to gather arms, staging a kidnapping or bank robbery to raise money, trying to avoid direct armed clashes with the Guatemalan military. Recruitment amongst the Indian peasants was painfully slow and difficult. People so preoccupied with the daily struggle to stay alive are compelled to devote almost all their energy to that end. People so downtrodden hardly think they even have the right to resist. As fervent Catholics, they tend to believe that their misery is a punishment from God for sinning. Some of the guerrilla leaders flirted with Communist Party and Trotskyist ideas and groups, falling prey to the usual factional splits and arguments. Eventually, no ideology or sentiment dominated the movement more than a commitment to the desperately needed program of land reform aborted by the 1954 coup, a simple desire for a more equitable society, and nationalist pride vis-a-vis the United States. New York Times correspondent Alan Howard, after interviewing guerrilla leader Luis Tercios, wrote, "Though he has suddenly found himself in a position of political leadership, Tercios is essentially a soldier fighting for a new code of honor. If he has an alter ego, it would not be Lenin or Mao or even Castro, whose works he has read and admires, but Augusto Sandino, the Nicaraguan general who fought the U.S. Marines sent to Nicaragua during the Coolidge and Hoover administrations." 261. In March 1962, thousands of demonstrators took to the streets in protest against the economic policies, the deep-rooted corruption, and the electoral fraud of the government of General Miguel Ydigoras Fuentes. Initiated by students, the demonstrations soon picked up support from worker and peasant groups. Police and military forces eventually broke the back of the protests, but not before a series of violent confrontations and a general strike had taken place. The American military mission in Guatemala, permanently stationed there, saw and heard in this, as in the burgeoning guerrilla movement, only the omnipresent communist threat. As U.S. military equipment flowed in, American advisors began to prod a less alarmed and less than aggressive Guatemalan army to take appropriate measures. In May, the United States established a base designed specifically for counterinsurgency training. Set up in the northeast province of Izabal, which, together with adjacent Zacapa province, constituted the area of heaviest guerrilla support, the installation was directed by a team of U.S. Special Forces of Puerto Rican and Mexican descent to make the North American presence less conspicuous. The staff of the base was augmented by 15 Guatemalan officers trained in counterinsurgency at the U.S. military school at Fort Golic in the Panama Canal Zone. Asterisk. American counterinsurgency strategy is typically based on a carrot-and-stick philosophy. Accordingly, while the Guatemalan military were being taught techniques of ambush, booby traps, jungle survival and search-and-destroy warfare, and provided with aircraft and pilot training, a program of civil action was begun in the northeast area. Some wells were built, medicines distributed, school lunches provided, etc., as well as promises of other benefits made, all aimed at stealing a bit of the guerrillas' thunder and reducing the peasants' motivation for furnishing support to them. And with the added bonus of allowing American personnel to reconnoitre guerrilla territory under a non-military cover. Land reform, overwhelmingly the most pressing need in rural Guatemala, was not on the agenda. As matters were to materialize, the attempt at winning the hearts and minds of the peasants proved to be as futile in Guatemala as it did in Southeast Asia. When all the academic papers on social systems engineering were in, and all the counterinsurgency studies of the Rand Corporation and the other think tanks were said and done, the recourse was to terror, unadulterated, dependable terror. Guerrillas, peasants, students, labor leaders, and professional people were jailed or killed by the hundreds to put a halt, albeit temporarily, to the demands for reform. The worst was yet to come. In March 1963, Col. Enrique Peralta Azurdia seized power via a coup, ousting General Ydígoras. Peralta was reported at the time to have made discreet soundings as to what the American reaction would be before making his move. 262. Guatemala 1962–1980s. The United States, which can discourage a coup in Latin America with a frown, gave the colonel at least its tacit approval because Ydígoras was planning to step down from the presidency in 1964, thus leaving the door open to an election. At the time, Ydígoras had given permission for the return to Guatemala of Juan José Arevalo, who had led a reform government before Arbenz and still had a strong following. Like the Guatemalan army, Washington, including President Kennedy personally, believed that a free election would reinstate Arevalo to power in a government bent upon the same kind of reforms and independent foreign policy that had led the United States to overthrow Arbenz. The tone of the Peralta administration was characterized by one of its first acts, the murder of 8 political and trade union leaders, accomplished by driving over them with rock-laden trucks. Repressive and brutal as Peralta was, during his 3 years in power, U.S. military advisors felt that the government and the Guatemalan army still did not appreciate sufficiently the threat posed by the guerrillas, still were strangers to the world of unconventional warfare and the systematic methods needed to wipe out the guerrillas once and for all. Despite American urging, the army rarely made forays into the hills. Peralta, moreover, turned out to be somewhat of a nationalist who resented the excessive influence of the United States in Guatemala, particularly in his own sphere, the military. He refused insistent American offers of Green Beret troops trained in guerrilla warfare to fight the rebels, preferring to rely on his own men, and he restricted the number of Guatemalan officers permitted to participate in American training programs abroad. Thus it was that the United States gave its clear and firm backing to a civilian, one Julio César Méndez Montenegro, in the election held in March 1966. Méndez won the election, that is, what passes for an election in Guatemala, and committed his regime to something approaching the final solution while granting the United States the free hand it had been chafing at the bit for. He served another important function for the United States, as a civilian. And one with genuine liberal credentials. Méndez could be pointed to by the Johnson administration as a response to human rights critics at home. However, whatever social conscience Julio César Méndez may have harbored deep within, he was largely a captive of the Guatemalan army, and his administration far exceeded Peralta's in its cruelty. Yet the army did not trust this former law school professor in the rarefied atmosphere of Guatemala. Some military men regarded him as a communist, and on at least 2 occasions, the United States had to intervene to stifle a coup attempt against him. Within days after Méndez took office in July, U.S. Col. John D. Weber, Jr. arrived in Guatemala to take command of the American military mission. Time magazine later described his role. Weber immediately expanded counterinsurgency training within Guatemala's 5,000-man army, brought in U.S. jeeps, trucks, communications equipment, and helicopters to give the army more firepower and mobility, and breathed new life into the army's civic action program. Towards the end of 1966, the army was able to launch a major drive against the guerrilla strongholds. To aid in the drive. 263. The army also hired and armed local bands of civilian collaborators licensed to kill peasants whom they considered guerrillas or potential guerrillas. There were those who doubted the wisdom of encouraging such measures in violence-prone Guatemala, but Weber was not among them. "That's the way this country is," he said. "The communists are using everything they have, including terror. And it must be met. Carried. The last was for home consumption." There was never any comparison between the two sides as to the quantity and cruelty of their terror, as well as in the choice of targets. With rare exceptions, the left attacked only legitimate political and military enemies, clear and culpable symbols of their foe, and they did not torture, nor take vengeance against the families of their enemies. In the period October 1966 to March 1968, Amnesty International estimated, somewhere between 3,000 and 8,000 Guatemalans were killed by the police, the military, right-wing death squads, and assorted groups of civilian anti-communist vigilantes. By 1972, the number of their victims was estimated at 13,000. 4 years later the count exceeded 20,000, murdered or disappeared without a trace. Anyone attempting to organize a union or other undertaking to improve the lot of the peasants, or simply suspected of being in support of the guerrillas, was subject. Unknown, armed men broke into their homes and dragged them away to unknown places. Their tortured or mutilated or burned bodies found buried in a mass grave, or floating in plastic bags in a lake or river, or lying beside the road, hands tied behind the back. Bodies dropped into the Pacific from airplanes. In the Gualan area, it was said, no one fished anymore, too many corpses were caught in the nets. Decapitated corpses, or castrated, or pins stuck in the eyes, a village rounded up, suspected of supplying the guerrillas with men or food or information, all adult males taken away in front of their families, never to be seen again, or everyone massacred, the village bulldozed over to cover the traces. Seldom were the victims actual members of a guerrilla band. One method of torture consisted of putting a hood filled with insecticide over the head of the victim. There was also electric shock to the genital area is the most effective. In those days it was administered by using military field telephones hooked up to small generators. The United States supplied the equipment and the instructions for use to several countries, including South Vietnam, where the large-scale counterinsurgency operation was producing new methods and devices for extracting information from uncooperative prisoners. Some of these techniques were finding their way to Latin America. Degree. Two of whom were John Weber and the U.S. Naval Attaché, assassinated in January 1, 1968. A bulletin later issued by a guerrilla group stated that the assassination had brought to justice the NRI officers who were teaching tactics to the Guatemalan army for its war against the people. 264. Guatemala 1962 to 1980s. The Green Berets taught their Guatemalan trainees various methods of interrogation, but they were not solely classroom warriors. Their presence in the countryside was reported frequently, accompanying Guatemalan soldiers into battle areas. The line separating the advisory role from the combat role is often a matter of public relations. Thomas and Marjorie Melville, American Catholic missionaries in Guatemala from the mid-1950s until the end of 1967, have written that Col. Weber made no secret of the fact that it was his idea and at his instigation that the technique of counter-terror had been implemented by the Guatemalan army in the Zacapa and Izabal areas. Asterisk. The Melvilles wrote also of Major Bernard Westphal of Iowa City, who perished in September 1967 in the crash of a Guatemalan Air Force jet that he was piloting alone. The official notices stated that the U.S. airman was testing the aeroplane. That statement may have been true, but it is also true that it was a common and public topic of conversation at Guatemala's La Aurora Air Base that the major often tested Guatemalan aircraft in strafing and bombing runs against guerrilla encampments in the Northeastern Territory. Carrot. F-51 fighter planes modified by the United States for use against guerrillas in Guatemala. After modification, the planes are capable of patrolling for 5 hours over a limited area. Equipped with 6.50 caliber machine guns and wing mountings for bombs, napalm and 5-inch air-to-ground rockets. The napalm falls on villages, on scarce crops, on people. American pilots take off from Panama, deliver loads of napalm on targets suspected of being guerrilla refuges, and return to Panama. Asterisk. The napalm explodes like fireworks and a mass of brilliant red foam spreads over the land, incinerating all that falls in its way. Cedars and pines are burned down to the roots, animals grilled, the earth scorched, the guerrillas will not have this place for a sanctuary any longer, nor will they or anyone else derive food from it. Halfway around the world in Vietnam, there is an instant replay. In Vietnam they were called free fire zones, in Guatemala, zona leaders. Large areas of the country have been declared off limits and then subjected to heavy bombing. Reconnaissance planes using advanced photographic techniques fly over suspected guerrilla country, and jet planes, assigned to specific areas, can be called in within minutes to kill anything that moves on the ground. Carried. In Guatemala City, right-wing terrorists machine-gunned people and houses in full light of day. Journalists, lawyers, students, teachers, trade unionists, members of opposition parties, anyone who helped or expressed sympathy for the rebel cause, anyone with a vaguely leftist political association or a moderate criticism of government policy. Relatives of the victims, guilty of kinship. Common criminals, eliminated to purify the society, taken from jails and shot. See a communist, kill a communist, the slogan of the new anti-communist organization, an informer with hooded face accompanies. 265. The police along a city street or into the countryside, pointing people out, who shall live and who shall die. This one's a son of a bitch. That one. Men found dead with their eyes gouged out, their testicles in their mouth. Without hands or tongues, women with breasts cut off. There is rarely a witness to a killing, even when people are dragged from their homes at high noon and executed in the street. A relative will choose exile rather than take the matter to the authorities. The government joins the family in mourning the victim. One of the death squads, Mano Blanca, sent a death warning to a student leader. American Marino U. Priest Blase Bonpain has written. I went alone to visit the head of the Mano Blanca and asked him why he was going to kill this lad. At first he denied sending the letter, but after a bit of discussion with him and his first assistant, the assistant said, well, I know he's a communist and so we're going to kill him. How do you know? I asked. He said, I know he's a communist because I heard him say he would give his life for the poor. Happy face. Mano Blanca distributed leaflets in residential areas suggesting that doors of left-wingers be marked with a black cross. Happy face. In November 1967, when the American ambassador, John Gordon Main, presented the Guatemalan armed forces with new armored vehicles, grenade launchers, training and radio equipment, and several Huaybi jet-powered helicopters, he publicly stated, these articles, especially the helicopters, are not easy to obtain at this time since they are being utilized by our forces in defense of the cause of liberty in other parts of the world. But liberty must be defended wherever it is threatened, and that liberty is now being threatened in Guatemala. In August 1968, a young French woman, Michelle Kirk, shot herself in Guatemala City as the police came to her room to make inquiries. In her notebook Michelle had written, it is hard to find the words to express the state of putrefaction that exists in Guatemala, and the permanent terror in which the inhabitants live. Every day bodies are pulled out of the Motagua River, riddled with bullets and partially eaten by fish. Every day men are kidnapped right in the street by unidentified people in cars, armed to the teeth, with no intervention by the police patrols. Degree. The U.S. Agency for International Development, its Office of Public Safety, and the Alliance for Progress were all there to lend a helping hand. At one time, many aid field offices were infiltrated from top to bottom with CIA people. The idea was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. John Gilligan, Director of Aid during the Carter administration. 266. Guatemala 1962 to 1980s. These organizations with their reassuring names all contributed to a program to greatly expand the size of Guatemala's national police force and develop it into a professionalized body skilled at counteracting urban disorder. Senior police officers and technicians were sent for training at the International Police Academy in Washington, a federal school in Los Fresnos, Texas, and other educational establishments, their instructors often being CIA officers operating under ops cover. This was also the case with ops officers stationed in Guatemala to advise local police commands and provide in-country training for rank-and-file policemen. At times, these officers participated directly in interrogating political prisoners, took part in polygraph operations, and accompanied the police on anti-drug patrols. Additionally, the Guatemala City Police Force was completely supplied with radio patrol cars and a radio communications network, and funds were provided to build a National 9 Lice Academy and pay for salaries, uniforms, weapons, and riot control equipment. The glue which held this package together was the standard ops classroom tutelage, similar to that given the military, which imparted the insight that communists, primarily of the Cuban variety, were behind all the unrest in Guatemala, and the advice to stay out of politics, that is, support whatever pro-us regime happens to be in power. Also standard was the advice to use minimum force and to cultivate good community relations. But the behavior of the police and military students in practice was so far removed from this that continued American involvement with these forces over a period of decades makes this advice appear to be little more than a self-serving statement for the record, the familiar bureaucratic maxim, cover your ass .. by 1970, over 30,000 Guatemalan 9 Lice personnel had received CIA/ops training either at the Inter-American Police Academy in Panama, or in Washington at the International Police Academy, which replaced the Panama School in 1964. By the end of 1968, the counterinsurgency campaign had all but wiped out the guerrilla movement by thwarting the rebels' ability to operate openly and casually in rural areas as they had been accustomed to, and, through sheer terrorization of villagers, isolating the guerrillas from their bases of support in the countryside. It had been an unequal match. By Pentagon standards it had been a limited war, due to the absence of a large and overt U.S. combat force. At the same time, this had provided the American people with the illusion of their country's non-involvement. However, as one observer has noted, in the lexicon of counter-revolutionaries, these wars are limited only in their consequences for the intervening power. For the people and country under assault, they are tota. Happy face. Over the ensuing few years, some of Guatemala's revolutionaries began the long, slow reorganization of a more effective movement in the countryside. Not until 1976 did another serious guerrilla movement arise, the Guatemalan Army. 267 of the poor by name. Meanwhile, others vented their frustration through urban warfare in the face of government violence, which reached a new high during 1970 and 1971 under a state of siege imposed by the President Col. Carlos Arana Osorio. Arana, who had been close to the U.S. military since serving as Guatemalan military attaché in Washington, and then as commander of the counter-insurgency operation in Zacapa, decreed to himself virtually unlimited power to curb opposition of any stripe. Happy face. Amnesty International later stated that Guatemalan sources, including the Committee of the Relatives of Disappeared Persons, claimed that over 7,000 persons disappeared or were found dead in these 2 years. Foreign diplomats in Guatemala City, reported El Monde in 1971, believe that for every political assassination by left-wing revolutionaries 15 murders are committed by right-wing fanatics. Happy face. During a curfew so draconian that even ambulances, doctors, and fire engines reportedly were forbidden outside, as American police cars and paddy wagons patrolled the streets day and night. And American helicopters buzzed overhead, the United States saw fit to provide further technical assistance and equipment to initiate a reorganization of Arana's POHCE forces to make them yet more efficient. In response to a question as to what he conceived his job to be, a member of the U.S. military group in Guatemala replied instantly that it was to make the Guatemalan armed forces as efficient as possible. The next question as to why this was in the interest of the United States was followed by a long silence while he reflected on a point which had apparently never occurred to him. Happy face. As for the wretched of Guatemala's earth, in 1976 a major earthquake shook the land, taking over 20,000 lives, largely of the poor whose houses were the first to crumble. The story was reported of the American church relief worker who arrived to help the victims. He was shocked at their appearance and their living conditions. Then he was informed that he was not in the earthquake area, that what he was seeing was normal. Happy face. The level of pesticide spraying is the highest in the world, reported the New York Times in 1977, and little concern is shown for the people who live near the cotton fields. 30 or 40 people a day are treated for pesticide poisoning in season. Death can come within hours, or a longer-lasting liver malfunction. The amounts of DDT in mother's milk in Guatemala are the highest in the Western world. It's very simple, explained a cotton planter. More insecticide means more cotton, fewer insects mean higher profits. In an attack, guerrillas destroyed 22 crop duster planes. The planes were quickly replaced thanks to the genius of American industry. And all the pesticide you could ever want, from Monsanto Chemical Company of St. Alex, UIS and Guatemala City. 268. Guatemala 1962 to 1980s. During the Carter presidency, in response to human rights abuses in Guatemala and other countries, several pieces of congressional legislation were passed which attempted to curtail military and economic aid to those nations. In the years preceding, similar statements of principle regarding aid to Guatemala had been enacted into law. The efficacy of these laws can be measured by their numbers. In any event, the embargo was never meant to be more than partial. Guatemala also received weapons and military equipment from Israel, at least a portion of which was covertly underwritten by the United States. As further camouflage, some of the training of Guatemala's security forces was re-extraditedly maintained by transferring it to clandestine sites in Chile and Argentina. Happy face. Testimony of an Indian woman. My name is Rigoberta Menchu Turn. I am a representative of the Vicente Menchu Revolutionary Christians. On December 9, 1979, my 16-year-old brother Pedro Chino was captured and tortured for several days and then taken with 20 other young men to the square in Chajul. An officer of President Lucas Garcia's army of murderers ordered the prisoners to be paraded in a line. Then he started to insult and threaten the inhabitants of the village, who were forced to come out of their houses to witness the event. I was with my mother, and we saw Pedro Chino. He had his tongue cut out and his toes cut off. The officer Jackal made a speech. Every time he paused, the soldiers beat the Indian prisoners. When he finished his ranting, the bodies of my brother and the other prisoners were swollen, bloody, unrecognizable. It was monstrous, but they were still alive. They were thrown on the ground and drenched with gasoline. The soldiers set fire to the wretched bodies with torches, and the captain laughed like a hyena and forced the inhabitants of Chajul to watch. This was his objective, that they should be terrified and witness the punishment given to the guerrillas. Testimony of Fred Sherwood, speaking in Guatemala, September 1980. Why should we be worried about the death squads? They're bumping off the commies, our enemies. I'd give them more power. Hell, I'd get some cartridges if I could, and everyone else would too. Why should we criticize them? The death squad, I'm for it. Shit. There's no question, we can't wait till Reagan gets in. We hope Carter falls in the ocean real quick. We all feel that he and I decided not to be silent accomplices of the mass murder that this system generates. We began teaching the Indians that no one will defend their rights, if they do not defend themselves. If the government and oligarchy are using arms to maintain them in their position of misery, then they have the obligation to take up arms and defend their God-given right to be men. We were accused of being communists along with the people who listened to us, and were asked to leave the country by our Regia superiors and the U.S. ambassador. We did so. But I say here that I am a communist only if Christ was a communist. I did what I did and will continue to do so because of the teachings of Christ and not because of Marx or Lenin. And I say here too, that we are many more than the hierarchy and the US government think. When the fight breaks out more in the open, let the world know that we do it not for Russia, not for China, nor any other country, but for Guatemala. Our response to the present situation is not because we have read either Marx or Lenin, but because we have read the New Testament. Happy face. 38 Costa Rica 1970–1971 Trying to topple an ally, Part 2. José Figueres, who headed the Costa Rican government 3 times, was always a rather improbable target of destabilization by the United States. He was a bona fide Americaphile, fluent in English, educated at MIT, lecturer at Harvard and other American universities, well connected in U.S. intellectual circles, particularly among Kenyans, accorded an honorary membership in the Americans for Democratic Action. Figueres was typically referred to as an outstanding friend of the United States, and had long been associated with the CIA in a variety of activities and fronts in Latin America. And if that weren't enough, both of Figueres' wives had been American. Yet, the CIA tried to overthrow him during his term in office in the 1950s and perhaps again in the 1970s. To liberal American political figures, Figueres was the quintessential liberal Democrat, the kind of statesman they like to think, and like the world to think, is the natural partner of U.S. foreign policy rather than the military dictators who, somehow, keep popping up as allies. 272. Costa Rica 1970–1971. To American conservatives, Figueres was of questionable ilk, the type that, if not actually a communist himself, doesn't sufficiently appreciate the nature and degree of the international communist conspiracy and consequently allows communists too much room to maneuver. It was the latter conviction that was fueled by Figueres soon after becoming president again in May 1970. He began building bridges to the communist bloc, with Costa Rica becoming the first Central American country to establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. This diplomatic recognition in no way shakes our loyalty to the United States or to the democratic cause, Figueres cautioned. People everywhere are tired of the Cold War. Russia controls half of Europe, and we want to make the Russians drink coffee instead of tea. In the previous 2 years the Soviet Union had purchased $10 million worth of coffee from Costa Rica, an economic offensive which reportedly disturbed United States officials, as well as the hardliners in the American embassy in San Jose. Earl Williamson, officially listed as first secretary of the embassy, but actually CIA chief of station, was heard to declare at a party that the Figueres government would not last much longer. He spoke openly against the president's bridge-building endeavors. Williamson's comments got back to Costa Rican officials, as did reports of his close ties with Figueres' conservative political opponents, and indiscreet remarks made by his Cuban wife regarding the country's alleged march toward communism. Williamson, who had served in Cuba before the Castro takeover and married the niece of a wealthy sugar baron, was also blamed for the seizure and burning of some Marxist literature coming in through the Costa Rican airport. The blame arose through his involvement in a CIA technical assistance program on security. By autumn, the Costa Rican government felt compelled to make an informal suggestion through the State Department's Costa Rican desk in Washington that Williamson be removed. The request was ignored. Then, on December 17, a fisherman reported sighting a mysterious ship which had unloaded long wooden boxes on a remote Costa Rican beach. The ship was identified as the Waltham, and the Costa Rican government later received information that the vessel was registered to the commercial section of the State Department. This was never verified. However, the U.S. Commerce Department at that time did own a 455-foot vessel named the Waltham Victory. It was first reported that the boxes contained weapons. Subsequently, a story was circulated that it was contraband whiskey that had been put ashore. The Miami Herald, which had first broken this story, commented that, The contraband story presumably was put out to dispel rumors of a coup against the government. Americaphile that he was, Figueres was probably anxious to downplay the entire controversy, which must have been acutely embarrassing to him. 3 congressmen of his party, however, unencumbered by such loyalties, released a statement that accused the CIA of being involved in the ship movements and the alleged arms drop. 273. By early January 1971, the Costa Rican government seriously feared an uprising. It again asked the Nixon administration to recall Williamson. Not long before, Williamson had publicly forecast that the Figueres government would not survive another 2 weeks. The Guardia Civil, Costa Rica's only armed force, was alerted and plans were made to remove Figueres from the capital to a hiding place in the mountains. At Figueres' request, the Panama government covertly delivered over 100 semi-automatic rifles to Costa Rica. During this entire period, the American embassy in San Jose was reported to be deeply divided between liberals and conservatives. Perhaps the most conservative, along with Williamson, was Ambassador Walter Ploesser, a Nixon political appointee with a long history of ultra-anti-communist activity. Ploesser vehemently defended Williamson and was said to have made no effort to curb the CIA officials' public outbursts against Figueres. At the same time, Ploesser fired the director of the U.S. aid program in Costa Rica, Lawrence Harrison, who took a pro-Figueres stand. The 2 men reportedly clashed over priorities, with Ploesser wanting an increase in military assistance, although Costa Rica had no army, and a reduction in American economic aid to the country. Official cables reaching Washington from Ploesser's embassy described the situation in Costa Rica as dangerous. Figueres was accused of abandoning the West and facing east, of having accepted financial assistance from the communists for his campaign, of permitting communists to infiltrate his government. In February, Williamson was finally recalled by Washington. Costa Rican officials hoped and expected that Ploesser would be replaced as well, as soon as it could be done with the customary diplomatic face-saving. As it was, Ploesser hungered on at his post for a full year before resigning for personal reasons. The announcement of Williamson's departure was perhaps hastened by the fact that a few days earlier the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs had held a briefing to look into the matter. But the congressmen were not about to become the authors of an expose. After hearing the testimony of 2 State Department officials, the committee announced that it had all been a big misunderstanding due to personality conflicts within the embassy which had repercussions outside its walls, and overzealous actions by some U.S. officials who would remain nameless, as would everything else heard at the closed-door briefing. Asterisk. The same day, the Miami Herald stated in an editorial, "What is abundantly clear, is the power and influence of the United States Embassy in a small country such as Costa Rica. An embassy that even quietly passes the word that it opposes the government can stimulate opposition and perhaps inspire efforts to overthrow it. Open antipathy almost asks for it." 274. 39 Iraq 1972 to 1975 covert action should not be confused with missionary work. Into the land of ancient Mesopotamia reached the long arm of the CIA, and the Kurdish people of the Zagros and Taurus Mountains, but a few decades removed from the life of nomads, joined the agency's list of clients. In May of 1972, President Richard Nixon and his National Security Affairs advisor, Henry Kissinger, went to the Soviet Union to meet their Russian counterparts. Afterward, Kissinger told a press conference in Moscow that the 2 nations had agreed to defuse the tensions in the Middle East and to contribute what they can to bringing about a general settlement. Such a settlement would also contribute to a relaxation of the armaments race in that area. Speaking for our side, he added, "I can say we will attempt to implement these principles in the spirit in which they were promulgated." Kissinger and Nixon were moved by the spirit for perhaps 24 hours. On their way home, they stopped in Tehran to visit their friend the Shah of Iran. It seems that Iran and Iraq were embroiled once again in their perennial feud, border disputes and the like, and the Shah asked his pal Richard for a little favor. Could he help arm the Kurds in Iraq who were fighting for autonomy? Just generally heat things up so as to sap the Iraqi resources and distract them from Iran. Anything for a friend and loyal ally, said Richard Milhous, 2 weeks before the Watergate burglary and still on top of the world. The Shah was quite capable of arming the Kurds himself, and in fact was doing so to some extent, but the Kurds didn't trust him. They trusted the United States and wanted to be armed by them. Several years later, the congressional committee known as the Pike Committee, which investigated various CIA operations, put it thusly: the U.S. acted in effect as a guarantor that the Kurds would not be summarily dropped by the Shah. Before long, the CIA was reaching into its warehouses and a range of Soviet and Chinese small arms and rifles and millions of rounds of ammunition were. The Pike report refers to the Kurds as the ethnic group, Iran, or the Shah as our ally, Iraq as our ally's enemy, Israel as another government. Here, the proper names are used. 275. On their way to the Kurdish rebels. The military aid was ultimately to involve some $16 million. The communist origin of the weapons was a standard means of ensuring the standard plausible denial. The Kurds are a distinct ethnic group, Muslim but, unlike most other Iraqis, not Arab. Their people are to be found in Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. For decades, the Iraqi Kurds had been engaged in intermittent warfare against the government in pursuance of a goal of autonomy, a concept not terribly well defined by them, it being clear only that it fell short of being an independent state, if that. The political history of the Iraqi Kurds in their recent past was a remarkable piece of patchwork. 10 years earlier, they had been in close alliance with the Iraqi Communist Party. When the ruling Ba'ath Party began to persecute the communists, they took refuge amongst the Kurds. The Kurdish leader, Mustafa al-Barzani, a man in his 70s, had spent a dozen years in the Soviet Union and spoke Russian. Now the communists were allies of the Ba'aths in an attempt to suppress the imperialist agent Barzani, and Kurdish propaganda emphasized Soviet military support of the Iraqi government, including claims that Russians were flying bombing missions against the Kurds. At the same time, the Kurds painted themselves as social democrats of the European variety, going so far as to apply for membership in the Socialist International. Nonetheless, Barzani stated frequently that he trusted no other major power than the United States and asserted that if his cause were successful, the Kurds were ready to become the 5-1st state. All this on top of desiring to establish a Muslim society. In October 1973, when the Yom Kippur surprise attack on Israel took place and Iraq was preoccupied as an ally of Egypt and Syria, the Kurds were willing to launch a major attack, at Israel's suggestion, that might have been very beneficial to their own cause as well as taking some pressure off Israel by tying down the Iraqi army. But Kissinger refused to let the Kurds move. On October 16 he had the CIA send them a cable which read, "We do not consider it advisable for you to undertake the offensive military actions that Israel has suggested to you." The Kurds obeyed. The Pike report regarded this incident as an example of the apparent no-win policy of the United States and Iran. The committee stated, "The progressively deteriorating position of the Kurds reflected the fact that none of the nations who were aiding them seriously desired that they realize their objective of an autonomous state." A CIA memo of March 22, 1974 states Iran's and the United States' position clearly: "We would think that Iran would not look with favor on the establishment of a formalized autonomous government. Iran, like ourselves, has seen benefit in a stalemate situation, in which Iraq is intrinsically weakened by the Kurds' refusal to relinquish its semi-autonomy. Neither Iran nor ourselves wish to see the matter resolved one way or the other." This policy, said the report, was not imparted to our clients, who were encouraged to continue fighting. Even in the context of covert action, ours was a cynical enterprise. 276. Iraq 1972–1975. The day after the CIA memo referred to above, March 23, 1974, Soviet Defense Minister Andrei Grechko, who had befriended Barzani when the latter lived in the Soviet Union, arrived in Iraq to help the government reach a settlement with the Kurds. On the advice of Iran and the United States, however, Barzani refused to come to any terms. Earlier that month, the Iraqi government had actually passed a law offering a limited amount of autonomy to the Kurds, but they had rejected that as well, whether or not at the request of their allies is not publicly known. The Congressional Committee discovered that the CIA had early information which suggested that the Shah would abandon the Kurds the minute he came to an agreement with Iraq over border disputes. The Shah viewed the Kurds as a card to play in this dispute with Iraq. And a CIA memo characterizes the Kurds as a uniquely useful tool for weakening Iraq's potential for international adventurism. The last may have been a reference to Iraq signing a pact of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union in 1972, under which it received military aid and granted the Soviet Navy certain port privileges. The Iraqis at times also sported leftist rhetoric. By inexorable Cold War logic, Iraq had thus fallen irretrievably into the enemy camp. As it was oil that brought Iran and Iraq together. In 1973, the Shah wanted to strengthen Iran's position with the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, and a crucial part of the inducement to Iraq and other Arab neighbors was Iran's willingness to double-cross the troublesome Kurds. None of these countries wanted their own minorities to be getting any ideas from a Kurdish success. It was not until March 1975 that the Shah was ready to make his move. Events moved swiftly then. The Shah met with the Vice President of Iraq, and, by agreement, the Shah cut off all supplies to the Kurds. The next day the Iraqis unleashed their biggest offensive ever. Several days later the stunned Kurds sent a desperate message to the CIA: "There is confusion and dismay among our people and forces. Our people's fate in unprecedented danger. Complete destruction hanging over our head. No explanation for all this. We appeal you." And USG breathed life into a constitutional relic, the right of kings and queens to unilaterally appoint governments. The office of Governor-General had traditionally been only that of a figurehead representative of the Queen of England. Kerr's decision, however, appears as a calculated political act. He gave Whitlam no warning or ultimatum before dismissing him, no opportunity to request the dissolution of Parliament which would have permitted him to remain in office. One must read Kerr's own account of his confrontation with Whitlam to appreciate how he maneuvered the Prime Minister into stalking out of the Governor-General's office without requesting the dissolution. Kerr claims he refrained from issuing Whitlam an ultimatum because he feared that the Prime Minister would leave and then ask the Queen for his removal as Governor-General. But he fails to explain why he didn't give Whitlam an ultimatum that had to be responded to on the spot. Kerr had been appointed, at least in theory, by the Queen. Ironically, she had done so at Whitlam's recommendation, which he had made against the wishes of his party's left wing. Kerr's action added to Whitlam's reputation as a bad judge of character, a man easily taken in. Certainly the warning signs were there. John Kerr had been intimately involved with CIA fronts for a number of years. In the 1950s he joined the Australian Association for Cultural Freedom, an organization spawned by the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom. Kerr. 282. Australia 1973 to 1975. Became a member of the organization's executive board in 1957 and also wrote for its magazine Quadrant. One article, in 1960, was entitled "The Struggle Against Communism in the Trade Unions," a program to which the CIA has of course consistently accorded a high priority throughout the world. In 1966 Kerr helped to found LAWASIA, an organization of lawyers in the Far East funded by the Asia Foundation. The foundation was one of the most prominent CIA fronts for over a decade, with offices and representatives in all the major capitals of Asia. One of its prime missions, Victor Marchetti has written, was to disseminate throughout Asia a negative vision of mainland China, North Vietnam, and North Korea. Happy face, Kerr became LAWASIA's first president, a position he held until 1970. He describes the organization as a non-communist group of Asian lawyers which the Asia Foundation supported because the rule of law is a good thing, a strong legal profession is a good thing, and talk between lawyers is a good thing. Happy face. There was a bit of a celebration in the CIA when Whitlam was dismissed by Kerr, reported Christopher Boyce. Boyce is an American who was working at the time for TRW Systems Incorporated, Los Angeles, in a cryptographic communications center which linked CIA headquarters in Virginia with the agency's satellite surveillance system in Australia. In his position, Boyce was privy to telex communications between the two stations. The CIA, he said, referred to Kerr as our man. Boyce also revealed that the CIA had infiltrated Australian labour unions, had been manipulating the leadership, and had suppressed their strikes, particularly those involving railroads and airports. The last was reportedly because the strikes were holding up deliveries of equipment to the agency's installations. Some unions as well had been in the forefront of opposition to the installations. As matters turned out, Whitlam lost the new election. One other CIA operation in Australia deserves mention. This is the Nugent Hand Merchant Bank of Sydney, truly a CIA bank. Founded in 1973 by Frank Nugent, an Australian, and Michael Hand, an American formerly with the Green Berets in Vietnam and with the CIA airline Air America, the bank exhibited phenomenal growth over the next few years. It opened branch offices in Saudi Arabia, Hamburg, Malaysia, Thailand, Hong Kong, Singapore, the Philippines, Argentina, Chile, Hawaii, Washington, and Annapolis, Maryland, run by men with backgrounds in the CIA, OSS, Green Berets, and similar specialty areas of banking. Former CIA Director William Colby was one of the bank's attorneys. The Nugent Hand Bank succeeded in expanding the scope of normal banking services. Among the activities it was reportedly involved in were drug trafficking, international arms dealing, links to organized crime, laundering money for President Suharto of Indonesia, unspecified services for President and Mrs. Marcos of the Philippines, assisting the Shah of Iran's family to shift money out of Iran, channeling CIA money into pro-American political parties. 283. And operations in Europe, attempting to blackmail an Australian state minister who was investigating organized crime, transferring $2.4 million to the Australian Liberal Party through one of the bank's many associated companies, and a host of other socially useful projects. In addition, several mysterious deaths have been connected to the bank, including that of a ranking CIA officer in Maryland. And on January 27, 1980, Frank Nugent was himself found shot dead in his car. In June, Michael Hand disappeared without a trace. The Nugent Hand Merchant Bank collapsed, $50 million or so in debt. 41 Angola 1975 to 1976 The Great Powers Poker Game. It is spring 1975. Saigon has just fallen. The last of the Americans are fleeing for their lives. Fallout from Watergate hangs heavy in the air in the U.S. The morning papers bring fresh revelations about CIA and FBI misdeeds. The House of Representatives is holding hearings on the CIA. On the Senate side, the Church Committee is doing the same. The Rockefeller Commission has set about investigating the agency's domestic activities. The CIA and its influential supporters warn that the crescendo of disclosures will inhibit the agency from carrying out the functions necessary for national security. At CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, they are busy preparing for their next secret adventure, Angola. To undertake a military operation at such a moment, the reasons, one would imagine, must have been both compelling and urgent. Yet, in the long history of American interventions it would be difficult to find one more pointless or with less to gain for the United States or the foreign people involved. The origin of our story dates back to the beginning of the 1960s when two political movements in Angola began to oppose by force the Portuguese colonial government, the MPLA, led by Agostinho Neto, and the FNLA, led by Holden Roberto. The United States, not normally in the business of supporting liberation organizations, decided that inasmuch as Portugal would probably be unable to hold on to its colony forever, establishing contact with a possible successor. 284. Angola 1975 to 1976. Regime might prove beneficial. For reasons lost in the mists of history, the United States, or at least someone in the CIA, decided that Roberto was their man and onto the agency payroll he went. At the same time, and during the ensuing years, Washington provided their NATO ally, the Salazar dictatorship in Lisbon, with the military aid and counterinsurgency training needed to suppress the rebellion. John Markham, an American scholar who walked 800 miles through Angola into the FNLA guerrilla camps in the early 1960s, has written, by January 1962 outside observers could watch Portuguese planes bomb and strafe African villages, visit the charred remains of towns like Mbanza Mpangu and Mpongela, and copy the data from 750-point napalm bomb casings from which the Portuguese had not removed the labels marked Property U.S. Air Force. Carrot. The Soviet Union, for reasons best known to the Kremlin, opted at some in for NATO. In the mid-60s another movement, UNITA by name, entered the picture and China dealt itself into the great powers poker game, lending support to UNITA and FNLA. Although MPLA may have been somewhat more genuine in its leftist convictions than FNLA or UNITA, there was little to distinguish any of the three groups from each other ideologically. When the press has made any distinction amongst them it has usually been to refer to MPLA as Marxist, but this is ill-defined, if defined at all. Each of the groups spoke of socialism and employed Marxist rhetoric when the occasion called for it, and genuflected to other gods when it did not. In the 60s, each of them was perfectly willing to accept support from any country willing to give it without excessive strings attached. NATO, for example, went to Washington in December 1, 1962 to put his case before the American government and press and to emphasize the fallacy of categorizing the MPLA as communist. The following year, Roberto appealed for aid to the Soviet Union, Cuba, and China, and later, Jonas Savimbi, the leader of UNITA, accepted military training for his men from North Korea. Each group was composed predominantly of members of a particular tribe. Each tried to discourage aid or recognition being given to the others. They each suffered from serious internal splits and spent as much time fighting each other as they did the Portuguese army. The Viet Cong they were not. That the CIA's choosing of its ally was largely an arbitrary process is further underlined by a State Department cable to its African embassies in 1963 which stated, U.S. policy is not, repeat not, to discourage MPLA. Move toward West and not to choose between these two movements. Even in 1975, when the head of the CIA, William Colby, was asked by a congressional committee what the differences were between the three contesting factions, he responded, "They are all independents. They are all for Black Africa. They are all for some fuzzy kind of social system, you know, without really much articulation, but some sort of let's not be exploited by the capitalist nations." 285. And when asked why the Chinese were backing the FNLA or UNITA, he stated, because the Soviets are backing the MPLA is the simplest answer. It sounds, said Congressman Aspin, like that is why we are doing it. It is, replied Colby. Nonetheless, the committee, in its later report, asserted that in view of Colby's statement, the U.SS expressed opposition to the MPLA is puzzling. Finally, it is instructive to note that all three groups were denounced by the Portuguese as communists and terrorists. Before April 1974, when a coup in Portugal ousted the dictatorship, the aid given to the Angolan resistance movements by their various foreign patrons was sporadic and insignificant, essentially a matter of the patrons keeping their hands in the game. The coup, however, raised the stakes, for the new Portuguese government soon declared its willingness to grant independence to its African colonies. In an agreement announced on January 15, 1975, the three movements formed a transitional government with elections to be held in October and formal independence to take place the following month. On January 22, the 40 Committee of the National Security Council in Washington authorized the CIA to pass $300,000 to Roberto and the FNLA for the previous 5 years or so. He had been on a $10,000 a year retainer from the agency. In March, the FNLA, historically the most warlike of the groups, attacked MPLA headquarters and later gunned down 51 unarmed, young MPLA recruits. These incidents served to spark what was to be a full-scale civil war, with UNITA aligning itself with FNLA against MPLA. The elections would never take place. Also in March, according to the CIA, a large shipment of arms arrived from the Soviet Union for the MPLA. The House Investigating Committee subsequently stated that later events have suggested that this infusion of U.S. aid, unprecedented and massive in the underdeveloped colony, may have panicked the Soviets into arming their MPLA clients. The Soviets may have been as much influenced by the fact that China had sent a huge arms package to the FNLA the previous September and had dispatched over 100 military advisors to neighboring Zaire to train Roberto's soldiers, only a month after the coup in Portugal. The CIA made its first major weapons shipment to the FNLA in July 1975. Thus, like the Russians and the Chinese, the United States was giving aid to one side of the Angolan Civil War on a level far greater than it had ever provided during the struggle against Portuguese colonialism. The United States was directly involved in the Civil War to a marked degree. In addition to training Angolan combat units, U.S. personnel did considerable flying between Zaire and Angola carrying out reconnaissance and supply missions, and the CIA spent over $1 million on an ambitious mercenary program. The Christian Science Monitor reported in January 1976 that 286. Angola 1975 to 1976. Some 300 Americans are already operating within Angola. A similar number is ready to go as soon as the CIA can obtain further funds. This latter group includes 15 South Vietnamese as well as American officers and men either on indefinite leave from their special forces units, or recently discharged. Just over 150 of these men, said the newspaper, were undergoing a refresher course at Fort Benning, Georgia. The CIA also recruited or financed many British mercenaries, plus a scattering of French and Portuguese. Later, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger explicitly told the Senate that the CIA is not involved in the recruitment of mercenaries for Angola. There were also well over 100 CIA officers and American military advisors scurrying about Angola, Zaire, Zambia, and South Africa helping to direct the military operations and practicing their propaganda skills. Through recruited journalists representing major news services, the agency was able to generate international coverage for false reports of Soviet advisors in Angola. One CIA story, announced to the press by UNITA, was that 20 Russians and 35 Cubans had been captured. Another fabrication concerned alleged rapes committed by Cuban soldiers in Angola. This was elaborated to include their capture, trial, and execution, complete with photos of the young women killing the Cubans who had raped them. Both stories were reported widely in the American and British press and elsewhere. The more responsible newspapers amongst them, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, and The Guardian of London, were careful to point out that the only source of the information was UNITA, and their articles did not attempt to ascribe any special credence to the reports. But, as always in such cases, this could not prevent the placing of seeds of belief in the minds of readers already conditioned to believe the worst about communists. The disinformation campaign took place within the United States as well. FNLA delegates came to New York in September to lobby for support at the UN and with the New York press, distributing as they went copies of a white paper on the Angolan conflict prepared at CIA headquarters but made to look like it was produced in Zaire, French and all. John Stockwell, the head of the CIA's Angola Task Force, described the paper as sometimes false to the point of being ludicrous and other times simply inaccurate. Happy Face, afterward, representatives of UNITA went to Washington and presented to members of Congress, the State Department, the White House and the media, verbal reports about the situation in Angola which were the product of briefings given them by their CIA case officers. In January 1976, William Colby sat before the Senate Investigating Committee and solemnly assured the senators, "We have taken particular caution to ensure that our operations are focused abroad and not at the United States to influence the opinion of the American people about things from the CIA point of view." 25. There was virtually no important aspect of the Angolan 287 intervention which Colby, Kissinger, and other high officials did not misrepresent to Congress and the media. The odds never favored a military victory for the US-backed forces in Angola, particularly in the absence of a relatively large-scale American commitment which, given the political atmosphere, was not in the cards. The MPLA was the most organized and best led of the three factions and early on controlled the capital city of Luanda, which housed almost the entire governmental machinery. Yet, for no reason, apparently, other than anti-Soviet spite, the United States was unwilling to allow a negotiated settlement. When Savimbi of Unit A sent out feelers to the MPLA in September 1, 1975 to discuss a peaceful solution, he was admonished by the CIA. Similarly, the following month when an MPLA delegation went to Washington to once again express their potential friendliness to the United States, they received a cool reception, being seen only by a low-level State Department official. In November, MPLA representatives came to Washington to plead for the release of two Boeing jet airliners which their government had paid for but which the State Department would not allow to be exported. John Stockwell relates the unusual development that the MPLA men were accompanied by Bob Timmons, who until shortly before had been the head of the CIA station in Luanda, as well as by the president of Boeing. While the two Angolans and the man from Boeing petitioned the State Department, the CIA man made known to agency headquarters that he had come to share the view of the U.S. Consul General in Luanda that the MPLA was best qualified to run the country, that it was not demonstrably hostile to the United States, and that the United States should make peace with it as quickly as possible. The State Department's response to the MPLA representatives was simple: the price for any American cooperation with their government was Soviet influence out, U.S. influence in. At one time or another almost 24 countries, East and West, felt the urge to intervene in the conflict. Principal amongst these were the United States, China, South Africa, and Zaire on the side of FNLA/UNITA, and the Soviet Union, Cuba, the Congo Republic and Katangese troops supporting MPLA. The presence of South African forces on their side cost the United States and its Angolan allies dearly in support from other countries, particularly in Africa. Yet, South Africa's participation in the war had been directly solicited by the United States. Happy face, in sharp contrast to stated American policy, the CIA had been collaborating closely with Pretoria's intelligence service for several years and continued to do so in regard to Angola. In 1975 the agency set up a covert mechanism whereby arms were delivered to the South Africans over the following 3 years, a portion of which were more than likely put to use in Angola. South Africa in turn helped to ferry American military aid from Zaire into Angola. 288. Angola 1975 to 1976. In fairness to the CIA, it must be pointed out that its people were not entirely oblivious or insensitive to what South Africa represented. The agency was very careful about letting its black officers into the Angola program. Happy face, by February 1, 1976, the MPLA, with indispensable help from Cuban troops and Soviet military equipment plus a cut-off of CIA Angola funds by Congress, had all but routed the FNLA and UNITA. U.S. congressmen did not yet know the full truth about the American operation, but enough of the public dumb show had been exposed to make them angry at how Kissinger, Colby, et al. Had lied to their faces. The consequence was one of the rare occasions in modern times that the U.S. Congress has directly and decisively influenced American foreign policy. In the process, it avoided the slippery slope to another Vietnam, on top of which Henry Kissinger and the CIA were already poised with shoes waxed. Happy face, Savimbi at this time again considered reaching an understanding with the MPLA. The response from Washington was, "Keep fighting." During the 2 weeks that Savimbi waited for his answer, he lost at least 600 men on the battlefield. Kissinger personally promised UNITA continued support if they maintained their resistance, knowing full well that there was no more support to give. Less than 2 months before, the Secretary of State had stated, "We are not opposed to the MPLA as such. We can live with any of the factions in Angola." Happy face, be that as it may, the man was wholly obsessed with countering Soviet moves anywhere on the planet, significant or trivial, real or imagined, fait accompli or anticipated. He was perhaps particularly driven in this case, for as he later wrote, Angola represents the first time that the Soviets have moved militarily at long distance to impose a regime of their choice. Happy face, if all this seems far removed from how the academics tell us American foreign policy is made, it's still more plausible than the other explanation commonly advanced for the policy in Angola, viz., it was done to please Sisiko Mobutu, the head of Zaire, characterized as America's most important ally/client in Africa, if not in the Third World. Mobutu desired an Angolan government he could sway, primarily to prevent Angola being used as a sanctuary by his archfoes, the rebels from Katanga province in Zaire. Holden Roberto was the natural choice to support, for he happened to be Mobutu's brother-in-law, although Roberto and the FNLA had little else going for them. As Professor Gerald Bender, a leading American authority on Angola, testified before Congress in 1978. Although the United States has supported the FNLA in Angola for 17 years, it is virtually impossible to find an American official, scholar, or journalist, who is. The Cuban presence in Angola was, and is, largely attributable to South African attacks against the MPLA. Wayne Smith, director of the State Department's Office of Cuban Affairs from 1977 to 1979, has written that South African troops invaded Angola with full U.S. knowledge. No Cuban troops were in Angola prior to this intervention. Happy face, 289. Familiar with that party, who will testify positively about its organization or leadership? After a debate with a senior State Department official at the end of the Angolan Civil War, I asked him why the United States ever bet on the FNLA. He replied, "I'll be damned if I know. I have never seen a single report or memo which suggests that the FNLA has any organization, solid leaders, or an ideology which we could count on." Even foreign leaders who have supported Holden Roberto, such as General Mobutu, agree with that assessment. When asked by a visiting U.S. senator if he thought Roberto would make a good leader for Angola, Mobutu replied, "Hell no." Happy face, Kissinger himself told the House Investigating Committee that promoting the stability of Mobutu was one of the prime reasons for the American policy in Angola. Yet, even if this could be a valid justification for serious intervention in a foreign civil war, its application here challenges, if it does not defeat, comprehension, for in June 1975, a month before the United States shipped its first major arms package to the FNLA, Mobutu accused the U.S. of plotting his overthrow and assassination, whereupon he expelled the American ambassador. The American ambassador to the United Nations, Daniel Moynihan, did not particularly enhance the level of discussion when he declared that if the United States did not step in, the communists would take over Angola and will thereby considerably control the oil shipping lanes from the Persian Gulf to Europe. They will be next to Brazil. They will have a large chunk of Africa, and the world will be different in the aftermath if they succeed. A truly Baroque train of thought. Kissinger himself, never at a loss for the glib line custom made for his immediate audience, told Israeli officials that failure to stop the Russians in Angola could encourage Arab countries such as Syria to run risks that could lead to a new attack on Israel, backed up by the Russians. Asterisk caret and so the silly season went. With only a change in place names, similar geopolitical domino theories have been put forth to give a veneer of rationality to so many American interventions. In this case, as in the others where the communists won, nothing of the sort ensued. The MPLA in power was restricted by the same domestic and international economic realities which the FNLA or UNITA would have faced. Accordingly, it discouraged union militancy, dealt sternly with strikes, exhorted the workers to produce more, entered into commercial contracts with several multinationals, and did not raise the hammer and sickle over the president's palace. The MPLA urged Gulf Oil Co. to continue its exclusive operation in Cabinda province and guaranteed the safety of the American corporation's employees while the fighting was still heavy. Gulf was completely amenable to this offer, but the CIA and the State Department put pressure on the company to discontinue its royalty payments to the MPLA, thus jeopardizing the entire oil venture in a way that the Marxist government never did. One aspect of this pressure was a threat by Kissinger to open an investigation of international bribery by the company. Gulf compromised by putting its payments into an escrow bank account until the Civil War came to an end of sorts a few months. 290. Angola 1975 to 1976. Later, at which time payments to the MPLA were resumed **. Contrary to accepted Western belief, Cuba did not enter the Angolan War as a Soviet surrogate. John Stockwell has noted that after the war the CIA learned that Cuba had not been ordered into action by the Soviet Union but that the Cuban leaders felt compelled to intervene for their own ideological reasons. In 1977, the New York magazine Africa Report stated that the Cubans have supported pragmatic approach toward Western investment and his attempts to maintain a foreign policy of non-alignment. Moreover, the magazine reported that on May 27 the Angolan government had announced that, aided by Cuban troops, it had crushed a rebellion by a faction of the MPLA whose leader claimed to have Soviet support. The fighting in Angola has lingered on intermittently to the present day. In 1980, a CBS special report could still speak of a propaganda war being run by the CIA against Cubans in Africa. And in 1984 a confidential memorandum smuggled out of Zaire revealed that the United States and South Africa had met in November 1983 to discuss destabilization of the Angola government. Plans were drawn up to supply more military aid to UNITA and discussions were held on ways to implement a wide range of tactics, unify the anti-government movements, stir up popular feeling against the government, sabotage factories and transport systems, seize strategic points, disrupt joint Angola-Soviet projects, undermine relations between the government and the Soviet Union and Cuba, bring pressure to bear on Cuba to withdraw its troops, sow divisions in the ranks of the MPLA leadership, infiltrate agents into the Angola army, and apply pressure to stem the flow of foreign investments into Angola. The United States branded the document a forgery, but UNITA's representative in Washington would neither confirm nor deny that the meeting took place. He stated, however, that UNITA had contacts with U.S. officials at all levels on a regular basis. The aim of the operation, according to the memorandum, was to force part of the Angolan leadership to negotiate with UNITA, precisely what Washington had successfully discouraged years earlier. 291. 42 Zaire 1975 to 1978 Mobutu and the CIA, a marriage made in heaven. It can reasonably be said that President Mobutu Sese Seko and the CIA deserved each other. By 1975 the Congo strongman, regarded by the agency as one of its successes in Africa, had ruled over his hapless, impoverished subjects for 10 long years. In the process, with a flair for conspicuous corruption that ranks amongst the best this century has had to offer, Mobutu amassed a personal fortune estimated to run into the billions of dollars sitting in the usual Swiss New York, etc. banks, while most of the population suffered from severe malnutrition. It can be said as well that his corruption was matched only by his cruelty. Mobutu, One observer of Zaire has written, "Rules by decree with a grotesque impulsiveness that seems to shock even his former case officers." One recalled that in June 1, 1997 Mobutu had forcibly enlisted in the armed forces the entire student body of LX, Vanium University. He was put out by some student demonstrations, remembered the official. Mobutu finally relented, but 10 of the students were sentenced to life imprisonment for crimes of public insult to the chief of state. One intelligence source recalls a fervent Mobutu approach, eventually deflected, that either Zaire with CIA help or the agency alone undertake an invasion against those bastards across the river in the Congo Republic. "He's a real wild man," said one former official, "and we've had trouble keeping him under rein." This may not have been for lack of trying. In June 1975 Mobutu announced that he had uncovered and suppressed a coup attempt aimed at his physical elimination. He blamed an unnamed large foreign power and Zairean citizens thirsty for money. The charges appeared in a government-controlled newspaper in the form of a letter from Mobutu. The accompanying editorial indicated plainly that the large foreign power was the United States. A few days later, Zairean newspapers asserted that the CIA had organized tribal dissidents and black Americans for a coup against Mobutu planned for September 30. It is not clear what relation this allegation had to the earlier one. Mobutu declared that the imperialists were displeased with his breaking off relations with Israel, his nationalizations of many foreign-owned businesses, and the sincere and reciprocal friendships which were developing between. 292. Zaire 1975 to 1978. Zaire and China and North Korea. Several high-ranking Zairean military officers as well as other military men and civilians were arrested. Their number reportedly included most of the CIA*'s indigenous agents in Zaire. The government announced that one of the arrested officers had returned 4 months ago from a U.S. military school, another had been the Zairean military attaché in Washington until 2 weeks before, and a third had recently returned from studies at Fort Bragg, North Carolina where, as a class assignment, he had prepared a report on how to plan and carry out a coup d'état against the government of Zaire. This last is not as ridiculous as it may sound. Such hypothetical exercises have been reported before by former students at CIA schools, although without the name of a real country being used and under the cover of learning how to suppress a coup attempt. Eventually, 7 of those arrested were condemned to death for the alleged plot, 7 men were acquitted, and 27 others given prison sentences. No Americans were named as conspirators, but the U.S. ambassador, Dean R. Hinton, was ordered to leave the country and Zaire recalled its ambassador from Washington. The State Department denied the allegations and called upon the Zairean government to provide evidence, which the latter failed to do. Secretary of State Kissinger said that the charges were based on totally wrong information that fell into the hands of Zaire and was probably the result of forgery. It is difficult to evaluate Kissinger's assertion inasmuch as the Zairean government had made no public mention of any documents. Mobutu may indeed have been taken in by forged documents or, scoundrel that he was, he may have built a mountain out of a molehill of truth. It has been suggested that his action was a pretext to get rid of certain Zairean military officers or that he was looking for a scapegoat for domestic problems. On the other hand, it would not have been the first time that the CIA was involved in a plot to eliminate an ostensible ally of the United States. Trujillo, Figueres, and DMR cases in point. Mobutu, at this time, for his own reasons was deeply involved in the civil war in Angola on the side of the CIA-supported forces. Zaire was serving as an indispensable rear base and training and supply point, and Zairean troops were engaged in the fighting. The agency may have felt very uneasy that the head of this ally in war was a man as erratic, unpredictable, and uncontrollable as Mobutu Sese Seko. "Mobutu is screwing up Zaire pretty good, you know," commented a senior CIA officer upon returning to Washington from a meeting with the Zairean leader, shortly after the accusation against the United States. "He simply has no idea of how to run a country." Although the Chinese and North Korean military advisors in Zaire were training forces fighting on the same side as the United States in the Angolan free-for-all, The simple tenet of Cold War life was that an American ally does not 293 do things like invite Chinese and North Korean military advisors to their country. Further, the Zairian wild man had twice broken relations with the Soviet Union and twice re-established them. There was no telling what whimsy he might pursue next. There is also the matter of the expelled American ambassador. Dean Roche Hinton was no ordinary Foreign Service career diplomat. He appears to have joined the CIA some 20 years earlier under State Department cover and was no stranger to extra-diplomatic operations. From 1967 to 1969 in Guatemala and the following 2 years in Chile, Hinton, under the cover of the aid, had played a significant role in the CIA operations. He then served on a subcommittee of the National Security Council until taking up his post in Zaire in 1974. From this point on, both the CIA and Mobutu acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, although the agency did make an appeal to the Zairean president for the freedom of their agents sitting on death row. And did seem to be remarkably submissive to Mobutu's usual obnoxious and impulsive behavior. In October, Mobutu asked the CIA to help him annex Cabinda, a province of Angola that was separated from the rest of Angola by a narrow strip of Zairean territory. Mobutu had coveted the province since coming to power in 1965. His greed for it was heightened a few years later when oil was discovered off the Cabindan coastline. The CIA, although busily involved in the Angolan Civil War at this time, promptly flew in a 1,000-man arms package for use by Zairean troops who marched into Cabinda. Agency officials helped to coordinate this almost casual invasion of a sovereign nation, but the operation proved to be singularly unsuccessful. The following April, the CIA gave Mobutu close to $1.4 million to distribute to US-backed Angolan forces, thousands of whom were refugees in Zaire, desperate and hungry. Mobutu simply pocketed the money. The agency had been aware of this possibility when they delivered the money to him, but, in the words of CIA Africa specialist John Stockwell, they rationalized that it would mollify him, bribe him not to retaliate against the CIA. Stockwell added this observation: "It is an interesting paradox that the Securities and Exchange Commission has, since 1971, investigated, and the Justice Department has prosecuted, several large U.S. corporations for using bribery to facilitate their overseas operations. At the same time, the U.S. government, through the CIA, disperses tens of millions of dollars each year in cash bribes. Bribery is a standard operating technique of the U.S. government, via the CIA, but it is a criminal offense for U.S. business. The same can be said of murder. A few months earlier, in January 1976, the Justice Department had concluded that no grounds existed for federal prosecution of CIA officials involved in plots to assassinate several heads of state, including Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. 294a. Zaire 1975 to 1978. In early March 1, 977, during a pause in the Angola War, members of the Lunda tribal group who had been in exile in Angola and fighting along with their tribal kin on the side of the MPLA, crossed the border and invaded Zaire in a resumption of their own civil war. The invaders, numbering at least 2,000, were composed largely of former residents of Katanga province who had fled the Congo during the early 1960s following the failure of their secessionist movement. Mobutu urgently requested help from Zaire's traditional arms suppliers, Belgium, France, and the United States, to put down this threat to his control of the mineral-rich province which accounted for about 70% of Zaire's foreign exchange. The United States responded immediately with some $2 million of military supplies, reaching $15 million worth within a month, while Belgium and France provided large amounts of arms and ammunition as well as 14 Mirage jet bombers from the latter. Jimmy Carter had been in office less than 2 months when the Zairean conflict broke out, and he was understandably reluctant to involve his administration deeply in a foreign adventure whose ultimate commitment could not be foreseen. The Angolan involvement had only recently wound down under severe congressional criticism. Compared to this and other American interventions, Carter's action in Zaire constituted a fairly mild response, mild enough to enable Washington to pass off its policy as one of non-intervention and effectively obscure the fact that it was actively taking sides in a civil war. The administration pointed out that its aid was all of a non-lethal type, that the aid represented a drawing of credits already authorized by Congress for Zaire as if the United States government therefore had no other choice in the matter, and that it had refused a Zairean request for further assistance. President Carter asserted on more than one occasion that the Zairean crisis was an African problem, best solved by Africans, yet he apparently saw no contradiction to this thesis in his own policy, nor did he offer any criticism of France or Belgium, or of China, which sent Mobutu a substantial amount of military equipment. Carter denied the suggestion that U.S. aid to Zaire was part of a coordinated venture with France, Belgium, Morocco, Egypt, and the Sudan, and, at the same time, the State Department characterized American policy as a neither help nor hinder position towards Zaire, yet, only a few days earlier, the United States had given its tacit approval to Morocco's decision to send 1,500 of its American armed troops to aid Mobutu's cause, while confirming that both by law and bilateral agreement, Morocco would have to obtain Washington's permission in advance if its army used American weapons outside Morocco. Whether the Zairean rebels felt put out by the American non-lethal, non-help nor hinder, non-intervention policy was not reported. In mid-April, Newsday broke a story that the CIA was secretly supporting efforts to recruit several hundred mercenaries in the United States and Great Britain to serve alongside Zaire's notoriously ineffective army. David Bufkin, a 295, 38-year-old Californian who, reportedly, was an experienced mercenary himself and had recruited other Americans for Angola, said that American soldiers of fortune would leave within a week for Zaire to fight against the rebels. Bufkin had advertised for former military men with combat experience for this particular mission. The New York newspaper stated that the CIA had strong links to Bufkin and had told the Justice Department that it would not cooperate in any investigation of the Californian. Diplomats in Washington, the New York Times reported, said they understood that President Mobutu Sese Seko had indicated several weeks ago that Zaire might have to recruit mercenaries to repel the invasion. They added that the aid from France, Belgium, Morocco, the United States and others may have led Mobutu to abandon the idea. Bufkin denied that he was being financed by the CIA. He claimed that his financial aid is coming from Africa and that's all I can tell you. Several months later, the soldier of fortune revealed that he had worked with the CIA, without specifying when or where, as well as with the Korean CIA, going into some detail about his operations with the latter. What role, if any, was actually played by mercenaries in Zaire has not come to light. The more experienced rebels had the upper hand during the first month of the 80-day war, and the continuance of Mobutu's rule was reported to be uncertain. But the repeated pumping of men and supplies into Zaire by at least 8 Western and African nations proved too much for the Lunda tribesmen. By the end of May, their offensive had been crushed and they were forced to retreat into Angola once again. Although the Lunda's struggle in Zaire was essentially a tribal conflict, of the kind which has erupted in one African country after another following their independence, Mobutu knew that it was the Cold War, anti-communist card he had to play if he was to provoke greater military support, particularly from the United States. Accordingly, Zaire began to issue regular accusations against Cuba, which had a large military contingent still stationed in Angola. Cuba had trained and armed the rebels, it was charged. This was true to some extent, but it had not been done necessarily to invade Zaire. The rebels called themselves the Front for the National Liberation of the Congo, and some quarters of the international left cloaked them in a revolutionary mantle, but the evidence for this had more to do with the FNLC being opposed by the likes of Mobutu, the United States and France than with any demonstrated revolutionary virtues. On the contrary, they were originally trained by white mercenaries and supported by Belgium and other Western interests in their secession attempt in Katanga. After fleeing to Angola, In return for sanctuary they served with the colonial Portuguese army in its campaign to put down the black nationalist guerrillas of the MPLA. Then. 296. Zaire 1975 to 1978. During the ensuing civil war in Angola, the FNLC switched over to fighting on the side of the MPLA and the Cubans. Asterisk. Cuba was leading the rebels. Cuban, Russian, and Portuguese troops were fighting with them, insisted the Zairean government. The invasion could not have taken place and it could not continue without the material support or acquiescence of the Soviet Union whether or not Cuban troops are present, chipped in Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, in a choice example of mechanical anti-communism, if not wishful thinking. And so it went. To the credit of the Carter administration, it resisted the temptation to embrace all the unfounded and sometimes silly charges, stating on several occasions that there was no evidence of Cuban involvement, and that the United States did not view the conflict as a confrontation between the Soviet Union and the West. An increasingly petulant Mobutu was finally moved to declare that if the United States had indeed capitulated in the face of communist danger, it should announce this clearly. Why then, did the United States intervene at all? The day after the first American shipment of military aid, Washington expressed its concern about the possible loss to American mining interests in Zaire. However, there was not necessarily a logical connection between a Lunda capture of Shaba province, or even toppling Mobutu, and a threat to foreign investment and loans, and the Carter administration offered no elaboration of its statement. In the early 1960s, the secession movement of these same Katangese forces had been supported by Belgium, which had a vastly larger investment in the province than the United States ever had. And in neighboring Angola, as we have seen, when the Marxist MPLA took over control of oil-rich Cabinda province, it cooperated fully in business as usual with Gulf Oil Company. The expressed concern about U.S. investments may have been no more than one type of throwaway remark that has often been put forth by officials to make a particular foreign involvement sound more reasonable to the American public, while giving the administration time to decide what it is they're actually trying to achieve. No further reference to American investments was made. The American intervention in this case seems to have been little more than a highly developed, Cold War reflex action triggered by an invasion originating in a country classified as a member of the Soviet camp, and against a country ostensibly in the American camp. Subsequent developments, or lack of them, may have inspired second thoughts in the administration, producing a dilemma which was succinctly summed up by a New Times editorial observation a month into the war: the instinct for intervention seems great but the case for it is not at all clear. Earlier, the Washington Post had expressed similar doubts. In an editorial entitled Why Zaire, the newspaper stated that it was a highly dubious proposition for the United States to deepen its involvement in the murk of Zaire in the way that it has. President Carter, it added, has not explained the 297 contingencies or stakes which require such an abrupt American response, nor the risks of delay. By his second year in the White House, Jimmy Carter had managed to acquire the unfortunate image of an indecisive man, a president who was yet to demonstrate the proverbial sterling qualities of leadership. His moderate response to the events in Zaire the previous year had contributed to this reputation, particularly amongst the hardline anti-communists in the United States and amongst some of the European and African nations which had come to Mobutu's aid. Thus it was, in the middle of May 1978, when the FNLC again invaded their home province in Zaire, that the Carter administration was once again drawn into the conflict, for reasons no more compelling than in the year before. Determination this time, particularly with a meeting in 1 days in Washington of heads of NATO governments, to act decisively, was the way the New York Times paraphrased high administration officials. Within days the United States had sent several $1 million more of non-lethal military aid to Mobutu, while a fleet of 18 American military transport planes began ferrying Belgian and French troops into Zaire in a rescue mission of foreigners trapped by the war. In the process of evacuating the foreigners, the French troops took a markedly active part in the war against the rebels, inflicting a serious military setback upon them. Subsequently, the American airlift was extended to delivering Moroccan armed forces into Shaba province, then army units from Senegal and Gabon, and transporting French troops out of the region as they were replaced by African forces. Happy face, the fighting in Shaba province this time was over in less than a month. At its conclusion, the New York Times reported that discussions with officials in recent days have produced no single cohesive explanation for American policy in Zaire. The Times apparently was not placing too much weight upon the explanations already put forth by the administration. There were several of these in addition to the rescue mission and the need to act decisively. The president, for example, had discovered something which, it seems, he had not realized the year before, namely, that aiding Zaire was in the national security interests of the United States. Happy face, as is customary with such crucial declarations, it was not felt necessary to explain what this actually meant in real terms. Administration officials also professed concern for the territorial integrity of all countries in Africa and elsewhere. This marvelous platitude not only managed to do away with the previous 80 years of American foreign policy, including the very recent intervention into Angola, but was irrelevant in the context of a civil war. More throwaways. 298a. Zaire 1975 to 1978. Several African governments which came to the aid of Mobutu during these 2 years likewise expressed regard for the territorial integrity of African states, but what these states found disquieting was that a victory for the Shaba rebels might encourage tribal dissidents within their own vulnerable borders. Another reason offered by the administration was the belief that Cuba and the Soviet Union, and even Angola, were, after all, somehow responsible. But inasmuch as no more evidence to support these charges was forthcoming from any quarter than had been the case the year before, Carter was obliged to fall back on an accusation of guilt by omission. On May 25, 1978 he declared that Cuba obviously did nothing to hold back the invasion. It then came to light that Castro had informed the U.S. government a week earlier that he had learned of the rebel plans to invade Shaba and had tried unsuccessfully to stop it. Administration officials, clearly embarrassed, had no choice but to reply that they had not believed him. "It is not a half-lie," commented Fidel Castro to charges of Cuban involvement. "It is an absolute, total, complete lie." 2 days later, the president rejoined, Castro could have done much more had he genuinely wanted to stop the invasion. He could have interceded with the Katangese themselves, he could certainly have imposed Cuban troops near the border. Happy face, in the final scene of this light comedy, Mobutu announced that he was holding Cuban prisoners captured in the fighting, the long-awaited proof of Cuban involvement. But when the American embassy in Zaire checked into the matter, it found nothing to substantiate the claim. "Let's call it charitably a mistake," said one official. Happy face. 43 Jamaica 1976 to 1980 Kissinger's ultimatum. "I can give you my personal word," said Henry Kissinger to Jamaican Prime Minister Michael Manley, "that there is no attempt now underway involving covert action against the Jamaican government." Manley has written that at this moment similar assurances given concerning Chile flashed a little ominously across my mind. Kissinger had given his personal word about American non-activity to the Chilean ambassador in Washington at a time when the U.S. government, and Kissinger in particular, contained the following elements. Covert shipments of arms and other equipment to opposition forces. Politics in Jamaica had long been spiced with strong-arm tactics, but this now intensified in both frequency and deadliness, and in the use of arson, bombing, and assassination. Thousands of guns found their way into Jamaica. The CIA quickly sought to organize and expand the violence. Shipments of guns and sophisticated communications equipment began to be smuggled into the island. In one shipment alone, which was grabbed by Manley's security forces, there were 500 submachine guns. Some of the CIA's army of Cuban exiles arrived on the scene, men employed by the agency all over the world. One was Luis Posada Carriles, a former officer in Cuban dictator Batista's secret police, now a CIA-trained explosives expert. Posada was reportedly spotted at the scene of a number of bombings in Jamaica. The well-publicized violence was a body blow to Jamaica's vital tourist business. The foreign tourists stayed away in droves, forcing many hotels to close their doors and throwing thousands of workers out of their jobs. Extensive labor unrest, a wave of strikes by transport, electrical, and telephone workers hit the island, reportedly provoked in part by graduates of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, the CIA's principal labor organization in Latin America. Asterisk. Economic destabilization, in addition to the U.S. credit squeeze and curtailment of aid, and the damage to tourism, the fragile Jamaican economy suffered from the actions of the aluminium companies. As an act of retaliation for the levy, and with the tacit encouragement of Washington, the companies systematically reduced production, which hurt Jamaica in more than one way. Moreover, the American firm Revere Copper and Brass Company closed its $90 million aluminium refinery in August 1975 after only 4 years of operation, saying that it was uneconomical. A cargo of flour, brought to Jamaica on a German ship, the Heidelberg, was discovered to have been contaminated with the poison parathion, an insecticide which had been banned from Jamaica for many years. Much of the flour had 301 already been sold, and about 17 people died from it in December 1975 and January 1, 976. Later in the year, in October, a large shipment of rice from Costa Rica, on board the ship City of Bocum, arrived to relieve a rice shortage Jamaicans had been suffering through for months. This too was found to be contaminated by parathion and had to be destroyed. The two incidents are reminiscent of the contaminations of sugar carried out by the CIA against Cuba. Covered financial support for the opposition, this was principally the conservative Jamaica Labour Party. In June 1976, Jamaican security forces announced the uncovering of a plot to overthrow the government involving leading members of the JLP. Another arrested party member was found to be making Molotov cocktails in a mineral bottling plant he owned. No evidence of direct CIA involvement in the conspiracy has been revealed. Mobilization of the middle class into CIA-created anti-government organizations to carry out well-publicized demonstrations. Groups with names such as Silent Majority and Christian Women Agitators for Truth were formed, the latter attacking those who criticized the United States and the CIA. In one instance, the group brought up the example of the famed and honored American doctor, Tom Dooley, who had founded 7 hospitals for the poor in Southeast Asia. The Christian women could not have known then that Dr. Dooley had been a witting, active CIA operative in Indochina. There was also an attempt by a newly formed National Council of Women to replay the pots and pans scenario which had worked so well in Chile, but this fizzled out. Infiltration of security services and armed forces to turn them against the government, with liberal bribes. The CIA turned many security personnel into paid informants for the agency. Several soldiers were part of a plot to assassinate Manley in July, one of at least 3 such attempts which the CIA was directly involved in. Another, in September, employed Cuban exiles. The third turned to Jamaican gunmen to do the job. This last was in December, a final act of desperation on election night. All 3 attempts failed, not even a shot was fired, and Manley easily won re-election. CIA officer James Holt was accused of contriving a plot to turn the military against Manley's People's National Party. A tape of a PNP youth rally was spliced with a message, purporting to be from Fidel Castro, urging young people to rise up in armed struggle against the police and the army. The tape was supposed to fall into the hands of the military and cause dissension. Press attacks against the government were carried out at a level of integrity only slightly above that of Holt's alleged tape. This was particularly the case with the Daily Gleaner, whose campaign was very similar to that of El Mercurio in Chile before the fall of Allende, and it is eminently reasonable to assume that it was similarly financed by the CIA. Both newspapers had close links to the Inter. 302. Jamaica 1976 to 1980. American Press Association of Miami, the Gleaner's managing director, Oliver Clark, being elected to the association's executive in 1976. The LAPA, though not a formal CIA front, has been a reliable and valuable press asset of the agency since the 1950s. The Gleaner emphasized the omnipresent Cuban menace and how Manley was a prisoner of Castro and the KGB. One recurrent theme, echoed in the American press, was the presence of Cuban troops in Jamaica, a bald lie and something that would be impossible to conceal on the small island. Propagandists arrived from outside as well. American evangelists and faith healers came down to set up their tents and preach against communism and the government to the highly religious population. *Allah. The American Christian anti-communist crusade in British Guyana during the CIA's campaign against the government of Cheddi Jugun. With Henry Kissinger removed from formal power, and with the less interventionist Carter administration taking office in January 1977, American JDLC toward Jamaica was tempered, the economic pipelines were unclogged. To some extent, and the CIA, without the urgency of an upcoming election, diminished its activities. It cannot be said, however, that Washington officialdom had learned to respect Manley's wish to just let me be. Pulitzer Prize winner Leigh Payne reported in Newsday in February 1980 that the Carter administration remains determined to drive the country's socialist prime minister from office unless he moderates his pro-Cuban policies. In an earlier article, Payne quoted a State Department source: "If within a 6-month testing period, Manley shows some signs of moderating his position, then we will take a softer line. If not, then we will continue to pursue a hard line." Happy face, there was no let-up in the Gleaner's diatribes against Manley and his government. The newspaper reprinted numerous unattributed articles from all over the world which bore the standard CIA themes and syntax. It openly encouraged disaffection and mutiny in the security forces, and overthrow of the government. The following, from a column by John Heem in the June 1, 1980 issue, was not very unusual. In many other countries, somebody with a disciplined force of men behind him would have long ago taken the government away from them. In most third world countries, our ministers, ministers of state, party commanders, heads of statutory boards, among others, would now be in forced exile or buried in common graves. Happy face, throughout, the Gleaner and other anti-Manley newspapers in Jamaica bemoan the threat to freedom of the press posed by the government on the premise, apparently, that this is only what one can expect from a communist government, and continued to print freely what in other countries would lead to arrest for sedition. Manley was defeated for re-election in October 1980, due primarily to a 303. Continuing deterioration in the standard of living of the masses of people. While recognizing the importance of this factor, the former Prime Minister has attributed his defeat also to propaganda and finely calculated violence, the latter having persisted throughout his second term, being particularly heavy during the election year. Manley has written that unless there is overwhelming and widely accepted evidence laying the blame for violence at the door of one party, it tends to damage the government in power, since it is the government that people look to for their personal security. He added. The Jamaican establishment had mastered the ways of destabilization. It knew how to use fact and create fiction for maximum effect. We do not know what was the part played by the CIA in the last year. By then it may not have mattered because the Gleaner and the JLP had clearly reached postgraduate level. Happy face, 44 Seychelles 1979 to 1981. Yet another area of great strategic importance. Mr. Michael Hoare, in 1981, was an elderly accountant leading a relatively sedate life in Durban, South Africa. There was, however, another side to the man that was somewhat different. In this other role he was Mad Mike Hoare, veteran mercenary. He had fought for the CIA in various trouble spots of the world, including the Congo in the 1960s, and had done the same for the government of South Africa. In 1981, at the age of 62, he led a mercenary invasion of the Seychelles on behalf of both his old employers. The Seychelles, for those who don't know, is a country made up of a number of small islands in the Indian Ocean, about 800 miles off the coast of Kenya, with a population of some 62,000. The former British Crown colony is also the site of a U.S. Air Force installation, officially described as a satellite tracking station, and part of an area that the United States regards as being of great strategic importance. After France Albert René, a socialist, took power in a 1977 coup, he withdrew South African landing rights, and the United States had to use all its formidable powers of economic and political persuasion to retain its base in the country. Moreover, the lease on the installation expired in 1990, and Washington, which worries about long-term national security needs as well as current trouble spots, was apprehensive that it might not be renewed. The United States was also worried about what it saw as the growing friendship. 304. Seychelles 1979–1981. Between the Seychelles and the Soviet Union, a concern seemingly as common in Washington as areas of great strategic importance. René pursued a policy of non-alignment, a concept which did not preclude friendship with either superpower as long as the terms were not unduly exploitive. He was also a strong advocate of turning the Indian Ocean into a nuclear-free zone, without foreign military bases, including, ideally, the one in his own country. The Seychelles president was particularly critical of American efforts to develop the British-owned Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia into a major air and naval base. In 1979, a plot to invade the Seychelles and overthrow René was aborted when it was discovered by his government before the mercenaries were able to leave Durban. An official investigation into the matter by the Seychelles government concluded that the United States and France had been directly involved with the plotters, that the American ambassador in Kenya had been in contact with supporters of James Manchame, the man deposed by René, and that the U.S. charge d'affaires in the Seychelles was the link man in the conspiracy. Several of the 120 Americans employed at the U.S. base were expelled from the country. 2 years later, in November 1, 1981, an invasion force of more than 40 men, pretending to be members of a club, traveled from South Africa to Swaziland, whence they flew to the Seychelles aboard a regular commercial flight of the Royal Swazi Airlines. It appears that the attack was not planned for the arrival but for some time later, after the soldiers of fortune had settled in. But some of the arms hidden in their luggage were discovered upon arrival, and a battle broke out at the airport. The would-be invaders were forced to hijack an Air India plane back to Durban. Mad Mike Hoare had survived another close call. A few days after this debacle, the Sunday Tribune, published in Durban where the invasion plot was reportedly hatched, cited reliable local and foreign sources for the assertion that the CIA had financed the raising and equipping of the invasion force. Despite a terse, one-sentence denial by the U.S. government yesterday, the conservative newspaper declared, separate mercenary sources in South Africa are emphatic that funding for the operation originated with the CIA. At the same time, the Tribune made clear the complicity of its own government, an act for which several South African editors were duly prosecuted by the authorities. On December 15, 1981, the UN Security Council decided to send a commission to the Seychelles to investigate the invasion. Although the United States voted for the motion, the American ambassador, Jeane Kirkpatrick, suggested that to send the commission was to assume that the Seychelles affair was not purely internal, and was prejudging the situation. Even by the standards of Kirkpatrick's renowned Cold War impaired logic, this was a remarkable statement, when it is considered that South Africans made up about 305. half the invasion force, with the others emanating from Great Britain, Rhodesia, the US and elsewhere. The number of Seychellois dissidents amongst them came to 0. It appears that someone was still determined that the René government should not remain in power. In December 1983, South Africa announced that it had arrested 5 men for attempting to recruit mercenaries in yet another plot to invade the Seychelles. 45 Grenada 1979–1983 lying one of the few growth industries in Washington. What can be said about an invasion launched by a nation of 240 million people against one of 110,000? And when the invader is, militarily and economically, the most powerful in the world, and the target of its attack is an underdeveloped island of small villages 500 miles away, 133 square miles in size, whose main exports are cocoa, nutmeg, and bananas. The United States government had a lot to say about it. The relation which its pronouncements bore to the truth can be accurately gauged by the fact that 3 days after the invasion the Deputy White House Press Secretary for Foreign Affairs resigned, citing damage to his personal credibility. One of the fundamental falsehoods concerning the invasion of Tuesday, October 25, 1983 was that the United States had been requested to intervene by an urgent plea on the 21st from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, comprising 6 countries, joined by Barbados and Jamaica. These countries purportedly feared some form of aggressive act from the new ultra-leftist regime in Grenada, which had deposed socialist leader Maurice Bishop. Bishop had been expelled from the ruling party on October 2, placed under house arrest the next day, and murdered on the 19th. Even if the fears were valid, it would constitute a principle heretofore unknown under international law, namely that State A could ask State B to invade State C in the absence of any aggressive act towards State A by State C. In Washington, State Department lawyers worked overtime, finally settling on sections of an OECS Mutual Assistance Pact, the Charter of the OAS, and the United Nations Charter as legal justifications for the American action. These documents, however, even with the most generous interpretation, provide for 306. Grenada J 979 to 1983. Nothing of the sort. Moreover, Article 6 of the OECS Pact requires all members to approve decisions of the organization's authority. Grenada, a member, certainly did not approve. It was not even at the meeting, although high U.S. officials were present to steer the direction of the discussions. As matters later transpired, Tom Adams, the Prime Minister of Barbados, stated that the United States had approached him on October 5 concerning a military intervention. Then, sources close to Jamaican Prime Minister Edward Seaga asserted that the plea by the Caribbean nations was triggered by an offer from the United States issue an appeal and will respond was the message conveyed by Washington. Furthermore, on October 26, the U.S. ambassador to France, Evan Galbraith, stated over French television that the Reagan administration had been planning the invasion for the previous 2 weeks, that is, not only well before the putative request from the Caribbean countries, but, if Galbraith is to be taken literally, even before Bishop was overthrown or before this outcome could have been known with any certainty, unless the CIA had been mixed up in the intra-party feud. At the same time, the United States, as if to cover its bets, endorsed the claim by the OECS that the Governor-General of Grenada, Paul Schoon, had also sent an urgent appeal for military intervention to the organization. Apart from the highly debatable question of whether Schoon, appointed by the British Queen to his largely ceremonial, figurehead position, a vestige of the days of the Empire, had the constitutional right to make such a momentous decision on behalf of an independent Grenada, there was the mystery of how and when he had sent his request, or, indeed, whether he had sent it at all. On October 1, the London press reported that the British Foreign Secretary Sir Geoffrey Howe was emphatic that there had been no request for intervention from Sir Paul Schoon. Prime Minister Thatcher unequivocally confirmed this. Schoon, said Sir Geoffrey, had been seen by a British diplomat last Monday, the day before the invasion, and had not mentioned any such desire. The same day Schoon spoke by phone to the Commonwealth Secretariat in London and to Buckingham Palace, but, again, made no mention of intervention. Interviewed later by the BBC, Schoon himself said that an invasion was the last thing he wanted. In the end, after the invasion was underway, Schoon signed a piece of paper aboard the USS Guam that made the whole operation nice and legal. Another justification advanced by the United States for its action What President Reagan termed of overriding importance, was the need to evacuate many hundreds of Americans from the island, mainly students at St. George's. 307. Medical College, who were supposedly in a dangerous position because of the new regime and the chaos surrounding its accession to power. To refute this contention, one does not have to dig for evidence, one is immersed in it, as the following testifies. Two members of the U.S. Embassy in Barbados, Ken Kers and Linda Flor, reported over the weekend before the invasion that U.S. students in Grenada were, for the most part, unwilling to leave or be evacuated. They were too intent on their studies. Happy Face, another report, in the London press, that 3 U.S. diplomats visited Grenada at the same time and appeared to have agreed on orderly departures for any Americans wishing to leave, may or may not refer to the same thing. The White House acknowledged that 2 days before the invasion, Grenada had offered the United States an opportunity to evacuate American citizens. But officials said the Reagan administration came to distrust the offer. This was, they said, because the Grenadian government had promised that the airport would be open on Monday for evacuation flights, but it was instead closed. Only later did the White House admit that 4 charter flights had indeed left the airport on Monday. Some of those who left on Monday were American medical students. The Chancellor of the medical school, Dr. Charles Modica, who was visiting New York, declared on the day of the invasion that he was in touch with amateur radio operators at the college. "I think the president's information is very wrong," he said, "because some of the Americans started to go out yesterday." The Grenadian government issued instructions that the American students should be treated with utmost consideration by the Army. Vehicles and escorts were provided for them to shuttle between their 2 campuses. The Cuban government released documents which showed that it had notified the United States on October 22 that no American or other foreign citizen was in danger and said it was ready to cooperate in the solution of problems without violence or intervention. It received no reply until after the invasion had begun. On the 23rd, the Cubans sent a message to the Grenadian leaders suggesting that the area around the medical school be demilitarized to avoid providing the United States with an excuse for invasion, the pretext of evacuating its citizens. Asked repeatedly by journalists if there was any concrete information about threats to Americans in Grenada, the White House spokesman responded, "Nothing that I know of." After subduing the minor resistance of Grenadian soldiers and Cuban construction workers, the U.S. forces discovered several other things to justify their coming. They found, said Ronald Reagan, a complete base of weapons and communication equipment, which makes it clear a Cuban occupation of the island had been planned. One warehouse contained weapons and ammunition stacked almost to the ceiling, enough to supply thousands of terrorists. Grenada, the president declared, was a Soviet-Cuban colony being readied. 308. Grenada 1979–1983. As a major military bastion to export terror and undermine democracy, but we got there just in time. Documents discovered by the American military allegedly showed that the Cubans were planning to put their own government in Grenada, and there was found what appeared to have been a terrorist training center. Moreover, missile silos were being built in Grenada. There were 1,100 Cubans on the island, it was announced, almost all professional soldiers. Soon the number was 1,600. The US/Grenada/Cuba scenario staged in Washington is comparable to the Soviet Union invading Great Britain and then announcing that it had prevented an American takeover, and Marx knows what else, because it had discovered 30,000 U.S. servicemen there, over 100 American military bases, a huge arsenal of nuclear weapons, and enough arms to supply millions of terrorists. The Soviet president could then declare that we got there just in time. Comparable, except that the Soviet discoveries would have been real. The American claims turned out to be as phantom as the other components of the media package, or, as in the case of the weapons, a matter of great uncertainty. A correspondent for The Guardian of London reported that in the warehouse that contained most of the weapons, there were only 5 mortars to be seen, 1 recoilless rifle, one Soviet-made quadri-barreled anti-aircraft gun, and two Korean vintage British brand guns on display. Happy face, the New York Times reported, without further detail, significant stockpiles of Soviet arms but also a number of antiquated guns, including rifles manufactured in the 1870s. More to the point, however, is the fact that the Grenadian government had been threatened with destabilization for over 4 years by the United States. The leaders of the country knew that they had to develop the country's defenses. They were people who had read some recent history. The Cuban government announced that there were 784 of their people in Grenada and specified all their jobs. 636 were construction workers, mostly in their 40s and 50s, the remainder, which included 44 women, were doctors, dentists, nurses, public health workers, teachers, etc., and 43 military personnel. Thereafter, the United States went by the Cuban figures. The world was asked to believe that there was a major Cuban military presence and control of the country. Yet, the Cubans in Grenada were unable even to save Maurice Bishop and his government, which Castro had strongly and warmly supported. The Cuban government had expressed its distaste in no uncertain terms to the Military Revolutionary Council, which had overthrown Bishop. Before the invasion, Castro had blamed Bishop's death on grave errors by extremists and had turned down a request from the MRC for more troops when the American action seemed imminent. The MRC was told that its request was impossible and unthinkable after what had happened. The Russians, on the other hand, had indicated their support for the MRC and its coup, although the Soviet interest in Grenada was generally minimal. Cuba was enough of a Caribbean burden and potential spark point. The Soviet 309 Union condemned the American invasion, comparing it to a daring cavalry attack of armed-to-the-teeth white settlers on a village of redskins. Happy face, but this was de rigueur Cold Warfare. The lack of real concern on the part of Soviet leaders about the invasion, and the fate of Grenada, was made evident 6 months later when they announced that the USSR would not take part in the Olympics in Los Angeles. Grenada was not even mentioned amongst their reasons, although the circumstances truly cried out for it. 4 years earlier, the United States had cited the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as its sole reason for boycotting the Moscow Olympics. Finally, there was the question of why Cuba or the Soviet Union would have needed Grenada as a springboard for their dastardly deeds in Latin America when there was already Cuba itself, militarily and politically more secure and stable than Grenada. After the invasion, after the overthrow of the Grenadian government, after the U.S. forces had killed hundreds of people, officials of the Reagan administration, reported the New York Times, acknowledged that in their effort to rally public support for the invasion of Grenada, they may have damaged the government's credibility by making sweeping charges about Soviet and Cuban influence on the island without so far providing detailed evidence. The officials simply asked that the PUBHC reserve judgment until all the information is in. The New Jewel movement under Maurice Bishop had taken power in March 1979 by ousting, to popular acclaim, Eric Gary, an erratic personality given increasingly to thuggery to maintain his rule. That accomplished, Bishop, a lawyer educated in London, had to deal with the infinitely more formidable task which faces a socialist revolutionary in power, spurring an underdeveloped country to lift itself up by its own bootstraps when it doesn't have any boots. They had to start with the basics: jobs, new schools, teacher training, adult literacy, social services, clean water. The NJM left private business undisturbed, but instituted free healthcare, free milk for young children, agricultural cooperatives, and the like. Nicholas Brathwaite, the chairman of the US-approved interim government following the invasion, and his colleagues, reported The Guardian, readily praised the forgiving Grenadians' new awareness, self-confidence and national pride and admit it is a hard act to follow. The World Bank gave the Grenadian government good grades also. In 1980 the bank praised the NJM's sound fiscal management and 2 years later wrote that government objectives are centered on the critical development issues and touch on the country's most promising development areas. The New Jewel movement did not hold elections. Bishop explained this decision on one occasion in the following way. There are those who believe that you cannot have a democracy unless there is a situation where every 5 years, and for 5 seconds. 310. Grenada 1979 to 1983. In those 5 years, a people are allowed to put an X next to some candidate's name, and for those 5 seconds in those 5 years they become Democrats, and for the remainder of the time, 4 years and 364 days, they return to being non-people without the right to say anything to their government, without any right to be involved in running the country. In lieu of the traditional system, the NJM claimed, democracy in Grenada was manifested through numerous mass organizations and decentralized structures which received and seriously considered input from large numbers of citizens. However well this form of democracy may have worked, or would have if not interrupted, it reportedly produced resentment as well. People were expected to attend meeting after meeting and were subject to various forms of pressure to conform to the exigencies of the revolution. Before long, the leaders of nearby Caribbean states, particularly Tom Adams of Barbados and Eugenia Charles of Dominica, who were prime supporters of the invasion, evidenced hostility towards the Grenadian government. Bishop believed that this derived from fear of their own people's enthusiasm for Grenada's example, an enthusiasm, he said, which was demonstrated at every public appearance by the Grenadian leaders in the region. The United States adopted its adversarial position almost immediately. Washington recognized instinctively that the new Grenadian leaders would not fall easily into line in regard to the American obsession with quarantining Cuba. Indeed, Grenada itself might turn out to be that long-dreaded beast, another Cuba. Less than a month after Bishop assumed power, the American ambassador delivered a note to him which read in part, "Although my government recognizes your concern over allegations of a possible counter-coup, it also believes that it would not be in Grenada's best interests to seek assistance from a country such as Cuba to forestall such an attack. We would view with displeasure any tendency on the part of Grenada to develop closer ties with Cuba. The counter-coup the ambassador was referring to was Bishop's fear that Eric Gary, in exile in the United States, would put together a mercenary army to invade the island. The NJM feared a CIA destabilization program even more, but, in either case, who but a country such as Cuba could they turn to for help? Before the year was out, Grenada had discovered hidden transmitters in its UN mission and State Department representatives were visiting travel agents in the United States spreading travel scare rumors to discourage tourism to the island's sunny beaches, a most important source of foreign exchange. Happy face. Over the next 4 years, Washington tried to harass Grenada in some of the other ways in which it was practiced, more so under Ronald Reagan beginning in 1981 than under President Carter. The United States aggressively lobbied the International Monetary Fund and several other international lending organizations in an attempt to block loans to Grenada, although, surprisingly, 311. Not with marked success. The IMF, for example, approved a loan to Grenada despite vigorous opposition from the Reagan administration, opposition based ostensibly on economic grounds. In the summer of 1981, the CIA developed plans to cause economic difficulties for Grenada in hopes of undermining the political control of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. The operation reportedly was scrapped because of objections by the Senate Intelligence Committee. One committee member, however, remarked that if they were going to do something, "I'm not sure they would tell us. I think they would wait until it was all over." Happy face. The main thrust of the American campaign against Grenada was in the form of propaganda, the theme of which was that Grenada was a fully paid-up member of the Soviet Cuban-Nicaraguan terrorist network which held a dagger at America's throat. Associating Grenada thusly could serve to further discourage tourism as well as justify an invasion. The propagation of the general theme was punctuated by specific accusations which were simply fraudulent. One early hoax was that a Soviet submarine base was being constructed on the south coast of the island. This report was given wide currency until 1983, when a correspondent for the Washington Post visited the supposed site and pointed out that no submarine base could possibly be built in an area where the sea was so shallow. Happy face. In February 1983, an official of the U.S. Defense Department announced, apparently with a straight face, that the Soviet Union had shipped to Grenada assault helicopters, hydrofoil torpedo boats, and supersonic MiG fighters, which gave Grenada an air force of 200 modem planes. **. The whereabouts of this mighty armada have remained a mystery ever since. The charge which received the greatest media play was the canard that the new airport being built in Grenada was intended as a military facility for the Russians and Cubans. Grenada insisted that it was only to encourage tourism. Its one growth industry. In March 1983, President Reagan told an American television audience that the airfield would have a 10,000-foot runway, but that Grenada doesn't even have an air force. Who is it intended for? The rapid build-up of Grenada's military potential is unrelated to any conceivable threat. The Soviet-Cuban militarization of Grenada can only be seen as a power projection into the region. The president displayed aerial photos of the construction site. There were regular American spy flights over the island, as if to imply something hidden and furtive in the operation, when, in fact, the site was very much open to the public. There is a plethora of evidence that puts Reagan's analysis into question. At least 5 other Caribbean islands, including Barbados, had similar-sized or larger airfields yet did not possess air forces. The building of the airfield was encouraged by the World Bank, which also discussed with Grenada the erection of new tourist hotels. The excavation work was being done by the Lane Dredging Co. of Florida, and the communications system installed by Plessy, a British multinational, the Cubans donating labor and machinery. Plessy rejected the U.S. claim, the airport was being built to purely civilian. 312. Grenada 1979 to 1983. Specifications, it said, and listed a number of technical characteristics of a military airport/base which the new airport would not have. Further, the European Common Market had contributed money toward the construction. In our view, the airport is for tourism, said a spokesman. We stand by our commitment. The airport was being funded by about a dozen nations as well, including Canada, Mexico and Venezuela. The United States had turned down a request for assistance, and instead exerted pressure to deter international financing. After the invasion, the airport was completed, by the United States. The decision has been taken to complete it by the military, for the military, said one of the subcontractors. Equipment for that purpose is already being moved onto the site. There were several instances of the Grenadian opposition press featuring entirely unfounded stories of the type mentioned above, as well as fostering harmful local economic rumors. In one case in 1979, a Grenadian newspaper reprinted a story from, of all places, the West German magazine Bund, which reported that large military and missile bases were being built in Grenada, something which would be impossible to hide on the tiny island, but it was a lie made of whole cloth. Happy face. The reprinting tactic, as we have seen, is one often employed by the CIA, and to the NJM leaders it was a clear signal that the agency had arrived in town. It led eventually to the government closing down independent newspapers. The country, they felt, was simply too vulnerable, even more so than Chile and Jamaica. It was the same with political prisoners, most of them from Gary's secret police. The government was afraid to release some of them lest they wind up in a Gary and/or CIA mercenary force or engage in actions like the June 1980 bombing at an outdoor rally, which was apparently designed to remove the entire NJM leadership with one blow, but instead took the lives of 3 young women. As to the invasion itself, codenamed Urgent Fury, 2,000 American Marines and paratroopers the first day, by week's end 7,000 on the island, even more waiting offshore. Planes fitted with murderous multi-barreled Gatling guns spraying positions of the People's Revolutionary Army. The People's Revolutionary Army, are they on our side or theirs? asks the young Marine. The home of the Cuban ambassador damaged and looted by American soldiers. On one wall is written AA, symbol of the 82nd Airborne Division, beside it the message, "Eat shit, commie faggot." Captured Cubans used as hostages, ordered to march in front of American jeeps as they advanced on Cuban positions, a violation of the Geneva Conventions. Promises of all kinds were made to Cuban prisoners, said Castro, to get them to go to the United States, none accepted. I want to flick communism out off these little island, says a Marine, and fuck it right back to Moscow. Britain announced that it was sending a destroyer to assist in the rescue, said the 313 American radio station to the Grenadine people the first morning, not a half-truth, but a complete lie. Grenadines who heard the broadcast said they were a powerful encouragement to accept the occupations. The fighting was over in a week, 131 Americans killed or wounded, 81 Cubans, 296 Grenadines, more or less. The land conquered, there remain the people's hearts and minds. At the outset, the invasion radio station engaged in fiery attacks against Bishop. He had brought Grenada into captivity, said the announcer. But then the Americans evidently learned that this was an error, that Bishop was still enormously popular. Thus, for some time afterward, criticism of his regime was usually made more indirectly and without naming him. Before long the Psychological Operations Battalion of the U.S. Army was cruising over the island in a helicopter offering the Grenadines, via a loudspeaker, a large serving of anti-Cuban fare. The Cubans had supported those who had killed Bishop, Grenada had been a pawn of Cuba, Castro/communism were still a threat, and so forth. Posters were put up showing alleged captured Cuban weapons with the slogan, "Are these the tools that build airports?" Other posters linked the MRC leaders to Moscow. In March 1984, a visiting London journalist could report. The island remains visibly under American occupation. Jeeps patrol constantly. Helicopters fly over the beaches. Armed military police watch the villagers and frequent the cafes. CIA men supervise the security at the courthouse. The island's only newspaper pours out weekly vitriol about the years of the revolutionary government, this gruesome period in our history. The pressures, in a small community, are heavy. And in June we learned that schools called after heroes of the revolution had been given back their old names, though not without pupil protests. And the U.S. Information Service was showing school children a film entitled Grenada, Return to Freedom. Happy face. The invasion was almost universally condemned in Latin America, only the military dictatorships of Chile, Guatemala, and Uruguay expressing support. The United Nations voted its disapproval overwhelmingly. To this President Reagan responded, 100 nations in the UN have not agreed with us on just about everything that's come before them where we're involved, and it didn't upset my breakfast at all. One of the evils of communist states, we have always been told, is that they are oblivious to world opinion. There was, however, the supreme irony that most of the people of Grenada welcomed the invasion. In addition to the conservative minority who knew that the socialist experiment would now be decisively put to rest, there were the greater number who were overjoyed to see the murderers of their beloved Maurice Bishop receive the punishment due them. Despite all the hostility and lies directed at Bishop by the United States for over 4 years, it did not seem. 314. Grenada 1979–1983. To occur to the islanders that the invasion had nothing to do with avenging his death and that the United States had merely used the event as a convenient pretext for an action it had desired to carry out for a long time. If the average Grenadian seems thus rather ingenuous, with a short political memory, we must consider also that the average American lustily cheered the invasion, believed everything which crossed Ronald Reagan's lips, and to this day would be hard-pressed to recite a single falsehood associated with the entire affair. The president himself appears to have completely repressed the incident. In March 1986, when asked about the possibility of an American invasion of Nicaragua, he replied. You're looking at an individual that is the last one in the world that would ever want to put American troops into Latin America, because the memory of the great Colossus in the north is so widespread in Latin America. We'd lose all our friends if we did anything of that kind. On the fourth day of the invasion, Reagan made a speech which succeeded in giving jingoism a bad name. The president managed to link the invasion of Grenada with the shooting down of a Korean airliner by the Soviet Union, the killing of U.S. soldiers in Lebanon, and the taking of American hostages in Iran. Clearly, the invasion symbolized an end to the string of humiliations for the United States. Even Vietnam was being avenged. To commemorate the American Renaissance, over 10,000 U.S. servicemen were designated heroes of the Republic and decorated with medals. America regained its manhood, by stepping on a flea. 46 Morocco 1983. A video nasty. The government of Morocco, in January 1983, had the sad duty to announce the grievous death in a car accident of General Ahmed Daylimi, a confidant of King Hassan for more than 20 years and commander of the Moroccan army's southern forces. When the Le Monde correspondent had the temerity to suggest that Daylimi's death was perhaps not an accident, he was summarily expelled from the country. 315. Then, in March, Ahmed Rami, a Moroccan political scientist living in exile in Sweden, stated unequivocally that Daylimi had been murdered by Hassan and his security men and that the CIA was deeply implicated. Ahmed Rami had been a lieutenant in the Moroccan army and a leader of Le Mouvement des Justiciers leaders, the underground movement of army officers dedicated to overthrowing the king, his tyranny, his personal corruption, and his crimes against human rights. Rami lives abroad under sentence of death in Morocco for his part in a failed attempt to shoot down a plane carrying Hassan in 1972. The dissident officers supported the establishment of a democratic Islamic Arab Republic of Morocco and a negotiated settlement in the country's ruinous war with the Polisario guerrillas in the Western Sahara, a war in which U.S. military aid and personnel have reportedly enabled Morocco to maintain a deadlock. Ahmed Dhmi, while serving as the king's right-hand man, had been secretly associated with Ojagisirs leaders. When he went abroad he would meet with Rami, and during 1982 the two men were discussing plans for a coup attempt in July of the following year. Unknown to us, however, said Rami, the CIA was investigating him. When the CIA handed over a dossier to King Hassan in January, it contained video film of General Daylimi and I meeting in Stockholm last December. That was enough for Daylimi to be eliminated. Morocco, said the New York Times, had become the United States' closest and most useful ally in the Arab world. Hassan had clearly tied his fortunes to the Reagan administration. In 1981 alone, he was visited by Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and Secretary of State Alexander Haig, as well as the Deputy Director of the CIA, the Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and a host of other high-level Washington officials. The Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security arrived with a team of 23 military advisors and experts. More than 100 Americans were reported to be working with the Moroccan armed forces. In the years previous, Hassan had cooperated extensively with U.S. policies in Africa. In both 1977 and 1978 he sent Moroccan troops to Zaire in support of the American actions there, and since the mid-1970s he had been aiding the UNITA forces in Angola along with the United States and South Africa in their continuing effort to overthrow the MPLA government. At the same time, King Hassan had allowed the CIA to build up its station in Morocco to where it was probably one of the agency's key posts in Africa. In these and other important ways, Hassan had earned the gratitude and protection of the United States. Thus it was that the CIA exposed General Daylimi's double life to the king. Daylimi, moreover, had reportedly advocated that Morocco receive aid from France, the former colonial power, rather than from the United States. The CIA saw this as a threat to the American position in Morocco and insisted that Hassan get rid of his confidants who favored closer relations with France. At 11 o'clock on the night of January 23, 1983, says Ahmed Rami, Daylimi 316. Morocco 1983. Was called to the palace in Marrakesh. There, 10 security men escorted him to an underground interrogation room. At 1 a.m., 2 American officers arrived with the king and went into the interrogation room for several hours. Delimi was tortured, and, at 5 a.m., he was shot. His body was later placed in his car, which was exploded in a suburb of the city. No one, not even his family, was allowed to see the body. 47 Suriname 1982–1984. Once again, the Cuban bogeyman. It was unusual, to be sure, that the director of the CIA would inform Congress in advance of an agency plan to overthrow a foreign government. President Reagan, said William Casey to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees in December 1982, had authorized the CIA to try to topple Suriname ruler Col. Desi Bouterse. The agency's plan reportedly called for the formation of an exile paramilitary force to invade Suriname because Bouterse, who had taken power in a 1980 military coup, was leading the small South American country into the Cuban orbit. The Congressional Committee members, while not opposed in principle to the idea of attempting to overthrow a foreign government, did object to the proposal on the grounds that there was no evidence that Cuba was manipulating the government in Suriname, or gaining a military foothold in the country. Inasmuch as rational argument of this sort has never made too deep an impression upon the mind of Ronald Reagan or excessively inhibited the CIA, there is no reason to believe that this was the end of the story, or even the beginning. Earlier, at the end of October 1982, the Bouterse regime had threatened to expel 2 U.S. diplomats it accused of encouraging the country's conservative trade unions and of playing a key role in organizing anti-government demonstrations and strikes aimed at bringing the government down. Then, on December 8, 1982, Suriname announced that a coup attempt had been made against the government. A number of alleged plotters were arrested, some of them winding up shot while trying to escape, evidently a euphemism for their execution. Bouterse claimed that the arrested men had been conspiring with the CIA. The following month, the 2 U.S. diplomats were actually asked to leave because of their destabilizing activities. In July 1983 the plot thickened. The New York Times reported that an invasion of Suriname scheduled for the first of the month by Florida-based mercenaries was called off after the plans for it were discovered by the Internal 317 Security Agency of the Netherlands, the former colonial power in Suriname when it was known as Dutch Guyana. The invasion force reportedly would have been composed of some 300 men, half of them U.S. and South American nationals, the others Surinamese, who were to be flown from Florida to the Suriname capital of Paramaribo on the northern tip of South America. The invaders were then to be augmented by Surinamese exiles in the Netherlands. It was this latter group which the Dutch had infiltrated to learn of the plans. As has become customary concerning American targets in Latin America, stories about the presence of large numbers of Cuban soldiers in Suriname found their way into international circulation. Like their counterparts in Jamaica and Grenada, these warriors remained mythical figures. In spring 1983, Suriname entered into agreements with the neighboring right-wing government of Brazil, which provided for economic and military aid and military training. By the reasoning of the Reagan administration, Suriname should then have been in the Brazilian orbit. The simple truth was that Suriname, like other developing nations, was willing to accept help from wherever it could get it. The Brazilians, for their part, openly admitted that their purpose was saving Suriname from Cuba. As matters turned out, in October Bouterse expelled almost all Cuban advisors and embassy personnel, most likely under Brazilian and American pressure. The expulsion was announced on the day the United States invaded Grenada and was influenced by Bouterse's belief that Cuba had played a part in the overthrow of Maurice Bishop and that he might suffer a similar fate, if not a similar invasion. This belief about Cuba, as we have seen, bore no relation to the truth, and may have been encouraged by the United States. Newsweek magazine later reported that U.S. diplomats in the capital of Paramaribo made sure to keep Bouterse current on evidence that Cuba had aided the Grenadian coup, and the rest was left to his well-prepped paranoia. Degree Desi Bouterse, by all accounts, left much to be desired as a leader and as a person. Long before the events of October, Cuba and Grenada were reported to be privately irritated, even angry, at the harm done to the left's image in the region by what they see as immature revolutionaries leading a premature revolution. Although Bouterse had learned to parrot socialist and anti-imperialist clichés, his principles appeared to lie elsewhere. In the words of one diplomat in Suriname, Bouterse is a chameleon. The first thing for him is his own personal survival. The second thing is his survival as the man in charge. Happy face. Bouterse was accused at times of claiming plots against him as a pretext to get rid of some of those opposed to his rule. During the period December 198–January 3, 1984, Suriname was shaken by thousands of striking workers protesting against tax increases and steep price rises, and calling for the dismissal of Prime Minister Errol Alabux. Serious acts of sabotage to power and water supplies were carried out as well. Bouterse gave in, removing Alabux and cancelling the price rises, but he did not accede to the 318. Suriname 1982–1984. Demand that the military hand power back to civilians. Although the scenario was reminiscent of CIA activities in British Guyana, Jamaica, and elsewhere, as well as what the Suriname government had accused the United States of in October 1, 1982, there is no report of the agency's hand in the disturbances of this period. However, in 1985 it was revealed that 2 years earlier President Reagan had set up an $1.8 million fund to covertly channel money to right-wing organizations in various countries. From this fund the AFI-CIO/CIA International Labor Mafia had dispersed $830,000 to a French anti-communist union. An unspecified amount of money went to organizations in Suriname. 48 El Salvador 1980 Human rights, Reagan style. The United States was supporting the government of El Salvador, said Ronald Reagan, because it was trying to halt the infiltration into the Americas, by terrorists and by outside interference, and those who aren't just aiming at El Salvador but, I think, are aiming at the whole of Central and possibly later South America and, I'm sure, eventually North America. Psychiatrists have a term for such perceptions of reality. They call it paranoid schizophrenia. If the insurgents in El Salvador, the smallest country by far in all of Central and South America, were engaged in what Ronald Reagan perceived as a plot to capture the Western Hemisphere, others saw it as the quintessential revolution. Viewed in the latter context, it cannot be asserted that the Salvadorian people rushed precipitously into revolution at the first painful sting of repression, or turned to the gun because of a proclivity towards violent solutions, or a refusal to work within the system, or because of outside agitators, or any of the other explanations of why people revolt so dear to the hearts of Washington opinion makers. For as long as anyone could remember, the reins of El Salvador's government had resided in the hands of one military dictatorship or another, while the economy had been controlled by the celebrated 14 coffee and industrial families, with only the occasional, short-lived bursting of accumulated discontent to disturb the neat arrangement. In the decades following the famed Peasant Rebellion in 1932, which was crushed by an unholy massacre, a reform government had occupied the political stage only twice, for 9 months in 1944, then again in 1960. The latter instance was precipitated by several thousand university students who staged a protest against the curtailment of civil liberties. The government responded by sending in the police who systematically smashed offices, classrooms, and 319 laboratories, beat up the school's president, killed a librarian, bayoneted students, and raped dozens of young women. Finally, when the students amassed anew, troops opened fire upon them point blank. The bloody incident was one of the turning points for a group of junior military officers. They staged a coup in October aimed at major social and political reforms, but the new government lasted only 3 months before being overthrown in a counter-coup which the United States was reportedly involved in. Dr. Fabio Castillo, former president of the National University of El Salvador and a member of the ousted government, testified years later before the U.S. Congress that the United States openly intervened in the ousting of the reform government. Throughout the 1960s, multifarious American experts occupied themselves in El Salvador by enlarging and refining the state's security and counterinsurgency apparatus, the police, the National Guard, the military, the communications and intelligence networks, the coordination with their counterparts in other Central American countries, in short, all the forces which would soon be brought into action to impose widespread repression and wage war. If, during this decade, the apparatus could not be charged with the level of murder or torture or disappearance of political opponents reached in Guatemala and elsewhere in Latin America, it had more to do with the modest degree of outspoken dissent and violent unrest it faced than with greater respect for human rights. Those opposition groups which were not outlawed were those regarded as unthreatening. The bloated stomachs of malnourished peasant children were not regarded as threatening at all. For apparently no better reason than the fact that even militarists cherish a veneer of legitimacy. During the 1960s, certain political organizations of generally urban middle-class membership were allowed to run candidates for municipal and legislative office. They did well, though the government calculated returns consistently left the opposition as a minority in the legislature, i.e., without real power. In 1967, the government went through the motions of the first contested election for the presidency since 1931. After declaring its party, PCN, the winner, the government promptly banned one of the major contending parties, PAR, on the grounds that it supported principles contrary to the Constitution. According to a PAR spokesperson, the principle involved was support for agrarian reform. Another source reports that the party was declared illegal allegedly for dispensing communist ideologies, which, within the government's frame of reference, may well have been one and the same. Undeterred, a center-left coalition, UNO by acronym, was formed and put forth Christian Democrat José Napoleon Duarte as its presidential candidate in 1972. Though UNO was confronted by violence against its candidates and campaigners, including the murder of an aide of Duarte, and the sabotaging of the coalition's radio broadcasts, it arrived at election day with high expectations. 2 days after the polling, the Central Election Board, after first announcing a victory for PCN, shocked everyone by declaring that a recount had shown UNO to be the winner instead. The government quickly imposed a news blackout, and for the next 2 days nothing was heard concerning the 320. El Salvador 1980 election results. On the third day, the election board announced that PCN was indeed the winner after all. In the 1974 and 1976 legislative elections, and again in the 1977 presidential election, the government employed similar creative counting along with gross physical intimidation of candidates, voters, and poll watchers, to assure its continuance in office. A mass demonstration following the 1977 polling protesting against electoral fraud was surrounded by government security forces who opened fire. The result was nothing less than a bloodbath, the death toll measurable in the hundreds. In the immediate aftermath, top leaders of UNO were exiled and the party's followers became liable to arrest, torture, and murder the president. Col. Arturo Molina blamed the protests on foreign communists. His response to charges of electoral fraud was, "Only God is perfect." Government political violence of this sort had been sporadic in the 1960s, but became commonplace in the 1970s as more and more Salvadorians, frustrated by the futility of achieving social change through elections, resorted to other means. While some limited themselves to more militant demonstrations, strikes, and occupations of sites, an increasing number turned to acts of urban guerrilla warfare such as assassination of individuals seen as part of the repressive machinery, bombings, and kidnappings for ransom. The government and its paramilitary right-wing vigilante groups death squads is the self-named modem genre countered with a campaign centered upon leaders of labor unions, peasant organizations and political parties, as well as priests and lay religious workers. Be patriotic, kill a priest was the slogan of one death squad. Church people were accused of teaching subversion to the peasants, what the church people themselves would call the Word of God, in this the only country in the world named after Christ. The CIA and the U.S. military had played an essential role in the conception and organization of the security agencies from which the death squads emanated. CIA surveillance programs routinely supplied these agencies with information on, and the whereabouts of, various individuals who wound up as death squad victims. In October 1979, a cabal of younger military officers, repelled by the frequent government massacres of groups of protesters and strikers, and wishing to restore the military's good name, ousted General Carlos Romero from the presidency and took power in a bloodless coup. A number of prominent civilian political figures were given positions in the new administration, which proclaimed an impressive program of reforms. But it was not to be. The young and politically inexperienced officers were easily co-opted by older, conservative officers, and by pressure exerted by the United States, to install certain military men into key positions. The civilian members of the government found themselves unable to exercise any control over the armed forces and were left to function only as reformist camouflage. Washington had supported the removal of the brutal Romero because only 3 months earlier the Sandinistas had overthrown the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua, and the Carter administration did not wish to risk the loss of a second client state in Central America in so short a space of time, but brakes 321 had to be applied to keep the process within manageable bounds. Meanwhile, the security forces did not miss a beat as they continued to fire into crowds. The body count in the first month of the reformist government was greater than in the first 9 months of the year. By early January 1, 980, all the civilian members had resigned in disgust over government as usual. The experience was the straw which broke the backs of many moderates and liberals, as well as members of the Salvadorian Communist Party, who still clung to hopes of peaceful reforms. The Communist Party had supported the new government, even contributed the Minister of Labor, because we believe it is going to comply with its promises and open the possibility of democratizing the country. The party was the last group on the left to join the guerrilla forces. Happy Face, one of the civilians, Minister of Education Salvador Samayo, simultaneously announced his resignation and his enlistment with the guerrilla group in front of the TV cameras. Happy Face, for those who yet harbored illusions, a steady drumbeat of terrorism soon brought them into the fold. A demonstration march by a coalition of popular organizations on January 22 was first sprayed with DDT by crop duster planes along the route of the march. Then, when the demonstrators reached San Salvador's Central Plaza, snipers fired at them from surrounding government buildings. At least 21 dead and 120 seriously wounded was the toll, some of which reportedly resulted from the demonstrators' undisciplined return of fire. On March 17, a general strike was met by retaliatory violence, 54 people killed in the capital alone. A week later, the Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, an outspoken critic of the government's human rights violations, who had called upon President Carter, Christian to Christian, to cease providing military aid, was assassinated. In his last sermon, he had addressed the security forces with these words: "I beseech you, I beg you, I order you, in the name of God, stop the repression." The next day he became the 11th priest murdered in El Salvador in 3 years. At the funeral of the martyred archbishop, who had been a nominee for the Nobel Peace Prize the year before, a bomb was thrown amongst the mourners in the plaza, followed by rifle and automatic fire, all emanating from the National Palace and some of the office buildings flanking the plaza. Just as in January, at least 40 people were reported killed and hundreds injured. During this same period, the government's much heralded program of agrarian reform, the sine qua non of social change in El Salvador, was being implemented. A measure of the program's credibility can be derived from the testimony of a technician of the Instituto Salvadorjo de Transformación Agraria, established to oversee the operation. The troops came and told the workers the land was theirs now. They could elect their own leaders and run it themselves. The peasants couldn't believe their ears, but they held elections that very night. The next morning the troops came back and I watched as they shot every one of the elected leaders. Carrot. 322. El Salvador 1980. Force, wrote Karl Marx, MS the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. Revolution was now the only item of importance on El Salvador's political agenda, with the opposition united as never before, united more by a common enemy than by a common ideology, but many saw this pluralism as strength rather than weakness. Leftists would now be fighting alongside Christian Democrats whom, only shortly before, they had accused of serving U.S. imperialism. If Jimmy Carter's trumpeted devotion to human rights was to be taken seriously, his administration clearly had no alternative but to side with the Salvadorian opposition, or at least keep its hands strictly out of the fighting. The Carter administration, however, with only an occasional backward glance at its professed principles, continued its military support of the government. Within days before his term ended in January 1981, Carter ordered a total of $1 million in military aid along with additional American advisors to be sent to El Salvador, an action characterized by one observer as President Carter's foreign policy establishment's last convulsive effort to evade responsibility for having been too soft in dealing with the Salvadorian rebels. Carrot. The Reagan administration, to whom human rights was a four-letter word invented by Pinkos, had little fear of the too soft label. Its approach to the conflict was threefold: a sharp escalation, both quantitatively and qualitatively, in the American military involvement in El Salvador; b a public relations campaign to put a human face on the military junta; c a concurrent exercise in news management to convince the American public and the world that the Salvadorian opposition had no legitimate cause for revolution, which was to say that what the Salvadorians had experienced during the previous 2 decades, indeed for half a century, had little or nothing to do with their uprising. This, it turned out, was the inspiration of left-wing terrorists abetted by the Soviet Union, by Nicaragua, by Cuba. The Red Devils were at it again. Military escalation. El Salvador has not turned into another Vietnam quicksand for the United States, as many critics of the left and center have warned. But for the Salvadorian people the war and its horror have dragged on as interminably as it did for the Vietnamese, and for the same reason, American support of a regime one even more loathsome than in Vietnam, which would have crumbled dismally if left to its own resources. The rebels' later advances, even in the face of the U.S. presence, make that evident. The amount of American military aid to El Salvador from 1980 to the present, for the hardware alone, approaches, if it does not exceed, $2 billion. Carrot. To this must be added the cost of training Salvadorian military personnel by the thousands in the United States, Honduras, and the Panama. 323. Canal Zone, as well as in El Salvador, the further training provided by Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay at U.S. behest, the substantial military aid routed through Israel, a maneuver employed by the United States in Guatemala and elsewhere, happy face, add in private contributions from sources in the U.S., and it becomes clear that the true magnitude of American-initiated aid to the El Salvador government will never be known. One telling result of this massive provision of material and training has been the sizable expansion of the Salvadorian armed forces and other security services. Between October 1, 979 and March 1, 983, the army alone multiplied its strength from some 7,000 men to 22,400 and had not yet reached its peak. The equipment available to these forces has flowed from a veritable horn of plenty. When, in January 1982, the rebels destroyed 16 to 18 aircraft in a raid upon an airport, the United States replaced them in a matter of weeks with 28 new aircraft. Happy face, part of the air power available to the government. The guerrillas have nothing of the kind. Our U.S. reconnaissance planes fitted with sophisticated surveillance equipment to track rebel movements and designate bombing targets. Predictably, the bombing, as well as strafing and napalming, have taken the lives of many more civilians than of the guerrillas, who have better learned how to avoid the attacks. Countless homes have been leveled in the process, villages in guerrilla territory destroyed, a nation of refugees created. Civilian deaths, whether from air or ground raids, have not necessarily been accidental, as the many massacre stories make evident. According to Lawrence Bailey, a former U.S. Marine employed in El Salvador as a mercenary, attacking the civilians is the game plan. Kill the sympathizers and you win the war too. United States pilots have carried out reconnaissance flights for Americans. All CIA employees died when one crashed in October 1984. But officially, have not participated in the aerial assaults. However, at least one American advisor has been wounded while flying a helicopter gunship over a combat area. And the program for training pilots, bombardiers and gunners may serve to conceal the advisor's direct participation in these operations while accompanying their trainees. Moreover, U.S. military personnel, officially, do not take part in the ground fighting either, yet there have been a number of instances of armed Americans spotted in combat areas. A report by CBS News of U.S. advisors fighting side by side with government troops. And reports of other Americans, some ostensibly mercenaries, killed in action. The degree of American mercenary involvement in direct combat has not been made public, though the presence of some of them in El Salvador has been confirmed by Lawrence Bailey, who has stated that he was part of a team of 40 American soldiers of fortune paid by wealthy Salvadorian families living in Miami to protect their plantations from takeover by the rebels. The overall nature and extent of the American role in the war is perhaps best captured by an excerpt from a frank interview given to Playboy magazine in 1984 by the president of El Salvador, José Napoleón Duarte, one of the few Christian Democrat leaders of the earlier days still playing the government game. 324. El Salvador 1980. Playboy. Do the American military advisors also tell you how to run the war? Duarte, this is the problem. No. The root of this problem is that the aid is given under such conditions that its use is really decided by the Americans and not by us. Decisions like how many planes or helicopters we buy, how we spend our money, how many trucks we need, how many bullets and of what caliber, how many pairs of boots and where our priorities should be, all of that. And all the money is spent over there. We never even see a penny of it, because everything arrives here already paid for. In Duarte's previous incarnation as a government opponent, his view of the Yankees was even harsher. U.S. policy in Latin America, he said, was designed to maintain the Ibero-American countries in a condition of direct dependence upon the international political decisions most beneficial to the United States, both at the hemisphere and world levels. Thus preach to us of democracy while everywhere they support dictatorships. Happy face, a human face. On January 28, 1982, President Reagan certified to Congress that the El Salvador government was making a concerted and significant effort to comply with internationally recognized human rights and that it was achieving substantial control over all elements of its own armed forces, so as to bring to an end the indiscriminate torture and murder of Salvadorian citizens by these forces. The language was that imposed by Congress upon the administration if the flow of arms and American military personnel was to continue. 2 days earlier, the American and foreign press had carried the story of how government troops had engaged in a massacre of the people in the area of the village of Mazote in December. More than 700 persons were reported killed. The Catholic Church later estimated that the toll exceeded 1,000. Mostly the elderly, women and children, many under 14 years of age. The State Department saw fit to question the number of dead and stated that civilians did die during the operation, but no evidence could be found to confirm that government forces systematically massacred civilians. The State Department's later defense of this position before a congressional committee left the committee members conspicuously underwhelmed. Asterisk in March 1984. The Reagan administration tacked on a request for additional military aid to El Salvador to legislation to send U.S. food supplies to starving Africans. Perhaps to demonstrate that it was not prejudiced against Africans, the administration then tacked on a request for support of the Nicaraguan rebels to a bill to provide emergency fuel spending for the poor in parts of the United States which were suffering a severe winter. Earlier, the European Common Market did not implement its plans to have private organizations distribute cereal and powdered milk to the victims of the fighting in El Salvador, apparently because of opposition by Washington, which feared that the food would be diverted to the guerrillas. Happy Face. 325. 2 days after the president's certification, the world could read how Salvadorian soldiers had pulled about 20 people out of their beds in the middle of the night, tortured them and then killed them, meanwhile finding the time to rape several teenage girls. Happy Face. Earlier the same month, the New York Times had published an interview with a deserter from the Salvadorian army who described a class where severe methods of torture were demonstrated on teenage prisoners. He stated that 8 U.S. military advisors, apparently Green Berets, were present. Watching will make you feel more HKE. A Salvadorian officer apprised the recruits, adding that they should not feel pity of anyone but only hate for those who are enemies of our country. Happy Face. Amnesty International reported in 1984 that it had received regular, often daily, reports identifying El Salvador's regular security and military units as responsible for the torture, disappearance, and killing of non-combatant civilians from all sectors of Salvadorian society. A number of patients have allegedly been removed from their beds or operating theaters and tortured and murdered. Types of torture reported by those who have survived arrest and interrogation included beatings, sexual abuse, use of chemicals to disorient, mock executions, and the burning of flesh with sulfuric acid. And so it went. Each 6 months the President of the United States ritually swore to Congress, Scout's honor, that America's ally basically meant well. At the same time, the various arms oft-had ally were carrying out repeated small and large-scale atrocities, and the Church's monitoring office in El Salvador was reporting on the Allies' responsibility for the murder of non-combatant civilians. Between October 1979 and mid-1983 the count was in excess of 40,000. This is in addition to the never-to-be-known number of disappeared persons. The makeup on the junta's face was streaking. For some time, the United States also lauded the ongoing pretense that was called agrarian reform until the program finally fell of its own weight. But Washington continued to hold up for the world to see and applaud the staging of elections even more meaningless than those that had gone before. No Salvadorian with any commitment to serious reform would dare appear in public as a candidate unless as an act of suicide. No Salvadorian citizen would dare not have proof of voting unless similarly inclined or part of the guerrilla forces. On other days, Washington issued warnings to Salvadorian officials to improve their human rights record, told the world how much worse that record would be if not for American influence, and continued to build up each and every component of the military and paramilitary forces actively engaged in the By contrast, Newsweek magazine reported in 1983 that when the guerrillas capture a town, they treat the civilians well, paying for food and holding destruction to a minimum. And they have begun to free most of the government troops they capture, which helps to persuade other soldiers to surrender rather than fight to the death. 326. El Salvador 1980. Atrocities. In 1984, in an interview with the New York Times, Col. Roberto Eulalio Sant Ibanez, a former Salvadorian military official who had served at the highest level of the security police, confirmed for those who may still have harbored doubts that the network of death squads had been shaped by leading Salvadorian officials and was still directed by them. He also revealed that one of these officials, Col. Nicolas Carranza, the head of the Treasury Police, which have long been considered the least disciplined and most brutal of the Salvadorian security forces, had been receiving more than $90,000 a year during the previous 5 or 6 years from the CIA. Although some members of the Treasury Police have been linked by the Reagan administration itself to death squad activities, at least as late as 1985 the United States was still training the Treasury forces. Outside agitators. Sometimes I feel like Sisyphus, said a senior Reagan administration official involved in developing U.S. Latin America policy in March 1982. Every time we head up the hill to explain or justify our policy, the stone comes crashing down on top of us. 2 weeks earlier, Secretary of State Alexander Haig had asserted that the United States had overwhelming and irrefutable evidence that the insurgents were controlled from outside by non-Salvadorians. Haig, however, declined to provide any details of the evidence, saying it would jeopardize intelligence sources. Challenged to prove his charges 2 days later, the good general insisted that the United States had unchallengeable evidence of Nicaraguan and Cuban involvement in the command and control of the operation in El Salvador and, oddly enough, only the day before a Nicaraguan military man had been captured there. As it turned out, according to the Mexican embassy in San Salvador, the man was a student on his way back to school in Mexico from Nicaragua, traveling overland because he couldn't afford to fly. The following week, a Nicaraguan was captured fighting with the guerrillas. He told U.S. Embassy and Salvadorian Army officials that he had been trained in Cuba and Ethiopia, then sent to El Salvador by the Nicaraguan government. The State Department was understandably excited. It presented the young man at a press conference in Washington, at which time he declared that he had never been to Cuba or Ethiopia, had joined the guerrillas on his own, and had made his previous statements under torture by his Salvadorian captors. He added that he had never seen another Nicaraguan or Cuban in El Salvador and denied that Nicaragua had provided aid to the guerrillas. In November 1983, a senior Peñagon official, Frederick Ickley, charged that the guerrillas were protecting some death squad activists. As well as not offering any reason why this should be so, Ickley admitted that he had no evidence to support his claim. 327. Then there were 2 Nicaraguan Air Force defectors, reported Time magazine during the same period, who were scheduled to bear witness to their country's involvement in El Salvador but by week's end were judged not ready to face the press. Time entitled its story, "A Lot of Show, but No Tell, the U.S. Bungles Its Evidence of Foreign Subversion in El Salvador." In January 1981, U.S. diplomats disclosed that 5 boats had landed in El Salvador containing 100 well-armed, well-trained guerrillas, allegedly from Nicaragua. They knew the boats had come from Nicaragua because they were made from wood of trees not native to El Salvador. No sign, dead or of any of the 100 invaders was ever found however. 100 seemed to be the number of choice for the Reagan administration. That was the count of Cuban combat troops, said a senior State Department policymaker, who were sent to El Salvador in the fall of 1981 by way of Nicaragua. They were brought in clandestinely and given operational responsibilities in El Salvador, he asserted. Happy face, the later whereabouts and actions of the Cubans likewise remains a mystery. The world is also informed that Soviet and Chinese weapons have been seized from rebels and this is cited as proof of outside communist aid. These captures may be real although the CIA has long had warehouses full of communist weapons of all kinds, suitable for all occasions but then what are we to make of the US, Israeli, Belgian and German weapons which, by Washington's admission at another time, are also to be found amongst the rebels. The world arms traffic is indeed wide open and fluid. Moreover, the rebels capture weapons from government forces and they claim that they also purchase arms from corrupt Salvadorian army officers, a practice common to many Latin American guerrilla wars. A source cited by the New York Times has corroborated the rebels' claim. The centerpiece of the Reagan administration's campaign to prove the international conspiracy nature of the conflict in El Salvador was its white paper issued a month after taking office and based largely on purported captured guerrilla documents, selected ones of which were attached. Amongst the various analyses of the white paper which have cast grave doubt upon its claims, is the one in the Wall Street Journal by Jonathan Whitney. This included an interview with a State Department official, John D. Glassman, who is given the major credit for the white paper. Admitted Mr. Glassman, parts of the paper are possibly misleading and over-embellished, it contains mistakes and guessing. Said the Wall Street Journal, a close examination indicates that, if anything, Mr. Glassman may be understating the case in his concession that the white paper contains mistakes and guessing. Amongst the many specific shortcomings of the paper pointed out in the article is that statistics of armament shipments into El Salvador, supposedly drawn directly from the documents, were extrapolated, Mr. Glassman concedes. And in questionable ways, it seems. Much information in the white paper can't. 328. El Salvador 1980. Be found in the documents at all. As an example, the white paper says that the documents indicate nearly 200 tons of arms sent to El Salvador, mainly via Cuba and Nicaragua, but nowhere in the documents is there any mention of the 200 tons. 5 carat. It is not merely the accuracy of the white paper that has been questioned, but the authenticity of the documents themselves. Apropos of this, former U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador, Robert White, has commented, "The only thing that even makes me think that these documents were genuine was that they proved so lit." When pressed to state what proof his government had of Nicaraguan intervention, President Duarte declined to answer on the grounds that the world would not believe him anyway. Happy face, but President Reagan has had some evidence to offer. He saw the hand of foreign masters pulling strings in the fact that demonstrators in Canada carried the same signs as demonstrators in the United States, U.S. out of El Salvador. Happy face. Revolutions, however, are not exported like so many cartons of soap. We have seen what the origins were in El Salvador. Ambassador White, no champion of the rebels' cause, observed that the revolution situation came about in El Salvador because you had what was one of the most selfish oligarchies the world has ever seen, combined with a corrupt security force. Whether Cuba existed or not, you would still have a revolutionary situation in El Salvador. Education Minister Tumd Guerrilla, Salvador Samayo, speaking in 1981, asserted that U.S. charges that the Soviet bloc was directing the guerrilla movement reveals Washington's deep ignorance of our movement. He pointed out that 3 of the 5 guerrilla groups that made up the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front were strongly anti-Soviet. Samayo added, "To say we are run by Cuba because we have a relationship with Cuba is like saying we're a Christian movement because we have received enormous help from the church. Instead of seeing us as communist subversives, the U.S. should see us as a people struggling to survive." Despite American patrol boats in the Gulf of Fonseca, AWACS surveillance planes in the skies over the Caribbean, and an abundance of aerial photographs, despite a large U.S. radar installation in Honduras manned by 50 American military technicians, the finest electronic monitoring equipment modem technology has to offer, and all the informers that CIA money can buy. Despite it all, the United States has singularly failed to support its case that the fires of the Salvadorian Revolution are stoked by Nicaraguan and Cuban coals, nor by the Soviet Union, Vietnam, the PLO, Ethiopia, or any of the other countries indicted at one time or another as important suppliers of military aid. In any case, whatever support the Salvadorian rebels may have actually received from abroad, other than moral and diplomatic and office space, it plainly does not belong in the same league as 329. The American aid, in all its forms, to the Salvadorian government. If there is an international conspiracy afoot in El Salvador, we must look to the United States aided by Honduras, Israel, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Guatemala, Cuban exiles, and former members of Nicaragua's National Guard. Degree. In 1983, Ronald Reagan ordered the invasion of Grenada on the grounds of possible danger to American citizens living there from the government. In El Salvador, U.S. support of the government continues despite the murder of at least 8 Americans at the hands of government-controlled forces and the wounding or disappearance of several others. 49 Nicaragua 1981 destabilization in slow motion. I have the most conclusive evidence that arms and munitions in large quantities have been on several occasions shipped to the revolutionists in Nicaragua. I am sure it is not the desire of the United States to intervene in the internal affairs of Nicaragua or of any other Central American republic. Nevertheless, it must be said, that we have a very definite and special interest in the maintenance of order and good government in Nicaragua at the present time. The United States cannot, therefore, fail to view with deep concern any serious threat to stability and constitutional government in Nicaragua tending toward anarchy and jeopardizing American interests, especially if such state of affairs is contributed to or brought about by outside influence or by any foreign power. In this manner did President Calvin Coolidge address the Congress of the United States in 1927. The revolutionaries he was voicing alarm about were those supporters of the Liberal Party who had taken up arms against the Conservative Party government which they claimed was illegally in office. The foreign power accused of arming the Liberals was the Mexican government which the Coolidge administration viewed as being impregnated with Bolshevist ideas. The American interests thought to be in jeopardy were the standard ones of the time, U.S. business investments. Thus it came to pass that the Marines landed in Nicaragua for the 12th time in less than 3/4 of a century. 330. Nicaragua 1981. In the 1980s, it is the revolutionary Nicaraguan government of the Sandinistas which is accused by the administration of Ronald Reagan of being in the service of Bolshevism, in this case the Soviet Union and Cuba, the counter-revolutionaries known as the Contras who are Washington's Marines, and American interests which have moved from the rationality of economic imperialism to a desire for political hegemony bordering on the pathological. When the American military forces left Nicaragua for the last time, in 1933, they left behind a souvenir by which the Nicaraguan people could remember them, the National Guard, placed under the direction of one Anastasio Somoza. 3 years later, Somoza took over the presidency and with the indispensable help of the National Guard established a family dynasty which would rule over Nicaragua, much like a private estate, for the next 43 years. While the Guardsmen, consistently maintained by the United States, passed their time on martial law, rape, torture, murder of the opposition, and massacres of peasants, as well as less violent pursuits such as robbery, extortion, contraband, running brothels and other government functions, the Somoza clan laid claim to the lion's share of Nicaragua's land and businesses. When Anastasio Somoza II was overthrown by the Sandinistas in July 1979, he fled into exile leaving behind a country in which 2/3 of the population earned less than $300 a year. Upon his arrival in Miami, Somoza admitted to being worth $100 million. A U.S. intelligence report, however, placed it at $900 million. It was fortunate for the new Nicaraguan leaders that they came to power while Jimmy Carter sat in the White House. It gave them a year and a half of relative breathing space to take the first steps in the reconstruction of their impoverished society before the relentless hostility of the Reagan administration descended upon them, which is not to say that Carter welcomed the Sandinista victory. In 1978, with Somoza nearing collapse, Carter authorized covert CIA support for the press and labor unions in Nicaragua in an attempt to create a moderate alternative to the Sandinistas. Towards the same end, American diplomats were conferring with non-leftist Nicaraguan opponents of Somoza. Washington's idea of moderate, according to a group of prominent Nicaraguans who walked out on the discussions, was the inclusion of Somoza's political party in the future government and leaving practically intact the corrupt structure of the Somocista apparatus, including the National Guard, albeit in some reorganized form. **. Indeed, at this same time, the head of the U.S. Southern Command, Lt. General Dennis McAuliffe, was telling Somoza that, although he had to abdicate, the United States had no intention of permitting a settlement which would lead to the destruction of the National Guard. This was a notion remarkably insensitive to the deep loathing for the Guard felt by the great majority of the Nicaraguan people. 331. The United States, moreover, tried, unsuccessfully, to convince the Organization of American States to send in a peacekeeping force, a body which could only have stood in the way of the insurgents' military progress, and in neighboring Costa Rica the American ambassador saw fit to complain to the government that Cuba had set up a center to oversee its military support of the Sandinistas, resulting in the Cubans being forced to move their headquarters to their consulate. After the Sandinistas took power, Washington pressured them to include certain men in the new junta. Although this tactic failed, the Carter administration did not refuse to give aid to Nicaragua. Ronald Reagan was later to point to this and ask, "Can anybody doubt the generosity and good faith of the American people?" What the president failed to explain was that much, if not most, of the aid had gone to non-governmental agencies and to the private sector, including the American Institute for Free Labor Development, the longtime CIA front, that the primary and expressed motivation for the aid was to strengthen the hands of the moderate opposition and undercut the influence of socialist countries in Nicaragua, and that all military aid was withheld despite repeated pleas from the Nicaraguan government about its need and right to such help. The defeated National Guardsmen and other supporters of Somoza had not, after all, disappeared. In January 1981, Ronald Reagan took office under a Republican platform which asserted that it deplores the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua. The president moved quickly to cut off virtually all forms of assistance to the Sandinistas, the opening salvo of his war against their revolution. The American whale, yet again, felt threatened by a minnow in the Caribbean. Other economic warfare followed. Amongst the many measures undertaken, Nicaragua was excluded from U.S. government programs which promote American investment and trade. Sugar imports from Nicaragua were slashed by 90%, and, without excessive subtlety but with notable success, Washington pressured the IMF, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and the European Common Market to withhold loans to Nicaragua. The director of the IDB, Mr. Kevin O'Sullivan, later revealed that in 1983 the U.S. had opposed a loan to aid Nicaraguan fishermen on the grounds that the country did not have adequate fuel for their boats. A week later, O'Sullivan pointed out, saboteurs blew up a major Nicaraguan fuel depot in the port of Corinto, an action described by an American intelligence source as totally a CIA operation. Washington did, however, offer $5.1 million in aid to private organizations and to the Roman Catholic Church in Nicaragua. This offer was rejected by the government because, it said, United States congressional hearings revealed that the agreements have political motivations, designed to promote resistance and destabilize the revolutionary government. Nicaragua had already charged several of the previous private aid recipients, such as the Moravian Church, with engaging in just such activities. The repeated attacks on fuel depots were part of a concerted effort to deprive. 332. Nicaragua 1981. The Nicaraguan economy of oil. Contra/CIA operations emanating in Honduras also blew up oil pipelines, mined the waters of oil unloading ports, and threatened to blow up any approaching oil tankers. At least 7 foreign ships were damaged by the mines, including a Soviet tanker with 5 crewmen reported to be badly injured. Nicaragua's ports were under siege, mortar shelling from high-speed motor launches, and aerial bombing, rocket and machine gun attacks were designed to blockade Nicaragua's exports as well as to starve the country of imports by frightening away foreign shipping. In October 1, 983, ESO announced that its tankers would no longer carry crude oil to Nicaragua from Mexico, the country's leading supplier. At this point Nicaragua had a 10-day supply of oil. Agriculture has been another prime target. Raids by Contras have caused extensive damage to crops, and demolished tobacco drying barns, grain silos, irrigation projects, farmhouses, and machinery. Roads, bridges, and trucks were destroyed to prevent produce from being moved. Numerous state farms and cooperatives incapacitated or harvesting prevented. Other farms still intact have been abandoned because of the danger. And in October 1982, the Standard Fruit Company announced that it was suspending all its banana operations in Nicaragua and the marketing of the fruit in the United States. The American multinational, after a century of enriching itself in the country, and in violation of a contract with the government which extended to 1985, left behind the uncertainty of employment for some 4,000 workers and approximately 6 million cases of bananas to harvest with neither transport nor market. Nicaragua's fishing industry has suffered not only from lack of fuel for its boats. The fishing fleet has been decimated by mines and attacks, its trawlers idled for want of spare parts due to the U.S. credit blockade. The country has lost millions of dollars from reduced shrimp exports. It is an American war against Nicaragua. The Contras have their own various motivations for wanting to topple the Sandinista government. They do not need to be instigated by the United States. But before the U.S. military arrived in Honduras in the thousands and set up Fortress America, the Contras were engaged almost exclusively in hit-and-run forays across the border, small-scale raids on Nicaraguan border patrols and farmers, attacks on patrol boats, and the like, killing a few people here, burning a building down there. Happy face, there was no future for the Contras in a war such as this against a much larger force. Then the American big guns began to arrive in 1982, along with the air power, the landing strips, the docks, the radar stations, the communications centers, built under the cover of repeated joint US-Honduran military exercises. Thousands of Contras were sent for training to Florida and California. In all, what intelligence officials described as the most ambitious paramilitary and political action operation mounted by the Central Intelligence Agency in nearly a decade. Happy face, U.S. and Honduran reconnaissance planes, usually piloted by Americans, began regular overflights into Nicaragua to photograph bombing and sabotage targets, track Sandinista military maneuvers and equipment, spot the planting of mines, eavesdrop on military communications and map the terrain. Electronic surveillance ships off the coast of Nicaragua partook in the bugging. 333. Of a nation. Said a former CIA analyst, our intelligence from Nicaragua is so good, we can hear the toilets flush in Managua. Happy face, U.S. ships serviced the motor launches, Americans drove them on raids, CIA explosives technicians assembled and armed the mines and the agency directed the mining operation. The U.S. provided the underwater equipment and explosives to sabotage teams which blew up installations at Puerto Cabezas. American pilots fly combat missions against Nicaraguan troops or carry supplies to Contras inside Nicaraguan territory. Several have been shot down and killed. Some have flown in civilian clothes and been told by the Pentagon that they would be disavowed if captured. Some Contras told American congressmen they were ordered to claim responsibility for a bombing raid organized by the CIA and flown by agency mercenaries. And so it goes. As in El Salvador, the full extent of direct American involvement in the fighting will never be known. The Contras' brutality has earned them a wide notoriety. They have destroyed large numbers of health centers, schools, and community centers, symbols of the Sandinista social programs in rural areas. People caught in these assaults are tortured and killed in the most gruesome ways. One example, reported by the Guardian of LX, Endon, suffices. In the words of a survivor of a riot in Jinotega province, which borders on Honduras, Rosa had her breasts cut off. Then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off, and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats and pulling the tongue out through the slit. 30. In November 1984, the Nicaraguan government announced that since 1981 the Contras had assassinated 910 state officials and killed 8,000 civilians. The analogy is inescapable: if Nicaragua were Israel, and the Contras the PLO, the Sandinistas would have long ago made a lightning bombing raid on the bases in Honduras and wiped them out completely. The United States would have applauded the action, the Soviet Union would have condemned it but done nothing, the rest of the world would have raised their eyebrows, and that would have been the end of it. After many Contra atrocity stories had been reported in the world press, it was disclosed in October 1984 that the CIA had prepared a manual of instruction for its clients which, amongst other things, encouraged the use of violence against civilians. In the wake of the furor in Congress caused by the expose, the State Department was obliged to publicly condemn the Contras' terrorist activities. Congressional intelligence committees were informed by the CIA, present and former Contra leaders, and others that the Contras indeed raped, tortured and killed unarmed civilians, including children, and that groups of civilians, including women and children, were burned, dismembered, blinded and beheaded. These are the same rebels whom Ronald Reagan, with his strange mirror language, has called freedom fighters and the moral equal of our founding fathers. 334. Nicaragua 1981. The CIA manual, entitled P5C/ZO/O/CA/Operations in Guerrilla Warfare, gave advice on such niceties as political assassination, blackmailing ordinary citizens, mob violence, kidnapping, and blowing up public buildings. Upon entering a town, it said, establish a public tribunal where the guerrillas can shame, ridicule, and humiliate Sandinistas and their sympathizers by shouting slogans and jeers. If it should be necessary to fire on a citizen who was trying to leave the town, guerrillas should explain that he was an enemy of the people, who would have alerted the Sandinistas, who would then carry out acts of reprisals such as rapes, pillage, destruction, captures, etc. The Contras were advised to explain to the people that our struggle is not against the nationals but rather against Russian imperialists. This will foster the sympathy of the peasants, and they will immediately become one of us. Workers were to be told that the state is putting an end to factories, and doctors informed that they are being replaced by Cuban paramedics. When the population sees the light and begins to rise against the government, professional criminals should be hired to carry out selective jobs such as taking the demonstrators to a confrontation with the authorities to bring about uprisings and shootings that will cause the death of one or more people to create a martyr for the cause. Other people will be armed with clubs, iron rods, and placards and, if possible, small firearms, which they will carry hidden. Still other shock troops, equipped with knives, razors, chains, clubs, and bludgeons, will march slightly behind the innocent and gullible participants as the uprising progresses. Finally, a section called Selective Use of Violence informed the Contra student that it is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets, such as court judges, police, and state security officials, etc. Throughout, the manual reads like what the Western world has always been taught is the way communists scheme and indoctrinate. It proved intensely embarrassing to the Reagan administration, not least because it unequivocally punctured the official balloon which had been floating about bearing the message that the United States was not pursuing the overthrow of the Sandinista government, although at this late date, anyone who still believed that was far enough removed from reality to continue believing it. White House officials and President Reagan twisted their tongues into knots trying to explain away the manual. The manual made public was only a first draft which was not the one distributed. They said falsely, the word neutralize didn't mean to assassinate, only to remove from office. The author of the manual was some low-level, irresponsible freelancer. Not long afterward, the manual, with minor changes, could be found in distribution again in Honduras, put out ostensibly by a private American organization, Soldier of Fortune magazine. Happy face. The CIA may have tried to provide its students with some object lessons in neutralization, of the mafia kind. In June 1983, the Nicaraguan government 335. Expelled 3 U.S. Embassy officials, one of whom was reported to be the CIA's chief of station in Managua, charging them with being part of an agency destabilization network which, amongst other things, was attempting to assassinate Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto, who is also a Roman Catholic priest. The intended murder weapon was to be a bottle of Benedictine liqueur containing thallium, a poison almost undetectable in the human body. At a press conference, the government presented evidence which included photos and videotapes of American diplomats meeting with the Nicaraguan officials who had pretended to go along with the plot, as well as copies of intercepted CIA messages. 2 months later, another agency plot to kill Descoto as well as 2 other Sandinista officials was alleged by the Nicaraguan government. A CIA agent named Mike Tock was charged with being behind this particular conspiracy. Happy face. The following June, according to one of the participants, the CIA sent a Contra-hit team from Honduras to Managua to do away with all 9 commandantes of the Sandinista National Directorate in one fell swoop by blowing up the building they were meeting in. The team made it to Managua, but the explosives failed to arrive and the plot was aborted. Happy face. The Lord and the fight for freedom have something in common, they both work in strange ways. If the CIA's manual was not an odd enough tool of liberty, the agency's comic book surely was. Entitled Freedom Fighters Manual, the 6-page booklet was supplied to Contra forces presumably to distribute amongst the Nicaraguan population. Its 40 illustrations showed the reader how he could liberate Nicaragua from oppression and misery by a series of useful sabotage techniques. Amongst these were, stop up toilets with sponges, pull down power cables, put dirt into gas tanks, put nails on roads and highways, cut and perforate the upholstery of vehicles, cut down trees over highways, telephone to make false hotel reservations and false alarms of fires and crimes, hoard and steal food from the government, leave lights and water taps on, steal mail from mailboxes, go to work late, call in sick, short-circuit electricity, break light bulbs, rip up books, spread rumors, threaten supervisors and officials over the phone. Happy face. The official explanation for American belligerence towards the Sandinista government, at least the explanation most frequently advanced, has been that military supplies were being sent to the Salvadorian rebels from or via Nicaragua. We have seen in the chapter on El Salvador how little substance lay behind this charge. If any more reason to question Washington's line were needed, it was provided in 1984 by David McMichael who, a year earlier, had left his position with the CIA in which for 2 years he had analyzed military and political developments in Central America. Said McMichael, there has not been a successful interdiction, or a verified report, of arms moving from 336. Nicaragua 1981. Nicaragua to El Salvador since April 1981. *. On one occasion, McMichael attended an interagency meeting to discuss CIA plans to support the Contras. Of this meeting he noted that although the stated objective was to interdict arms going into El Salvador, there was hardly any discussion of the arms traffic. I couldn't understand this failure until months later when I realized, like everyone else, that arms interdiction had never been a serious objective. The former CIA man said that he had had access to the most sensitive intelligence on Nicaragua, including arms shipments to El Salvador, based on which he concluded that the administration and the CIA have systematically misrepresented Nicaraguan involvement in the supply of arms to Salvadorian guerrillas to justify efforts to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. At the agency, McMichael was asked to prepare a paper on political and social conditions in Nicaragua. After reviewing intelligence and State Department reports going back to 1979, he found that he could not accept the conclusion, held widely within the administration, that this was a well-established Marxist-Leninist state. Despite a surprising degree of support for his position from colleagues, the paper was never published as an official agency report. It made them too uncomfortable, he said. Asterisk caret. For a man who spent 10 years as an officer in the U.S. Marine Corps and 4 years as a counterinsurgency expert in Southeast Asia, in addition to his tour of service at the CIA, David McMichael's political thinking has landed in strange territory. He believes that control over Latin America is the motivating force behind American policy in the hemisphere. We have control and we don't want to lose it. The ideology of anti-communism then provides the rationalization, although this determination to hold on is actually pathology. Then you have an entire generation of people raised in the foreign policy establishment and specializing in this region who for 25 years have gotten up in the morning and said, "We'll get that bastard Castro today." Asterisk caret. Washington's explanation number 2 for its policy appears to be that Nicaragua is a military threat to other Central American countries, not simply to the bases in Honduras, which are a daily, calculated provocation, but to Honduras itself and the other nearby states. This is a weak reed to lean on, for Nicaragua has virtually no air force, even less of a navy, and its tanks are demonstrably unsuitable for the terrain of Honduras. Asterisk caret. Still less have the Sandinistas a sane reason for invasion. It is questionable whether the men of the State Department believe the story themselves, any more than do the supposed neighboring targets. At a conference for journalists in Costa Rica in 1985, the Costa Rican Minister of Information, Armando Vargas, said cheerfully, "No one here really expects Nicaragua to invade us. And nobody in Honduras does either," said Manuel Gamero, the editor-in-chief of 7YEM/70, one of that country's leading newspapers. Degree on other days, we are told other reasons why the Sandinistas must be restrained. It may be to protect the Panama Canal or the free use of the sea lanes in the Caribbean Basin and the Gulf of Mexico. Or it may be the threat of another Cuba or a Soviet base/foothold in the region. These come complete with pictures and exhibition of aerial photos of Nicaragua showing Cuban-style military barracks, a Soviet-style physical training area with chin bars and other types of equipment to exercise the forces, and a running track, and, most damning of all, a Sandinista garrison having a standard rectangular configuration like we have seen in Cuba. Leave it to those cunning Castroites to devise a rectangular building. The strategic issue is a simple one, asserts Patrick Buchanan, Reagan's Director of Communications. Who wants Central America more, the West or the Warsaw Pact? Happy face, Fidel Castro is not in any doubt. On at least 2 occasions he has expressed in no uncertain terms his frustration and annoyance with the Soviet Union for not sufficiently aiding Nicaragua and for what he sees as the Russians' weak and indecisive response to American pressure against the Sandinista government, even in the face of a Russian ship being damaged by CIA mines. The Cuban leader failed to attend the funeral of Soviet leader Kimenko in March 1985 and did not sign the book of condolences at the Soviet embassy in Havana, apparently to register his displeasure with Soviet policy. Responded a Soviet diplomat, "We obviously place a priority on improving relations with our adversary. We have to seek a balance with the US, so naturally we will say calm down, we are not interested in sharpening the situation in Angola and Nicaragua." Happy face, in the think tanks and the academic institutes in Moscow where Soviet policy towards Central America is discussed and debated. Reported The Guardian, the emphasis is on dialogue and negotiation, and if the Soviet Union agrees on one thing with the United States, it is that there should be no more Cubas, a reference to the heavy economic and political burden Cuba has placed upon Moscow over the years. Asterisk. Throughout most of 1983 to 84, the so-called Contadora Group, composed of Mexico, Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela, met periodically in an attempt to still the troubled waters of Central America. Rejecting at the outset the idea that the conflicts of the region could be seen as part of an East-West confrontation, they conferred with all the nations involved, including the United States. The 338. Nicaragua 1981. Complex and lengthy discussions finally gave birth to a 2-1-point treaty which dealt with the most contentious issues, civil war, intervention, elections, and human rights. Washington, which was not itself to be a signatory to the treaty, though obviously indispensable to its implementation, pressed Managua to sign. 5 Then, something which Washington found strange and unexpected happened. In September 1984, Nicaragua announced its intention to sign the treaty, the first nation to do so. Until this moment, the United States had not publicly criticized the treaty's provisions, but immediately Washington began to find things wrong with it and called for changes. The State Department declared that the Contadora Group didn't intend that this be the end of the process, but a high-ranking diplomat from one of the Contadora countries insisted that everyone had treated it as a final document from the beginning, as had the U.S. representatives. What alarmed Washington was that the treaty was actually serious about ending, or at least sharply curtailing, the hostilities in Central America. It called for the removal in each country of all foreign military personnel, advisors, and bases, an end to large-scale arms supplies to the region, a prohibition of all cross-border attacks or support by one country of insurgents in another, and establishment of procedures to verify these agreements. Happy face, it was enough to put an interventionist power out of business. The United States refused to give its blessings to the agreement, commented Rep. Michael Barnes, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere. The administration's objections to the treaty reinforce my belief that it's never had any real interest in a negotiated settlement. Degree after the Managua announcement. State Department officials told the New York Times that they were concerned that it might undermine the administration's efforts to portray the Sandinistas as the primary source of tension in Central America. Some officials argued that a trip scheduled by Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega to Los Angeles should not be approved, in part, to punish Mr. Ortega and the Sandinistas for accepting the Contadora peace proposal. A month later, an internal National Security Council paper noted that the United States had effectively blocked the treaty. Meanwhile, Washington labeled Nicaragua's willingness to sign the treaty a propaganda ploy. An accusation surely unmatched since the first pot called the first kettle black. The argument seized upon by the Reagan administration to explain its reluctance to accept the Contadora agreement was that Nicaragua was not prepared to hold a truly free election as called for by the treaty. The quality of the election held in November 1984, which the Sandinistas won by a 2-to-1 margin, was and remains a controversial issue. On the face of it, by the standards of Western elections, the Nicaraguan election cannot be much faulted. By the standards of Latin America, it was a veritable paragon of democracy. The fact that there were no deaths reported in connection with the election, by itself made it rather unique in Latin America. The appearance of 339 minor parties on the ballot in every department of the nation distinguished it from the typical presidential election in the United States. The election was open to all parties and candidates, no fraud in the polling was reported, or even seriously charged. It was observed by a reported 400 foreigners from 40 different countries. Although such observation can usually detect only the more obvious kinds of irregularities, and on election day the Washington Post could report that even U.S. diplomats here acknowledge that the Sandinistas have allowed expression of a wide range of political views, including some that were harshly critical of the government. The Sandinistas eased censorship of the sole opposition newspaper, La Prensa, at the start of the campaign, and the state television and radio channels have given airtime, although limited, for the small but vocal opposition parties to make their case. The criticism of the election centers on the boycott of it by the Democratic Coordinating Alliance, a significant coalition of opposition groups headed by Arturo José Cruz. On several occasions, Cruz and his followers were physically harassed by crowds when they appeared in public, and on at least one occasion it was reported that many of the protesters had been brought to town on government vehicles. Whether the Sandinistas deliberately intended to harass Cruz or discourage him from running is not known, although it is clear that the government had much more to lose than to gain by keeping the DCA off the ballot. In any event, harassment of a serious nature appears to have been short-lived and did not remain as a stumbling block to Cruz running. The DCA's most persistent stated objection was that not enough time had been allowed for campaigning. The chronology of events is as follows: the November 4 election date was announced on February 21. In May, registration of parties and candidates was set for July 25, at which time 7 parties registered: the Sandinistas, 3 parties which could be considered to their left, and 3 to their right. The DCA declined to register, and Cruz announced that he would not run unless the government opened a dialogue with the Contras. A rather remarkable request, comparable to demanding of the British government that it sit down to tea with the IRA. The failure to register, it should be noted, occurred before any special harassment had taken place. Cruz also contended at this time that for 5 years the population had been too indoctrinated by the government for the opposition to stand a chance. Happy face, because of the absolute agreement between the Republican and Democratic parties on the fundamental premises underlying the issues of capitalism and anti-communism. It has been said that the United States has a one-party system, but, being America, there are 2 of them. 340. Nicaragua 1981. Charge which could be made with considerable validity by any minor party in any nation of the world. The day of registration, several of Cruz's aides had met with the government and asked that the deadline for registration be extended. A move indicating perhaps a split in the DCA ranks. The Sandinistas at first refused, but on September 22 announced that registration had been extended to October 1. The DCA again failed to register, stating that the election date had to be moved from November to January. The Sandinistas suspected, and said so openly, that the DCA knew it would lose anyway and was abstaining from the election at the behest of the United States in order to throw a question mark over the whole process. In August, some of Cruz's backers had stated that they hoped to discredit the election and force the Sandinistas to grant political concessions. What we really need, they declared, is Arturo in jail. One unmistakable sign of the CIA's hand in the election was the full-page advertisements which appeared in August in newspapers in Venezuela, Costa Rica, and Panama. Signed by a fictitious organization called Friends of Tomas Borga, the ads attempted to split the Sandinista leadership by promoting Borga's candidacy over that of Daniel Ortega, who had already been chosen as the Sandinista candidate. Neither Ortega nor Cruz proclaimed the ads. Throughout this period, the DCA made one demand after another concerning electoral procedures as its price for taking part in the election. By any reasonable standard of power relationships, the government showed itself to be flexible. On September 21, the New York Times reported that the opposition had stated that the Sandinistas had made substantial concessions and that the only major proposal left was postponing the election until January. This was important, said the DCA, because the campaign could not have properly begun before certain things had been agreed upon. The government's position was that it would grant the postponement a major concession and inconvenience only if the DCA would arrange a ceasefire with the Contras. The party replied that it didn't have the power to do so, and negotiations continued through all of October with many confusing and contradictory reports coming out of the talks. Until, finally, time ran out. The United States could certainly have arranged a ceasefire if it was interested in testing the Sandinistas' commitment to what Washington would call a free election. That the U.S. had such an interest is questionable in light of what the New York Times revealed on October 21. The Reagan administration, while publicly criticizing the November 4 elections in Nicaragua as a sham, has privately argued against the participation of the leading opposition candidate for fear his involvement would legitimize the electoral process, according to some senior administration officials. Since May, when American policy toward the election was formed, the administration has wanted the opposition candidate, Arturo José Cruz, either not to enter the race or, if he did, to withdraw before the election, claiming the conditions were unfair, the officials said. The administration never contemplated letting Cruz stay in the race, one official said, because then the Sandinistas could justifiably claim that the elections 341 were legitimate, making it much harder for the United States to oppose the Nicaraguan government. Several administration officials who are familiar with the administration's activities in Nicaragua said the Central Intelligence Agency had worked with some of Mr. Cruz's supporters to ensure that they would object to any potential agreement for his participation in the election. Later in the month, other rightist parties which had registered claimed that U.S. diplomats were pressing them to drop out of the race. One of the three rightist parties already on the ballot, the Independent Liberal Party, had announced on the 21st that it was no longer in the running. The American ambassador to Costa Rica likens Nicaragua under the Sandinistas to an infected piece of meat that attracts insects. Happy face, Ronald Reagan calls the country a totalitarian dungeon. Members of the Kissinger Commission on Central America indicate that today's Nicaragua is as bad or worse than Nicaragua under Somoza. Henry Kissinger believes it to be as bad as or worse than Nazi Germany. The president is in accord. He compares the plight of the Contras with Britain's stand against Germany in World War II. Central America, says Wayne Smith, former head of the U.S. Interests Section in Havana, now exercises the same influence on American foreign policy as the full moon does on werewolves. Happy face, so all-consuming, so unrelenting, is the hatred, that Kissinger demands that the American ambassador to Nicaragua be removed simply because he reports that the Sandinista government is performing fairly well in such areas as education. So eager to turn Nicaragua into an international pariah, that the State Department tells the world, without any evidence, that Nicaragua is exporting drugs, that it is anti-Semitic, that it is training Brazilian guerrillas. Happy face, the Secretary of State refers to a photograph of blazing corpses and declares it an example of the atrocious genocidal actions that are being taken by the Nicaraguan government against the Mosquito Indians. We then learn that the photo is from 1978, Somoza's time. Within a rational framework, it would be proper to inquire what the Sandinistas have done that makes it impossible for the United States to share the same planet with them. David McMichael has observed that there is no casus belli between the two countries. There are no examples of U.S. citizens being killed there. No U.S. property has been expropriated without due process or compensation. These people are so backward that they haven't even bothered to kill any American priests or nuns. Now any half-respectable country in the world can do that, but the Sandinistas don't seem to get round to it. What the United States has done to the Nicaraguan revolution is clearer. 342. Nicaragua 1981. To transform Nicaraguan society, even if left in peace, would have been uphill all the way. The Sandinistas inherited a country of crushing poverty, backward in most respects, and with a foreign debt of $1.6 billion which they decided to honor. Then came the fearsome American body blows to foreign trade and credit, to industry and agriculture, and a war which forced the government to devote more than 40% of its national budget and an inordinate amount of its labor power to warfare and security. On top of this, the historically familiar post-revolutionary flight abroad of capital and of middle-class professionals, the equally familiar sabotage by those who remain facile in a society where most of the businesses and farms are still in private hands, and the Nicaraguan economy went onto a life support machine, a trail of inefficiencies and shortages of all kinds, taxis and buses and machines grinding to a halt for want of an American spare part, a failure to meet the great expectations of the population, mitigated only partly by the progress in agrarian reform, healthcare, literacy, and other social programs. Many who were sympathetic to the revolution at first have drifted away, some into protest and opposition. 40 years of anti-communist indoctrination under Somoza and American cultural imperialism has also left a mark. A government militant puts it this way: tell a Nicaraguan factory worker that we are building a system in which workers will control the means of production, in which income will be redistributed to benefit the proletariat, and he will say yes, that's what we want. Call it socialism and he will tell you he doesn't want any part of it. Tell a peasant in whom the problem of political education is even more acute that the revolution is all about destroying the power of the big latifundistas, that the agrarian reform and the literacy campaign will incorporate the peasantry into political decisions. And he will be enthusiastic, he will recognize that this is right and just. Mention the word communism and he will run a mile. In the face of dissension, the Sandinistas have frequently shown themselves unable to distinguish honest and valid criticism from intentions to destabilize. Some opponents have been harassed and jailed, civil liberties have been curtailed, although never in a draconian manner, and credentials of loyalty to the revolution have become more than ever a priority in filling positions high and low. The process could be seen at work early on. The editor of the opposition newspaper La Prensa, Pablo Antonio Cuadra, said in August 1982 that American hostility towards the Sandinistas was inducing the government to crack down on opposition, such as his newspaper, and making it more difficult to preserve a pluralistic society. President Reagan's policies toward Nicaragua, said Cuadra, are stupid. Happy face. At this point in history, we do not need to look for new or arcane explanations of why the United States seeks to overthrow a leftist or reformist government, particularly in Latin America. We have seen why Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, and Bolivia fell, followed by British Guyana, Chile, Jamaica, and Grenada. Only Cuba has escaped. And Nicaragua. Cuba has a guardian angel, Nicaragua does not. And each passing day that the Sandinistas survive infuriates the anti-communist wind-up toys who inhabit the White House. The Soviet Union allowed Yugoslavia to escape its orbit. The United States appears incapable of granting Nicaragua the same freedom. R.